Chapter 16-17. Zhou was still trapped by the willow leaves and flying flowers, unable to move. In front of him, Sister Flying Flower had a serious expression. A black shadow had suddenly attacked them, catching them off guard. What shocked them even more was its power. This black shadow had not used any battle techniques, and its power was not as strong as Mr. Lu Ye's, but it was still suppressing him. Mr. Lu Ye spread out his hands and dozens of willow leaves covered the void. The black shadow raised its hand and pointed its index finger. Every finger pointed in the direction of the willow leaves, scattering the willow leaves that were supposed to cover the void. Mr. Lu Ye's eyes narrowed. Impossible. The black shadow leaped and entered the stellar source universe. Mr. Lu Ye also entered the stellar source universe at the same time. However, he did not see the black shadow when he entered the stellar source universe. The black shadow's speed was faster than his. In other words, the black shadow had confirmed the location that Mr. Lu Ye could find and entered a blind spot. This was a terrifying battle experience. Mr. Lu Ye knew that even in the starry sky tree he would not be at a disadvantage against someone of the same level. However, against this black shadow he was as powerless as a child who had just learned how to fight. He used his battle techniques and innate gifts, but it was useless. The black shadow appeared behind Mr. Lu Ye and struck out with a palm. It was also not a battle technique but a way to use the astral source. It made Mr. Lu Ye's back go numb. He turned around and sent the willow leaves flying. With a bang, the two of them left the astral source universe at the same time. The black shadow used Mr. Lu Ye's palm to quickly approach Zhou and Sister Flying Flower. Sister Flying Flower clenched her teeth. "You're courting death." She raised her hand and beautiful flying flowers danced and bloomed in the void. Each petal tore open the sky of Chaos God Mountain. "If you dare come close, I'll release all of my astral source." The black shadow paused and looked at Sister Flying Flower in shock. This woman was crazy. Releasing all of her astral source meant that she would be noticed by the astral source universe, which would then forcibly absorb her astral source. Emissaries usually held back in battle unless it was a life or death situation. If the astral source universe sensed the astral source in their body and forcibly extracted it, it would be like going through a calamity. Again, Mr. Lu Ye approached from behind. At this moment, another black shadow appeared and stared at Big Sister Fei Hua. Following a flash of light in his eyes, Big Sister Fei Hua felt her entire body become much weaker, as if her strength had been sucked away. Even the flying flowers in her palms were withering. She was aghast. What was going on? True scripture of Ian evolution. "You're from the Nightmare Society." Lu Yin barked as he walked out of the void. He was clad in miniature armor, and he raised his hand to unleash an empty palm strike at the second shadow that had appeared. The black figure's eyes narrowed and he casually released a screen of light in the void. The emptiness palm swept through the screen, but its power was greatly reduced. It directly appeared in the void and it was no longer an invisible palm imprint. Instead, it was more powerful than an enlighter's palm strike. Lu Yin's hair stood on end, as this person's cultivation of the Aeon evolution true scripture was unimaginably terrifying. This person was definitely the strongest person Lu Yin had ever met. "Who are you?" That person looked at Zhou. Lu Yin's heart sank. "Stop him." Big Sister Fei Hua had no idea what was going on, but Mr. Lu Yi knew. He had fought with someone who cultivated the true scripture of Ian evolution before, but he was currently being suppressed by the first shadow and had no time to pay attention to it. The willow leaves and flying flowers that had trapped Zhou split apart, and their power had been greatly reduced by the true scripture of Ian evolution. Zhou growled and violently broke free from the willow leaves and flying flowers. He coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood, having been heavily injured. He looked at Lu Yin with a savage expression. "Junior, you're courting death." Willow leaves and flying flowers, retreat. Lu Yin made a prompt decision. Zhou had joined forces with the other two and they were not a match for them. "If you want to leave, leave your life behind." Zhou hated Lu Yin to the core and he took a step forward and punched out. At the same time, an explosive force was mixed within the punch, making it extremely terrifying. No matter what, Lu Yin's miniature armor's defensive capabilities were just that, and it did not mean that he could contend against a powerhouse whose power level was more than 700,000. Even if Zhou was heavily injured, the result would still be the same. Lu Yin had been able to kill a corpse king whose power level was more than 700,000 in the New World because of external items. Now if he wanted to escape he would still have to rely on external items. Just as Song Zhou's punch was about to land, a willow leaf appeared in front of Lu Yin. There was a loud bang as the leaf was sent flying. Mr. Lu Yi was distracted, and the shadow in front of him took advantage of this opening. A palm struck his right shoulder and sent him flying back 100 meters. Big Sis flying flowers hurriedly rushed over. Let's work together. The battle here had attracted the attention of others, as the commotion was so great that the entire Chaos God Mountain was shaking. Ku Wei appeared, and when he saw the battle he was so frightened that he immediately retreated to the Black Dome. Song Yi saw the battle as well and his face paled as he hurriedly fled. The willow leaves and flying flowers tried to block Song Zhou and the other two, but that was just wishful thinking. Lu Yin took advantage of the moment when they attacked, and his star energy was no longer suppressed. The star chessboard appeared beneath his feet as he moved to the Black Dome and looked back. Mr. Lu Yi, come here. Lu Ye's combined attack was completely ignored by the person using the true scripture of Ian evolution. Their combined attack was rumored to be able to block an attack with a power level of 900,000. It was completely useless. The two were dumbfounded, and when they heard Lu Yin's shout, they quickly retreated to the Black Dome. Song Zhou and the other two chased after them. Lu Yin took out the blood-red bell and shook it in front of the trio's shocked gazes. In that instant, everyone seemed to see a large hand pressing down from above, replacing the sky, the universe, and the limits of their imaginations. It was the head inquisitor. By the time Song Zhou and the other two reacted, Lu Yin's group had already disappeared from the Black Dome. They had left Chaos God Mountain. Song Zhou coughed up blood as he stared at the empty Black Dome. He was unwilling to accept this outcome. They actually got away. Chase after them. The two figures did not move. Song Zhou looked at them. One of them spoke up. This kid has the head inquisitor's warrant, so it's useless to chase after them. If it weren't for the warrant's indiscriminate suppression, you and I would both be in danger. This kid has a complicated background, so we can't touch him for now. Are we just going to let it go like this? I've never suffered such humiliation before. Song Zhou raged. You didn't say anything about us, did you? One of them asked. Song Zhou replied unhappily, of course I didn't. How could a child try to control me? His eyes flashed as he continued, but he did find out something. I don't know how he found it. What is it? Song Zhou frowned. He found out about the Liu clan and found out that Chaos God Mountain was involved in the assassination of Big Sis mercenary group. In addition, you guys attacked just now and the Ian evolution true scripture was recognized. He's certain that Chaos God Mountain is related to the Mastiff Regiment. How did he find out about the Liu clan? One of the figures asked curiously. Song Zhou shook his head. I don't know. Aside from you and me, everyone else who knows about this matter is probably dead. Even Fu He from your Mastiff Regiment died at his hands. I don't know how he found out either, but he's definitely certain that Chaos God Mountain is related to the Mastiff Regiment. He'll find out the truth about that matter sooner or later. We can't wait any longer. Contact the Day-Night clan and the Sword Sect and bring the plan forward, one of the figures said. It was the person who had been suppressing Mr. Lu Yi. There's no need to rush. He can't find out about you, Song Zhou said. The figure's gaze turned cold. It's only a matter of time. In outer space, a group of giants was flying around. Lu Yefei and Mr. Lu Yi headed east to return to the giant financial group. Lu Yin sat on a giant's shoulder with an ugly expression on his face. He had failed, and he had never thought that Chaos God Mountain would have such a deep connection to the Mastiff Regiment. The Mastiff Regiment had definitely been one of the people who had attacked just now, not the home of the gods. The Mastiff Regiment's usage of the Ian evolution true scripture had left Lu Yin helpless. Who was the other person? Lu Yefei and Mr. Lu Yi felt depressed as well as they had been suppressed. Mr. Lu Yi looked at Lu Yin. The person who fought with me was definitely not as simple as he seemed. He already found the location of my astral vortex, but he didn't attack because he was warning me that even in the cosmic tree realm, such an expert doesn't exist at the third tribulation level. Even someone at the fifth tribulation level might not be able to find the location of my astral vortex. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. That person was hiding his strength? Definitely, Mr. Lu Yi said confidently. Miss Fei Hua stared at Lu Yin. What did that person use? Not only did he ignore our combined attacks but he also weakened my own strength. The Ian evolution true scripture. I've mentioned it to you before, Lu Yin casually replied and then ignored Lu Yefei and Mr. Lu Yefei. He felt that this matter was becoming more and more complicated, and it definitely had something to do with Big Sis's mercenary group being hunted down. Who was involved in that matter? What was their goal? An elder from Chaos God Mountain could easily deal with Big Sis's mercenary group, so why did they have to go through the Leo clan? And why didn't they kill them all? The Mastiff Regiment in Chaos God Mountain. Lu Yin knew that his actions against Chaos God Mountain might have triggered something. If Tai Yixing hadn't told him about the Leo clan, he wouldn't have known what was going on. Big Sis's mercenary group wasn't important. What was important was Leon's armada behind them. Could the Mastiff Regiment have joined forces with Chaos God Mountain to attack Leon's armada? Lu Yin couldn't sit still any longer and immediately contacted Sage Leon. The call connected and he shouted, "Brat, it took you so long to contact me. Are you looking down on me? Be careful or I'll hang you up and beat you." Lu Yin picked his ear. "Captain, there's something troublesome." "What does that have to do with me?" "Go die if you want," Heizage Leon scolded. Another voice sounded out. "Please be more polite. Little Seven will be frightened." "Frighten my ass. He even came to that place. What else can scare him? Little Seven is still young. Alright, get out. You change your appearance every day. Don't make yourself disappear one day." Lu Yin listened to the conversation on the other end and felt helpless. He couldn't interrupt even if he wanted to, so he could only wait. "Brat, why are you looking for me?" Heizage Leon asked. Lu Yin gravely replied, "I poked a hornet's nest." "Who did you poke?" Leon's interest was piqued. Lu Yin replied, "Chaos God Mountain." Heizage Leon fell silent for a moment before exploding with rage. "Brat, are you making fun of me? It's just Chaos God Mountain and you're making it sound so mysterious." Lu Yin recounted what had happened and this time Heizage Leon's tone changed. "Two experts and one of them is definitely the Mastiff Regiment's captain. That treacherous Ember is the only emissary in the Mastiff Regiment, and he can even fight against a powerhouse with a power level of 700,000. I don't know who the other one is, but was the Leo clan ordered by Chaos God Mountain? Alright, I'll go destroy Chaos God Mountain." Chapter 16-18. Captain, that's not the main point. Chaos God Mountain doesn't have any grudges with Big Sis, so why did they attack? And through the Leo family? Were they really instructed by the group? Then why didn't they attack on their own? If not for someone coincidentally overhearing Kokettishi's words, this matter would have remained hidden forever. Chaos God Mountain wouldn't say anything either. "It's strange," Lu Yin said. Heizage Leon seemed to have thought of something. There was a rumor that the current master of Chaos God Mountain was from the Longevity Squadron. Lu Yin's eyes widened and a thought flashed through his mind. He seemed to have thought of something but he quickly forgot about it. No one believed that rumor and it only spread to a few people back then. How is it related to the Longevity Squadron now? "I'll make a trip to Chaos God Mountain and personally interrogate the Tsong universe," Heizage Leon said. Lu Yin remembered and hurriedly said, "It's the Longevity Squadron. Captain, it's the Longevity Squadron." "What Longevity Squadron?" Heizage Leon did not understand. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. "The Longevity Squadron paid a visit to Chaos God Mountain a few days ago. They wanted to use our connections to find some fugitives to explore the Cosmic Sea. I didn't care at the time, so I had Song Yi send a group of fugitives to chase them away. Now it seems like the incident at Chaos God Mountain might have originated from there." Heizage Leon snorted. "If it really is the Longevity Squadron, then I'll definitely destroy that G bastard. That bastard seems to be on good terms with me but he actually stabbed me in the back. Captain, wait for my news. I'll get to the bottom of this and then we'll get our revenge," Lu Yin said. Heizage Leon grunted. "Your words make me feel good. Alright, I'll wait for you." He then ended the call. Lu Yin felt strange. Why did this sound like a fight? In the Outerverse on Xenu Star, Wang Wen once again met someone from the Autumn Frost family. It was a beautiful middle-aged woman who looked gentle, but her words were sharp and threatening. "Where's your alliance leader? Tell him to come see me. He's just a junior and my Autumn Frost family's ancestor can kill him with a single breath. He probably won't dare to come out," the woman mocked. Wang Wen felt a headache coming on. The sixth mainland's 3 forefathers were obstructing them. Even though the sixth mainland was still stronger than the fifth mainland in terms of absolute strength, they were much more apprehensive now. The Autumn Frost clan had not made a move directly because of their apprehensions, and also because they had not found DFA and the others. Wang Wen was thinking about what Lu Yin had said before. Would it be possible to start a war with the Autumn Frost family and divert their attention? It was too dangerous. No matter how wary the sixth mainland was of the fifth mainland, once a war broke out, the outerverse and even the innerverse would be crushed. What a dilemma. He couldn't help scratching his head. Kid, I'm talking to you. The middle-aged woman stared at Wang Wen. Hurry up and release young Master Autumn Frost, Uncle Hua, and that DFA. Then apologize to my Autumn Frost family and withdraw from the outerverse. Then my Autumn Frost family will forget about this matter. As I said before, the Autumn Frost family has nothing to do with my Great Eastern Alliance, said Wang Wen. The beautiful middle-aged woman was enraged, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. It seems like the Great Eastern Alliance really wants to start a war with my Autumn Frost clan. I hope that you have someone strong enough to stop the patriarch. At the very least, let the patriarch enjoy himself to his heart's content. She then turned around and left. There were emissaries on Xenu Star, so she could not act recklessly. Otherwise she would have destroyed the planet long ago. At that moment Wang Wen received a message from his gadget. He glanced at it and his expression changed. He hurriedly shouted, "Senior, please wait." The middle-aged woman turned around and gave Wang Wen an unfriendly look. Wang Wen smiled sincerely. Senior, I found your family's disciples." The woman glared at him. "You still dare to say that your Great Eastern Alliance didn't capture them?" Wang Wen replied seriously and sincerely, "The Hall of Honor found them. It has nothing to do with my Great Eastern Alliance." Half a day later Wang Wen sighed and sat down in exhaustion. He had finally sent them off. Autumn Frost Qing, Uncle Hua, DFA, and the others had been returned to the Autumn Frost family. No matter how the Autumn Frost family reacted, Wang Wen was certain that the Hall of Honor had found them. Uncle Hua was about to explode from anger. Wang Wen had insisted that this matter had nothing to do with the Great Eastern Alliance. Even if Autumn Frost Qing claimed that Lu Yin had injured them, Wang Wen had said that it was an illusion. In any case, it had nothing to do with the Great Eastern Alliance and they had no proof. As for how the Autumn Frost family would react in the future, that was a matter for the future. They could not start a war now. Uncle Hua immediately contacted Lu Yin. "What's going on? How did Chaos God Mountain disappear again?" Lu Yin was helpless. "An expert saved the Tsang universe. There's nothing we can do about it. We can't stop them." "What about the flying willow leaves? Those are 2 absolute experts with power levels over 700,000. How can you not stop them?" "We can't." "What's the situation?" Wang Wen was much more serious now. If even the flying willow leaves could not stop them, then the situation was extremely serious. Lu Yin had nothing to hide from Wang Wen. Wang Wen listened to Lu Yin's words and continued. "If it's just to deal with Leon's armada, is there a need to be so secretive? And if it's related to the Longevity Squadron, then it's even stranger. The Nightmare Squadron and the Longevity Squadron should be able to fight against Leon's armada. Why is Chaos God Mountain involved? And why is it that they secretly used the Leo family? It doesn't make sense." "That's what I want to investigate," Lu Yin said. Wang Wen said, "Unless there's an even bigger scheme behind all of this and there's someone controlling everything. You have to be careful. This matter is not simple." "I know. That's why I've decided to go to the Lesser Thousand Flow Zone and look for the Starsibyl sect." Wang Wen frowned. Before the truth is revealed, everyone is suspicious. The Starsibyl sect is no exception. Let's go investigate first. I have the flying willow leaves and a body full of external items, so safety shouldn't be an issue. If even that can't protect me, then there's no difference whether I go or not. Right, help me find Xianxia, Lu Yin said. Wang Wen raised his brows. "That swindler." Lu Yin replied, "He's not a swindler. If we find him, we might be able to find out who he is." He had attacked Chaos God Mountain, and now that he had failed, Lu Yin did not know if the Tsang universe would expose this matter. Logically speaking, that should not be the case. Otherwise, Lu Yin would not be able to explain who had saved him. If an expert with a power level of 700,000 could not stop the flying willow leaves and the flying willow leaves were helping Chaos God Mountain, then that would not be a good thing for the Tsong universe. The Innerverse would also be on guard against him. It was unlikely that the Tsong universe would expose him, but the Tsong universe would definitely think of a way to secretly bewitch the leaders of the 8 Great Flow Zones into opposing him, which would not be good for Lu Yin. Lu Yin kept thinking about this problem on his way to the giant financial group. However, when he reached the giant financial group he could not think of a solution. The only solution was to secretly destroy the Tsong universe, but the Tsong universe would not give him another chance. Qin Kong was very vexed. Lu Yin had previously planned to take control of Chaos God Mountain, but he had not approved of it. Now that the plan had failed, it meant that the giant financial group could no longer rely on Chaos God Mountain's strength to protect themselves. Chaos God Mountain might even take the initiative to expose the giant, which would be a disaster. The expeditionary army might be the first to act. When he saw Lu Yin, Qin Kong's expression turned ugly, but he did not dare to say anything. Chaos God Mountain was no longer helping them, and they could not rely on the other powers of the Innerverse. The only ones they could rely on were Lu Yin and the Great Eastern Alliance. Now that Lu Yin had attacked Chaos God Mountain and taken control of it, the giant financial group would no longer rely on Chaos God Mountain to rely on Lu Yin. Now that Lu Yin had failed, the giant financial group would have to rely on Lu Yin even more. From the moment that Lu Yin had decided to take action, the giant financial group would no longer be able to escape. This guy's goal from the beginning couldn't have been the giant financial group, right? Qin Kong maliciously guessed. Lu Yin did not have the time to care about what Qin Kong was thinking. He had come to the giant financial group to send the giant back. As for whether or not the giant financial group would submit to him, there was no need to think about it. They had no other choice and there was no room for discussion. Alliance Master Lu, someone from Shamrock Enterprises wishes to see you. Leng Yan was in charge of receiving Lu Yin and waiting for his orders. Who is it? Lu Yin asked. Shamrock Enterprises Innerverse CEO's secret technique Yan, Leng Yan replied. Let him come, Lu Yin said calmly. Yan soon arrived behind Leng Yan. When he saw Lu Yin he bowed respectfully. Yan greets Alliance Master Lu. Lu Yin looked at him. Did you bring the item? Yan glanced at Leng Yan who hurriedly retreated. After Leng Yan left, Yan took out an exquisite bottle that emitted a cold aura. This bottle was made of an unknown material, and even Lu Yin's cold aura, which was comparable to that of an enlighter's, was unable to freeze the bottle. Lu Yin took the bottle and felt a chill. This cold aura could freeze an ordinary enlighter, but to Lu Yin it was nothing more than cold air. Lu Yin opened the bottle and saw a round object covered in spikes. He was stunned. Is this an astral origin pill? Yan replied, yes. The astral origin pill is not directly consumed. Instead, it is used like a power vessel and can temporarily break through the astral source universe. Why is there only one? Yan took out 2 more bottles that emitted cold auras and handed them to Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the astral origin pill and saw that the number of rune lines was exaggerated, and it had a power level of more than 500,000. It was no wonder why it could break through the astral source universe. Although it had such a high power level, it was still an inanimate object. Lu Yin did not understand how this thing had been made. Your Shamrock Enterprises is quite capable to be able to make something like this, Lu Yin casually commented as he glanced at Yan. Yan did not reply as he knew that the more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin was disappointed. Alright, leave the items here. You may leave. Yan respectfully excused himself. He did not care about the agreement between Lu Yin and Balsam, as he had only come to deliver the items. Hold on, Lu Yin suddenly called out to Yan. Yan was puzzled. Is there anything else, Alliance Leader Lu? How did Yu Mu get his hands on astral origin pills? More than one? Lu Yin asked curiously. This was not something that someone of Yu Mu's level should have access to, and even the woman who had tried to kill Yu Mu had not known about it. Yan replied, Yu Mu has been with Shamrock Enterprises for many years and he knows everything that he should know. We have not hidden anything from him. You trust him so much but you still killed him? Lu Yin sneered. Yan fell silent. Lu Yin waved a hand and Yan retreated. Lu Yin's mood improved slightly as he looked at the pills in his hand. He picked one up and studied it over and over again, But he could not figure out how such a small thing could be so powerful that it could break through the astral source universe. Could it be that pyrolite had been added to it? Thank you, Brother AI Sheng. Can't sleep enough is enough. I'll be updating in a few days. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1619. Pyrolite was a material that had caused the entire innerverse and outerverse to fight over it, and even the neoverse had sent people over. If the Sea King hadn't taken it all away, it would definitely have appeared in the current conflict between the innerverse and outerverse. Pyrolite was indeed very useful, but against those old freaks whose power levels were in the hundreds of thousands, it was rather useless. If every astral source pill contained pyrolite, then it would make sense. If anyone had pyrolite, it would be Zhou Xian. After the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, he had taken control of all the teams that mined pyrolite in the astral wilderness. After the innerverse and outerverse had been connected, the pyrolite had been stored on Xenu Star. Although there wasn't much, it was better than nothing, and no more pyrolite or had been discovered in the astral wilderness. Zhou Xian held the astral source pill in his hand and flicked it out. The pill shot out from his fingertip and tore through the void before erupting with an indescribable power that caused the astral source universe to crack open. Zhou Xian stepped in, and the astral source universe cracked open as quickly as it recovered. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xian reappeared far away from his previous position, almost across the entire solar system controlled by the giant financial group. Yumu had been able to escape because of this pill. Zhou Xian still couldn't figure out how the astral source pill could break open the astral source universe. He shook his head and decided to stop researching for now. Since he couldn't figure it out, then he would have to work with someone who had figured it out. The astral source pill's greatest use wasn't for escaping, but rather for interfering with astral sources. The Wen family contacted Zhou Xian again, and it was still Wen Zizai. This Wen family head was very persistent. "Senior, my conditions will not change," Zhou Xian said stiffly. Wen Zizai was helpless. "I've already obtained the panorama. You can come to the Wen family to take a look, but you can't take it away. This is the Wen family's bottom line." Zhou Xian replied, "It seems like Senior has no intention of cooperating. I can only sell Wen Zizai to someone else, such as the Sword Sect." Wen Zizai's gaze turned cold and he wanted to say something, but he held himself back. The current Zhou Xian wasn't someone he could threaten. Even before the Sovereign Tournament, Zhou Xian would be able to topple the Day-Night Flow Zone. The Day-Night clan was much more powerful than the Wen family. Alliance leader Lu, you should know that the panorama belongs to the Han family, not the Wen family. We're just borrowing it, Wen Zizai helplessly. Zhou Xian shrugged. This has nothing to do with you, ZT. He then hung Zizai's end. After ending his conversation with Wen Zizai, Zhou Xian took the willow leaves and headed straight to the Lesser Thousand Flow Zone. He wanted to use divination to see if he could find any clues. He had never believed in divination, but when he had been divine back then, the results of his divination matched the information he had found in the Astral Tree sect. The results were shockingly similar, and it had changed his opinion of the Star Sibyl sect. Perhaps divination really could reveal something. "Master, I want to go too. Take me with you. I don't want to leave you." Ku Wei wailed, wanting to leave with Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian laughed. "All right, then come with me." Ku Wei was stunned as he had not expected Zhou Xian to agree. He felt awkward as he did not want to leave. Nowhere was as comfortable as the giant financial group. Here the giants looked at him as if he was their ancestor. Their gazes were too pleasurable and it felt too good. Aside from being ordered around by Zhou Xian, he was treated like a lackey. Only an idiot would leave. But now he was embarrassed. "Stay at the giant financial group and keep an eye on those giants. If anything happens, report to me immediately. Chaos God Mountain won't dare to make a move against the giant financial group for the time being, but there's no guarantee that Songzhou won't go crazy. Be careful." Ku Wei hurriedly acknowledged the order. Flying Willow Flower Belt, Zhou Xian headed east. The Minor Thousand Flow Zone was located at the intersection of the Gu Flow Zone and the First Flow Zone. It was closer to the outer verse than the giant financial group, but it was also closer to the Cosmic Sea. While Zhou Xian was heading towards the giant financial group, Songzhou contacted the Sword Sect Master, Lu Qianjue. No one knew what they talked about, but when they ended the call, Lu Qianjue ordered the entire Sword Sect to prepare for war. The entire Sword Sect was shaken. Aside from the Sixth Mainland's attack, they had not received any orders from their sect master to prepare for war in a long time. Even the battles with the surrounding flow zones were only minor skirmishes. Everyone in the sword sect was trying to guess who the target of this war was. Li Zimo's sword was held horizontally, and behind him was a giant waterfall. The surrounding forest was filled with the chirping of birds and insects, and even the occasional disciple practicing his sword. None of this affected him, and he was like a stubborn rock that withstood the force of the waterfall. He was cultivating the calm heart sword. After returning from the sovereign tournament, Li Zimo became one of the disciples that received the most attention in the entire sword sect. His importance was second only to Lu Tianmu and Lu Xiaoqiu. Even though no one could understand his battle with Wang Yi during the sovereign tournament, his status had completely changed. When Lu Qinjue gave the order to prepare for war, Elder Lian Exen appeared in front of Li Zimo. The sect is preparing for war. You should prepare as well. This war is no small matter, and it won't be much weaker than the war with the Sixth Mainland. Li Zimo opened his eyes, stood up and bowed to Lian Exen. Master, who will our opponent be? Others might not know, but Lian Exen was an expert second only to Lu Qinjue in the sword sect, so she had received some information. The Cosmic Sea. She only said 3 words and did not say anything else. After Lian Exen left, Li Zimo took out his gadget. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to send a message to Lu Yin since joining the sword sect. Lu Yin's gadget beeped and he glanced at it. He was shocked to see that it was Li Zimo. In all honesty, although Lu Yin had arranged for Li Zimo to join the sword sect, it was not yet time to use him, so Lu Yin had never contacted Li Zimo. But now Li Zimo had taken the initiative to send him a message. The sword sect is preparing for battle. Their target is the Cosmic Sea. These words were short, but they caused Lu Yin's mind to churn. He suddenly thought of something and made a terrifying guess. The sword sect's target for battle was Leon's armada. Chaos God Mountain had been attacked, and the Tong group had been rescued by a mysterious expert. It was definitely not the Liu family that had implicated them, but rather the Big Sis mercenary group that the Liu family had dealt with. It was the Leon's armada behind the Big Sis mercenary group. Lu Yin wanted to find out the truth of what had happened, and Zhou was also trying to conceal the truth. If Lu Yin could no longer conceal it, then if he were Zhou, he would immediately reveal his cards. His target was Leon's armada. Chaos God Mountain and the Tong group had already joined forces, and there was also that mysterious person. If Lu Yin's guess was not wrong, then it might be related to the Longevity Armada. Now that the sword sect was acting strangely, and their target was the Cosmic Sea, there was a 99% chance that it was Leon's armada. However, this was only a guess, and Lu Yin immediately contacted Sage Leon to ask if he had any connections with the sword sect. The answer he received was disappointing, as he had also hoped that the sword sect had gone to help Leon's armada and not to deal with them. If they were not helping Leon's armada, then they were going to deal with them. Chaos God Mountain, the Tong group and the sword sect were all very dangerous. Lu Yin's gaze trembled and he muttered to himself for a moment before opening his gadget to contact Wen Zizai. Wen Zizai was in the middle of a conversation with President Han, and he was having a headache. When Lu Yin called, his eyes lit up and he accepted the call. Alliance Master Lu, have you changed your mind? Lu Yin knew that if he had taken the initiative to contact Wen Zizai, he would be at a disadvantage in the negotiations, but he had no other choice. Time was tight and Zhou was also grasping for time. Senior, I really want the panorama, Lu Yin said. Wen Zizai's expression turned ugly. I can't give it to you. You can come to my Wen family. I already told you. You don't want Wen Zizai anymore? Lu Tianmu came back with me and she knows that Wen Zizai is in my hands. Someone from the sword sect has already contacted me, Lu Yin said. Wen Zizai's expression changed and his tone became much more serious. What did they offer you? It's not convenient for me to say. I contacted you not only to remind you, but also to give Wen Zizai some face. Wen Zizai helped me more or less in that region of space and he wishes to return to the Wen family. I'm willing to help him. Wen Zizai relaxed. If that's the case, then that's for the best. However, I really can't give the panorama to you. Lu Yin fell silent and Wen Zizai did the same. He had lived for many years, so how could he not hear the hidden meaning in Lu Yin's words? He could sense that Lu Yin had changed his conditions or else his tone would not have changed. Wen Zizai decided to wait. He was confident that he was much more patient than Lu Yin, and his years of sweeping had not been in vain. It seems like Senior really can't give the panorama to me. Since that's the case, I'll agree to Senior's conditions and go to the Wen family to take a look, Lu Yin said. Wen Zizai had expected this, as Lu Yin had taken the initiative to contact him. He had already guessed that this would be the result, and he was waiting for Lu Yin's other conditions. It's not that I'm giving in but that I want to change this condition, Lu Yin said. Wen Zizai replied, please speak, Alliance Master Lu. Lu Yin's expression became much more serious. The Sword Sect is preparing for war. I suspect that their target is my Great Eastern Alliance, so I hope that the Wen family can pressure the Sword Sect so that they cannot participate in the war. Wen Zizai was shocked. The Sword Sect is preparing for war? Li Zimo had immediately informed Lu Yin not long after news of the Sword Sect's preparations had spread. The Wen family naturally had people in the Sword Sect, and the Wen family had also received news of the Sword Sect's preparations. However, they had not had the time to report this to Wen Zizai, who was not in the Wen family but at Yi Huang Academy. Just now the Sword Sect is preparing for war. I refuse to give Wen Shirsi to the Sword Sect, which might have angered them. Thus, I suspect that the Sword Sect's target is my Great Eastern Alliance and Fennel Flow Zone, Lu Yin said. Wen Zizai was speechless and he wanted to curse out loud as this was too fake. How could the Sword Sect start a war with the Great Eastern Alliance just because of Wen Shirsi? Even the Wen family had not thought of starting a war with the Great Eastern Alliance because of Wen Shirsi, much less the Sword Sect. Even if they did start a war, it would not be for this reason. Alliance Master Lu, you're overthinking things. How could the Sword Sect start a war with the Great Eastern Alliance? That's impossible, Wen Zizai said. He did not want to get involved in this matter, and he was currently looking through the Sword Sect's intelligence reports. He had discovered that Sect Master Lu Qianyue had personally issued the order. This was the entire sect preparing for war, and it was no small matter. The Wen family could not rashly participate. In life, it's always better to be cautious. I'd like to ask the Wen family to help me suppress the Sword Sect as a condition for handing over the panorama to me, Lu Yin said. Wen Zizai frowned. Alliance Master Lu, my Wen family can guarantee that the Sword Sect will not start a war with the Great Eastern Alliance. But since when did the Wen family become the leader of the Sword Sect? The Wen family and the Sword Sect both belong to the Innerverse. How could my Wen family not know about the Sword Sect starting a war with the Great Eastern Alliance? Alliance Master Lu, don't worry. This junior hopes that the Wen family will suppress the Sword Sect. Will Senior agree? Lu Yin's tone became much more serious. Chapter 1620. Alliance Master Lu, whoever the Sword Sect starts a war with has nothing to do with you. It's fine as long as it doesn't affect the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin's tone turned sour. Senior, what do you mean by that? You can't give the panorama to me, and now that I'm asking the Wen family for help, you're making all sorts of excuses. It seems like the Wen family really doesn't want the #1 scholar anymore. Anyway, this is my condition. If the Wen family agrees, I can go to the Wen family to look at the panorama and I won't take it with me. If you don't agree, then I won't agree. Wen Zizai felt aggrieved as he was being threatened by a junior. I'm not the only one who has the final say in the Wen family. Mobilizing the Wen family to suppress the Sword Sect is a huge matter to the Wen family, and it's the same as starting a war. We might really start a war with the Sword Sect, and this is only the condition that Alliance Master Lu agrees to give us the #1 scholar. Don't you think that's too much? I'm only delaying the Sword Sect so that you won't start a war. How about this? If the Wen family really does start a war with the Sword Sect, then the Great Eastern Alliance will be responsible for the compensation. I can even invite 2 powerhouses with power levels over 700,000 to join the Wen family and fight the Sword Sect together. How about that? Lu Yin had already said this, and Wen Zizai knew that Lu Yin would not back down. Let me think about it. I'll need to discuss this with the rest of the Wen family. If the Sword Sect starts a war with anyone, then the conditions will be nullified. Your Wen family can forget about becoming #1 scholar for the rest of your life. I, Lu Yin, am a man of my word. Lu Yin then ended the call. He had no choice but to threaten the Wen family to join him and stop the Sword Sect. The Wen family was definitely not as strong as the Sword Sect, but they could still delay the Sword Sect. Lu Yin wanted to disrupt the Tsong Universe's plans. Even if they really did start a war with Leon's armada, they would need to give the Great Eastern Alliance time to prepare. With that in mind, Lu Yin immediately contacted Wang Wen and had the army that was preparing to head to the Cosmic Sea. This might be their first battle since their formation, and that army would be called the Lu Xianjun army. Wen Zizai put down his gadget and immediately gathered the upper echelons of the Wen family for a discussion. Finally, they mobilized the entire family as quickly as possible and ordered the family to prepare for war. Their target, the Sword Sect. Could it be that the patriarch's illegitimate son was killed by the Sword Sect? It wasn't just the Wen family, even the neighboring Beast Tamer's flow zone was dumbfounded. They even suspected that Wen Zizai had gone senile and had issued the wrong order. His target had actually been the Divine Grade Hull, but after repeated confirmation, they realized that Wen Zizai's orders had been directed at the Sword Sect. This was strange. Soon the Sword Sect received the news. Lu Qianjue almost misheard it. The Wen clan wants to start a war with the Sword Sect? Where did you get that information? Elder Li's expression turned ugly. According to the people we planted in the Wen clan, Wen Zizai personally gave the order to mobilize the clan to prepare for war. Their target is the Sword Sect. Lu Qianjue was momentarily at a loss for words. The erudite flow zone and the first flow zone were separated by the Beast Tamer's flow zone, so what kind of battle was this? But Wen Zizai had personally given the order. That was not right. Thinking about it, Lu Qianjue immediately contacted Wen Zizai. Wen Zizai had no intention of talking to Lu Qianjue. He had nothing to say. The Wen family had been forced to put pressure on the Sword Sect. If he said something like that, Lu Qianjue would probably start a fight. Since Wen Zizai did not answer, Lu Qianjue kept trying. The Sword Sect had been preparing for war with the Cosmic Sea for a long time, and they could not stop because of the Wen family's inexplicable declaration of war. Finally, after 2 full days, Wen Zizai managed to contact Lu Qianjue. However, he had no other choice. Lu Qianjue had been trying to contact him for 2 full days, and it would be unreasonable if he did not answer. Wen Zizai, why are you declaring war on the Sword Sect? Lu Qianjue asked sternly as he stared at Wen Zizai. Wen Zizai's eyes went wide. Lu Qianjue, you still have the nerve to say that? How do you explain being the #1 scholar? What #1 scholar? Lu Qianjue was stunned as he did not know what Wen Zizai was talking about. Wen Zizai sneered. Stop pretending. Do you think I don't know that your Sword Sect wants to take the #1 scholar from Lu Yin? Lu Qianjue was truly at a loss as he had no idea what the #1 scholar was. Lu Tianmu had always been focused on cultivation and had never cared about the outside world. Even as one of the 10 arbiters, he had not cared about the matters of the 5th mainland's younger generation, let alone the impact that the #1 scholar would have on the Wen family and the entire Innerverse. Stop pretending. Lu Yin already told me that my Wen family will definitely take the #1 scholar. If your Sword Sect dares to stop us, my Wen family will not hesitate to declare war. Wen Zizai ended the call. Lu Qianjue did not know what Wen Zizai was talking about. #1 scholar? Who? Someone from the Wen family? Why had he never heard of this name before? Immediately find out who the #1 scholar is, Lu Qianjue ordered. Lu Qianjue did not understand what Wen Zizai was trying to do, but Wen Zizai's attitude did not seem fake. Was the Wen family really going to declare war on the Sword Sect? Would they be able to bear the consequences? Zhou was waiting for the Sword Sect. Chaos God Mountain, the Sword Sect and the United Task Force would enter the Cosmic Sea to attack Leon's armada. They were confident that they could eliminate Leon's armada in one fell swoop, but the Sword Sect still did not move. The agreed-upon time was about to arrive, and Zhou received a report. The Wen family has declared war on the Sword Sect? Yes, we just received the news as well. The Wen family has declared war on the Sword Sect, Song said. Zhou felt as if he had seen a ghost. What kind of enmity did the Wen family have with the Sword Sect? Why had they suddenly declared war? It was as if a group of the Wen family's elites had been wiped out. Zhou thought about the severity of this matter. If the Wen family had declared war on the Sword Sect, how could the Sword Sect continue fighting in the Cosmic Sea? They did not dare to leave so easily. Zhou immediately contacted Wen Zizai, but Wen Zizai was not answering anyone's calls. It was not just Zhou, the Lingling clan or the Beast Tamer's flow zone. Even the Divine Venomous dynasty, which did not care about external affairs, tried to contact the Wen family, but Wen Zizai did not answer anyone's calls. Lu Yin had told him that the sword sect was fighting for the #1 scholar position, which was why Wen Zizai had made the matter clear. Wen Zizai was not stupid, so how could he tell others about the #1 scholar position? There was no guarantee that someone would interfere. Without mentioning the #1 scholar position, Wen Zizai did not know what reason to declare war, so he simply ignored everyone else. Song Zhou was currently the most irritated. He had already been angered by Lu Yin's scheme, and now something had happened to the sword sect. Wen Zizai was still not answering his calls, so he could only contact Lu Qinjue. Lu Qinjue still had not found out who the #1 scholar position was, so he did not speak kindly to Song Zhou. The Wen family is nearby, and they've already sent experts to surround the first flow zone. If you want me to fight the Cosmic Sea with you, what will the sword sect do? Song Zhou was puzzled. Why did Wen Zizai declare war on you? Lu Qinjue's tone became even worse at the mention of this. How would I know? He said something about the #1 scholar position. Is there such a person in the Wen family? Check it out. Song Zhou immediately gave the order to investigate, but the sword sect could not find anything. Neither could the rest of the flow zones. The leaders of the 8 great flow zones were all about the same in terms of strength. Aside from the divine venomous dynasty, that place could not be easily infiltrated. There's no such person in the Wen family. What #1 scholar position? How could we not find out who that person is? What else did Wen Zizai say? Song Zhou asked. Lu Qinjue gritted his teeth. He said that Lu Yin told him. Song Zhou's eyes narrowed, as he was now certain that Lu Yin must have guessed that the sword sect was preparing for war in order to deal with Leon's armada. That was why Lu Yin had thought of a way to have the Wen family delay the sword sect. Where had this person gotten such a method from? How had he managed to mobilize the Wen family? Even Song Zhou could not figure out how Lu Yin had done it. Was the #1 scholar position really that important? There's no such person in the Wen family's genealogy records. Talk to Wen Zizai again and tell the Wen family to wait. We'll give them an explanation after the battle in the Cosmic Sea, Song Zhou said. Lu Qinjue shook his head. That old bastard Wen Zizai isn't seeing anyone right now. We can't contact him. Song Zhou was furious. It's Lu Yin. It's all his doing. He instigated the Wen family and the sword sect. Lu Yin's background is complicated, but the only one that can truly help the Great Eastern Alliance is Leon's armada. The others, whether it's Master Yuan, the head inquisitor, or Elder Chan, can't be his henchmen. We need to destroy Leon's armada in order to break Lu Yin's arm. Lu Qinjue was helpless. I understand, and that's why I joined you. My sword sect has nothing to do with Leon's armada, and we don't want to offend them for no reason. Heizage Leon has Eversky Island behind him, but Lu Yin's ambition is too great. We can't deal with him, so we can only break his arm. But don't forget that there are conditions for my sword sect to take action. Don't worry, we won't touch Heizage Leon. We'll just destroy Leon's armada, Song Zhou said. But then he felt that something was off. The sword sect could not even participate in the battle, so what kind of conditions were there to talk about? Is your sword sect sure that they won't participate in the battle? Lu Qinjue lowered his voice. I'll personally look for Wen Zizai and find out what's going on with the Wen family. How can Lu Yin make the entire Wen family work for him? And how can Wen Zizai trust him? I'll wait for you for half a month. If the sword sect is still unable to participate in the battle after that, then we'll go ourselves. Regardless of whether we succeed or not, we still have to try, Song Zhou said before ending the call. Lu Qinjue frowned, as Leon's armada was not simple. He did not know why Chaos God Mountain had to participate in the battle to destroy Leon's armada, but he knew that it was because of Lu Yin. There was still a group within Cosmic Sea. The various parties' interests were involved, which had led to this battle. This battle was extremely important, and if they could not eliminate Leon's armada, then they would definitely have to bear the brunt of revenge. That was not all, as Lu Qinjue was still most worried about Lu Yin. If they could destroy Leon's armada, then Lu Yin's Great Eastern Alliance would no longer be a threat. Lu Qinjue wanted to participate in this battle as much as possible. Chaos God Mountain and the Zhou group alone were not enough to guarantee his safety. The situation in the Innerverse had become strange. The war between the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's Ross Empire and the Demon Dragon clan from the Great Ruins had yet to end, and there were also many other powers involved. Over here, the Sword Sect and the Wen family were both preparing for battle, and a shocking battle had broken out at Chaos God Mountain. Everyone felt that the Innerverse was about to descend into chaos. Half a month was the longest that Zhou could delay for. Lu Yin had already discovered their plan, and Leon's armada was definitely prepared. Thus, Zhou could only give the Sword Sect half a month. As they looked at the 108 ring-shaped tributaries in front of them, they finally arrived at the Starsabil sect. As soon as they arrived, Lu Yefei sensed something strange. It's like something's watching us. Big Sister Feihua's expression turned ugly, and she spread out her astral source in an attempt to find the source of the attention. However, she could not find anything. Lu Yin suddenly spoke up. Seniors, what do you think about divination? Chapter 1621. Upon hearing Lu Yin's question, Feihua mocked him. You believe in such things? Lu Yin ignored her and looked at Mr. Lu Yi, who replied, divination is more like a form of speculation. We haven't really come into contact with such things. This is the Minor Thousand Flow Zone, and the only sect that exists here is the Starsabil sect. The Starsabil sect relies on divination for a living. The moment they entered the Minor Thousand Flow Zone, Lu Yi and Feihua had felt that something was off, but they could not pinpoint what it was. They could not shake off the feeling that they were being watched, and they could not figure out what it was. It was as if the entire Minor Thousand Flow Zone was a pair of eyes. Starsabil arrived to welcome Lu Yin. Brother Lu, I didn't expect you to come. Starsabil smiled when she saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled back. Why? You didn't divine it? Starsabil revealed a beautiful smile. My Starsabil sect has never been able to divine Brother Lu's whereabouts, so it's not strange. She then looked at Lu Yi and Feihua with a much more respectful expression. She slowly bowed. Starsabil greets the two seniors. It's been a tiring journey. It's just a short journey. What's so tiring about it? Feihua casually asked. Starsabil smiled. Most people won't be able to complete this journey in their lifetime. She then led Lu Yin and Lu Yi and Feihua onto Starsabil. After sending Lu Yi and Feihua away, Lu Yin spoke to Starsabil alone. Do you know who I am? Starsabil did not understand. What are you referring to? Lu Yin solemnly replied, the Lu family of the astral tree. Starsabil's expression did not change. Brother Lu, do you remember the last time we met? We talked about conflicting fates. We are worried about conflicting fates for those who come for divination, and the same goes for us. No matter what we know, we will not reveal it, so Brother Lu need not worry. You didn't answer my question directly. Do you know who I am? Lu Yin asked again. Starsabil met Lu Yin's gaze, her resplendent eyes as beautiful as ever. Divination is about karma and relationships. It's not mystical enough to see through everything about a person. Lu Yin nodded. Brother Lu, why have you come? Starsabil asked. Lu Yin asked, what's the price for asking you to perform a divination? That will depend on what Brother Lu wants to divine. The last time I invited Brother Lu here, Master said that we should form good karma. I also want to form good karma with Brother Lu. Starsabil smiled. Lu Yin replied, you've already helped me the last time when you divined the location of the Southern Margins Director. I'm willing to give Brother Lu even more good karma. Brother Lu is worth the Starsabil sect's efforts, Starsabil said. Lu Yin did not want to owe the Starsabil sect anything. He had heard that the more he was involved with people in matters related to divination, the more troublesome it would be. Tell me your conditions or else I won't be able to ask. Starsabil was helpless. It looks like Brother Lu is still prejudiced against my Starsabil sect. Since that's the case. She then turned serious and continued, I need a promise from Brother Lu. What promise? Lu Yin was curious. Starsabil's eyes were focused. One day in the future, humanity will face the greatest calamity in history. I hope that Brother Lu will do his best to preserve a trace of our Starsabil sect so that the name of the Starsabil sect can be passed down. Lu Yin raised a brow. Humanity will face a calamity in the future? Starsabil had a complicated look in her eyes. I don't know. Divination involves divining the years, seeing the future and seeing through the past. However, neither Master nor I can see a certain future. It's as if everything related to humanity will be severed during that period of time. This is not a good thing. At the very least, my Starsabil sect will not be able to connect with our future selves. Lu Yin did not understand what she was saying. That day will not come. Even if it does, I will do my best to accomplish it. Then I'll thank Brother Lu in advance. What is it that you wish to know this time? Starsibyl asked. Lu Yin solemnly replied, back then Big Sis had a falling out with Leon's armada, and she led a group of people to form the Big Sis mercenary group. They entered the Innerverse, but Zhou Xian accused my surname of being illegal and banished the Big Sis mercenary group. In the end, 72 lives were lost and the Liu clan was implicated as well. I would like to ask you to divine the truth of this matter. Starsibyl was puzzled. Hasn't this matter already been investigated? Leon's armada declared war on the Mastiff Society after Big Sis mercenary group returned. Both sides have yet to stop fighting, and the Mastiff Society has suffered heavy losses. They're constantly recruiting people from the Innerverse and Neoverse. Lu Yin's expression was gloomy. On the surface it's over, but I recently found out that the Liu clan ambushing Big Sis mercenary group is related to Chaos God Mountain. Chaos God Mountain is also related to the Mastiff Society. There must be more to this matter and I want to know more about it. Starsibyl nodded. Understood. Please wait a moment, Brother Lu. This divination was clearly more troublesome than the previous one, and Lu Yin had to wait much longer as well. Even though he had taken the initiative to ask Starsibyl for a divination, he still did not believe in divination. However, his previous experience with the Starsibyl sect had left him unable to see things clearly, so he was still in a state of disbelief. In fact, he was more willing to believe in divination as it was information rather than seeing the future and the past. Starsibyl had once said that divination involved cutting off the river of time, but Lu Yin did not believe her. If the Starsibyl sect could really do something like that, they would not have stayed in the Innerverse for so long. Brother Lu, divination is unable to uncover the entire matter, but I did manage to divine a surname that Brother Lu did not mention earlier, Starsibyl said when she saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What surname? Starsibyl's gaze turned cold. Xia. Lu Yin was shocked. Xia. Starsibyl nodded. When I started divination, the surname Xia appeared in my mind and could not be erased. However, if I wanted to delve deeper into the matter, I could not do so. I can confirm that this matter is related to Xia. Lu Yin fell into deep thought and Starsibyl left to give him some time alone to think. Not long after, Lu Yin contacted Sage Leon and asked if Leon's armada had any connections with the Xia family. Xia? How did they get involved? How is my Leon's armada related to the Xia family? How do you know that it's related to the Xia family? I'm in the Starsibyl sect. Idiot, you actually believed someone like that. If you have so much free time, why don't you accompany me for a drink? Captain Leon's armada is backed by Eternal Sky Island. Do you think that this matter is related to the Elysian Heavenly Master and Xiaji? Lu Yin suddenly asked. He was trying to deduce the situation from the bottom up. The Liu family, Chaos God Mountain, the Tyrant Regiment, and the Xia family all corresponded to the Big Sis mercenary group, Leon's armada and Eternal Sky Island. If it was related to the Xia family, then Lu Yin could only think of Xiaji. Otherwise, why would they oppose Eternal Sky Island? Heizage Leon fell silent. He had started his apprenticeship on Eternal Sky Island and founded Leon's armada. Speaking of which, Leon's armada had nothing to do with Eternal Sky Island, and the Elysian Heavenly Master did not recognize it as a group of pirates. However, if something happened to Leon, the Elysian Heavenly Master would not sit idly by. If the Xia family was related to this matter, then the only place that could implicate them was Eternal Sky Island. Wait. Leon immediately contacted the Elysian Heavenly Master. Not long after, he replied, Master says that he has no enmity with Xiaji. Lu Yin's head hurt and he felt like he could not continue investigating. The Xia family had mysteriously gotten involved and there was no reason for them to do so. Chaos God Mountain, the Tyrant Regiment and the Longevity's Armada. How had these powers allied together? Chaos God Mountain had no reason to deal with Leon's armada. He contacted Starsibyl again, but she shook her head. I've already divined everything that can be divined. Divinations cannot be made out of nothing and there needs to be clues. Otherwise, the river of time is endless and finding a needle in a haystack is harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Xiaji had no reason to deal with the Elysian Heavenly Master, nor did he have any reason to become enemies with Eternal Sky Island. Could Starsibyl have made a mistake in her calculations? He looked at Starsabil suspiciously. Then can I have a chat with your master? Starsabil smiled gently. Does Brother Lu not trust me? Lu Yin coughed. No, it's just that I was in too much of a hurry to communicate with your master, and I wanted to meet him again. Starsabil replied, Brother Lu, my divination and my master's results are the same. Brother Lu, you have no clue about this matter and you want to use divination to find new clues. However, divination is not omnipotent and it's already not bad that you were able to find out about the Xia surname. Lu Yin sighed. If the Starsabil sect's divination was correct, then this matter really was related to the Xia family. Xia Ji had no enmity with the Elysian Heavenly Master, so what about the rest of the Xia family? Lu Yin laughed. The rest of the Xia family had no right to scheme against Eternal Sky Island, not even the head of the Xia family. Suddenly Lu Yin thought of something. Could Xia Ji have learned the 9 clones technique? During the contest for the Star Tower and the battle in the Mountain and Sea Realm, Xia Juyo had revealed his 9 clones technique, which had shocked the universe. Starsabil had also learned it, and it was then that everyone had confirmed that Progenitor Chen's 9 clones technique truly existed. However, besides the 2 of them, no one else had cultivated it. The rest of the Xia family also did not know the 9 clones technique. At that time, everyone had thought that the 9 clones technique had been created by Progenitor Chen, but in reality, how could he have done so when he was young? It had come from the Shenwu plane of the astral tree. Then could Xia Ji have learned the 9 clones technique? Xia Ji himself had no enmity with Eternal Sky Island, so could it have been one of his clones that had plotted everything? No one else had the right to scheme against Eternal Sky Island. When he thought of this possibility, Lu Yin immediately sought out Starsabil. I have a question, but I'm not sure if I should ask. Lu Yin hesitated. Starsabil smiled. Please ask, Brother Lu. I'll tell you everything that I can. Lu Yin seriously asked, where did you learn the 9 clones technique? Starsabil was stunned as she had not expected Lu Yin to ask such a question. This was her greatest privacy, second only to a woman's privacy. Lu Yin apologetically replied, I know I shouldn't have asked, but it's fine if you don't want to tell me. Starsabil gently replied, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I'm afraid that you won't believe me. Lu Yin was curious. Starsabil earnestly replied, divination can be used to intercept the river of time. When Xia Juyo came to the Starsabil sect, I was coincidentally performing my divination. Perhaps it was because of him or perhaps it was just a coincidence, but I saw the 9 clones technique in the river of time. Lu Yin's eyes widened. There was such a thing. What about Xia Juyo? Lu Yin asked. Chapter 1622. Starsabil replied. He saw it with me. Lu Yin now understood why Xia Juyo had revealed the 9 clones technique to Starsabil in the Mountain and Sea Realm. The 2 of them had learned it at the same time. To outsiders, Xia Juyo claims that the 9 clones technique came from Progenitor Chen's tomb, but in reality, no one knows if the 9 clones technique actually exists in Progenitor Chen's tomb. It was a coincidence that I was able to learn it. It shouldn't be a coincidence. Master said that Xia Juyo's bloodline is too close to mine, which allowed me to see the 9 clones technique in the river of time. That's my guess as well. The path of divination is vast and boundless, and there are many things that we cannot explain. For example, I don't know how Master saw through Brother Lu's past. Lu Yin sighed. If it's the legendary god of destiny, then he should be able to see through everything. Starsabil laughed. Brother Lu, you believe in that? Lu Yin frowned. You don't believe me? Starsabil shook her head. The god of destiny is illusory. Many people have studied divination since ancient times, but there is no proof of the god of destiny's existence. My Starsabil sect does not believe it. Lu Yin grunted, not intending to discuss this with Starsabil. Do you think that Xia Ji might know the 9 clones technique? Starsabil's eyes lit up. Brother Lu, what do you mean? Help me divine Xia Ji and focus on his clones, Lu Yin said seriously. Starsabil was helpless. Xia Ji is one of the 7 demigods and he's at the peak of the human race. I can't divine him with my abilities and even Master can't do it. I'm afraid that Brother Lu will be disappointed. You said that Xia Juyo's bloodline is too close, which is why you can see the 9 clones technique from the river of time. Then if I have Progenitor Chen's bloodline and focus on Xia Ji's clones, will that be of help? Lu Yin asked, taking out a vial of Progenitor Chen's blood. After Ku Wei's upgrade, he had a total of 3 vials of blood. He had given Ku Wei one so that he could become the source of the giant's bloodline, so he still had 2 vials left. Starsibil was shocked. Progenitor Chen's blood? Is there any help? He asked. Starsibil accepted the vial. Even though she had seen many grand scenes before, she was still excited at this moment. This was Progenitor Chen's blood, which was the blood of a progenitor. It possessed an unfathomable might, and just by looking at it she felt as if she could hear the roars of battle from ancient times. She had seen far more than Lu Yin had, and she could faintly see a pair of eyes appear from within the vial. They carried a supreme dignity that caused Starsibil's face to turn pale. The bottle suddenly fell to the ground, and Lu Yin hurriedly caught it as he looked at Starsibil strangely. Starsibil panted heavily. "I'm sorry, Alliance Leader Lu. I'm used to divining and I can see the river of time. I just saw Progenitor Chen." These words sent a chill down Lu Yin's spine. Wasn't this like seeing a ghost? He hurriedly handed Progenitor Chen's blood over to Starsibil. "Can you divine the location of Xiaji's clone?" Starsibil nodded. "I can give it a try." She then turned and left. Not long after, Lu Yin suddenly looked in the direction that Starsibil had left. He saw a boundless, majestic rune line spreading out into the universe, heading in an invisible direction. This was completely different from the previous divination, as this was borrowing the power of Progenitor Chen's blood. Suddenly, all of the rune lines headed south. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. Had she divined it? Starsibil walked out of the void, her face pale and exhausted. She looked up towards the south. "It's the Cosmic Sea in Neoverse." She then looked at Lu Yin. He guessed right. Xiaji has more than one clone and they're in the Cosmic Sea in Neoverse. When Lu Yin heard this, he more or less sorted out his thoughts. Perhaps Xiaji's clone had schemed against Eternal Sky Island and used the Chaotic God Mountain and the Immortal Legion. But why had the Chaotic God Mountain been used? How had the Longevity Legion joined? What about the Sword Sect? What was going on? Lu Yin did not understand, but he did know one thing. Xiaji was very likely behind all of this. "How many clones do you know?" Lu Yin asked anxiously. Starsibil replied, 3 in total. Lu Yin's face sank. The Xia family's 9 clones technique was too disgusting, and they could use it however they wanted. Hold on, Lu Yin suddenly thought of something else. Could Xia Luo still have clones in this region of space? It was not impossible. Lu Yin immediately informed Heizij Lian of his findings and conjectures. This involved half of the group, so it was no small matter. In the Neoverse, Xiaji suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the north. He had felt a sudden impulse as if someone was spying on him. Who could it be? Who could spy on him? The 3 progenitors from the 6th mainland? That shouldn't be the case. Was there someone in this region who could spy on him? After reaching half of the group, Xiaji had experienced many storms and seen through many things. For example, he had allowed Xia Luo to fuse with Xia Jiuyo. He had also known about Xia Yi's cruel training of the family's disciples, but he had not stopped it. In fact, he had even personally killed a few direct descendants. Xia Jiuyo's fate was inseparable from him. Any mishap could lead to irreversible consequences, and Xiaji knew this very well. Now that someone was spying on him, no matter what their goal was, it was not a good thing for him. He raised his hand and activated his gadget. In the Innerverse, in the Chaos Flow Zone, Chaos God Mountain had calmed down after the battle with the emissaries. The lower-level disciples did not know who was in charge of the sect, and they could not do anything about it. Elder Hu's eyes flickered as he walked through Chaos God Mountain. Several disciples greeted him, but he only nodded. Those disciples were puzzled. What's wrong with Elder Hu today? He's ignoring everyone. Elder Hu is usually very introverted, but he might have been frightened by the recent battle. Forget about Elder Hu hasn't been frightened on the mountain. It must have been an emissary-level battle, but I don't know what happened. If Elder Tsong Song hadn't appeared, we would have thought that Chaos God Mountain had been taken over by someone else. Elder Tsong Song doesn't look well. He must have been heavily injured. This matter has nothing to do with us. The most elite disciples and elders still haven't shown themselves. I have a feeling that something big is about to happen. In the distance, Elder Hu returned to his residence. A figure looked up and asked in a hoarse voice, "How was it?" Elder Hu respectfully replied, "Elder Tsong Song was clearly heavily injured, but the sect master didn't notice anything wrong. How could there be nothing wrong? The old man must have been heavily injured. How could Lu Yin let him off so easily? Song Yi was the one who had spoken. After Lu Yin had been defeated, he had immediately fled. Song Zhou had not been able to catch him in time, and even if Song Zhou had wanted to, he would not have been able to do so. Who would have thought that not only had Song Yi not left Chaos God Mountain, but he had even stayed right under Song Zhou's nose. For the sake of his own plan, Song Zhou had not reported Song Yi as a traitor. "Why did you return so quickly this time?" Song Yi asked as he looked at Elder Hu strangely. Elder Hu hesitated. Elder Song Song said that there was no need to show him the amount of resources. Song Yi frowned. "How long?" Elder Hu replied. He said to wait for further notice. Song Yi suddenly stood up and thought for a moment. "Go take a look and see if the explorers have returned." "No, not a single one." Song Yi's eyes flickered. This wasn't right. Lu Yin had been gone for more than half a month, and those disciples should have been released by now. Why hadn't they come out yet? Unless Song Zhou had other plans. After thinking about it for a long time, Song Yi decided to contact Lu Yin. He could not stay on Chaos God Mountain any longer, and he was certain that Lu Yin would not let Chaos God Mountain go. As long as he followed Lu Yin, he would have a chance to control Chaos God Mountain in the future. Just like half a month ago, he would never forget that feeling. A group of elite disciples disappeared? Lu Yin's voice came from Elder Hu's gadget. Song Yi replied, "Yes, and I've already sent people to investigate. Many of the resources for preparation have disappeared, such as medicine, star essence, and offensive items. There's only one reason for this. Chaos God Mountain is preparing for war." "The Cosmic Sea," Lu Yin subconsciously said. "Continue to keep an eye on it. It's best to confirm when Song Zhou will leave." "Yes, Alliance Master," Song Yi replied respectfully. Lu Yin continued, "I will remember your contributions. In the future, Chaos God Mountain will need someone to take charge." Song Yi was delighted. "Thank you, Alliance Master." After ending the call with Lu Yin, Song Yi thought for a moment and then contacted someone else. He should not have used a gadget, but because he was in the 5th mainland, he had adapted to using one. It was the 6th mainland's Madame Red. The cultivators of the 6th mainland had not been used to gadgets at first, but now almost everyone had one. It was too convenient. Song Yi told Madame Red about the same situation. He did not place all of his hopes on Lu Yin. Although Lu Yin was someone who wanted power and wanted to control everything, his bottom line was too obvious. He was a traitor of the 5th mainland, and it was unlikely that Lu Yin would put him in an important position. He was lucky that Lu Yin had not died, but Song Yi still wanted to place his focus on the 6th mainland. The 6th mainland would not willingly remain in the Outerverse. He was certain of this. Madame Red was very satisfied with Song Yi's information. Ever since the war with the 5th mainland had ceased, she had not used those traitors. In the short term, it was impossible for the two mainlands to go to war, but that did not stop her from personally taking a look. Perhaps she could bring about some new changes to the 5th mainland. The Cosmic Sea was a very unique place in the 5th mainland. It had unimaginable phenomena that even surpassed the boundaries of the natural world. Some places had thunderstorms, some had volcanic eruptions all year round, and some had dangerous seawater, such as the Whitefall region. However, these were just a corner of the Cosmic Sea. When the 6th mainland had attacked the 5th mainland, the Cosmic Sea's phenomena had given them a headache. At this moment, there was a region in the Cosmic Sea that was raining rocks. They were not rocks that were commonly seen in nature, but rather objects that were similar to rocks but were not as heavy as rocks. In the Cosmic Sea, these rocks were also known as rocks, and each one of them was as heavy as a mountain range. The rain of rocks crashed into the sea, causing huge waves to rise. Each rock caused the seawater to churn. At the bottom of the sea, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. They were icy cold and carried a bone-chilling aura. The person wielded a trident and leapt out. There was a loud bang as an attack from the void was blocked. "You dare to disturb Leon's armada? Die." Chapter 1623. What arrogance! Heizage Leon is protecting you freaks. Today my Machi Tuan is going to wipe out all of the merfolk. A voice rang out, and then one figure after another walked out of the void. Off in the distance, an incomparably large warship appeared, with the large Jin character carved into it. It was the Machi Tuan. "You're courting death." The merfolk stabbed out with their trident weapons, causing the void to crack and expand. It was as if a black line had been drawn in the void as they attempted to tear the distant ship apart. At the same time, the rain of stones in the sky became heavier and heavier. Many stones smashed towards the Mastiff Regiment's ship, but they were completely useless. One of the stones smashed towards the Mastiff Regiment's ship, and it was clearly larger than the others. Within the Mastiff Regiment's ship, a woman sneered as she looked up. "Big Stone, you still haven't changed your habit of sneak attacks." She then used the Universe Evolution True Scripture to weaken it, and with a wave of her hand an arrow shot towards the stone. The stone and the arrow collided in the air, releasing a dazzling light. There was a loud boom as the seabed was pushed back, and the seawater rose into the sky. Merfolk rushed out one after another, and numerous warships appeared behind the Mastiff Regiment's ship, from which emerged countless cultivators. "Today my Mastiff Regiment will exterminate Leon's armada," someone roared. "Arrogant. From today onwards, the Mastiff Regiment will no longer exist in the cosmic ocean. There will no longer be any 4 tyrants." Another roar came from afar, and the 5-meter-tall Elephant King swung its huge trunk as it glared at the Mastiff Regiment. Leon's armada's enormous warship appeared. All 8 of Leon's armada's battle groups appeared, and so did the Mastiff Regiment. A beautiful woman stood on one of the warships. She was beautiful, but her figure was bloated. It was Big Sister, and her brows were tightly furrowed. After returning to Leon's armada, they had declared war on the Mastiff Regiment. This war had lasted for more than 10 years and had never stopped. Even when the 6th Mainland had invaded, there would still be friction between the two sides. From start to finish, Leon's armada had held the initiative. The Mastiff Regiment's experts had died one after another, forcing them to retreat. Less than half of their former territory remained. Under such circumstances, the Mastiff Regiment still dared to fight Leon's armada head-on? They definitely had something to rely on. Lu Feng, the commander of the Thundersword Troop, tore through the void with his sword. His sword chi crossed a long distance and tore apart the rain of stones, slashing towards the Thundersword Troop's ship. Inside the group, Chimia opened his eyes. An illusory light screen blocked the front of the ship. When Lu Feng's sword chi passed through the light screen, it was weakened to the point that it could not even hurt a cultivator with a combat power of more than 300,000. Lu Feng had expected this. She stepped into the Star Source universe, and when she reappeared she was already in the air above the ship. She raised her arm high. Among the 4 tyrants of Universe Ocean, only Leon's armada had 2 emissaries. This was also the reason why Leon's armada dominated Universe Ocean and became the leader of the 4 tyrants. Lu Feng could only be stopped by the regiment commander. Chimia walked out and looked up at Lu Feng. It's a pity that such a genius swordsman would have chosen the right person in her next life. He then stepped forward. Suddenly, a long blade slashed out from the Star Source universe. Chimia was almost hit, but even so the blade still brushed past the tip of his nose, leaving behind a trail of blood. Chimia hurriedly retreated, his face pale. Heizij Leon walked out of the void, holding the Overlord blade. He laughed maniacally. "Chimia, you finally have the guts to show yourself. Don't think of leaving today. Leave your head behind." Heizij Leon raised the Overlord blade and spun it. The immense pressure caused the Universe Ocean to boil. The rain of stones stopped in the sky and accumulated to form a piece of land that then rolled towards the sky. Chimia shook his head. "Heizij Leon, you are too arrogant. Today is the day that your Leon's armada will be destroyed. Try it." Heizij Leon slashed at Chimia. Chimia's eyes narrowed, and a screen of light appeared in front of him to weaken Heizij Leon's attack. At the same time, a weapon appeared in his hand and he stepped into the Star Source universe. Heizij Leon sneered and stepped into the Star Source universe as well. Without the Dark Annihilation blocking, no one in the group was Lu Feng's opponent. Lu Feng slashed her sword at the group's ship again. Inside the ship, the group's cultivators were fearless. Exploding flames rose in the sky as a skinny old man stood on top of the ship and casually tore apart the sword chi. Lu Feng's expression changed. "Songzhou." Songzhou raised his head and charged at Lu Feng without a word. Lu Feng's expression turned serious. He only had a power level of 500,000, while Songzhou had more than 700,000. He was not someone he could fight against. From what Lu Feng knew, he would be defeated within a few breaths of time. The difference was too great and there was no way he could block Song Zhou. However, the results surprised him as Song Zhou's attack was not that terrifying. Song Zhou was helpless as well. When he had been trapped by the flying willows, Lu Yin had heavily injured him to prevent him from escaping. The damage to the astral source cyclone was not easy to heal, so he could only display a power level of 600,000 at most, which was about the same as Lu Feng. If not for that, Lu Feng would have been a corpse long ago. Song Song and the other cultivators from Chaos God Mountain stepped forward to meet Leon's armada. There were tens of thousands of cultivators in Leon's armada, and although they were few in number, they were all elites. The regiment was the same, as numbers did not matter in the Cosmic Sea. The 4 pirate lords did not have many people, and Chaos God Mountain did not have many people who could participate in this battle. The number of people involved in this battle was far less than the Outerverse Weave Wars, but the intensity of the battle was enough to shake the Fifth Mainland. This was a rare battle in the Cosmic Sea. The battle in the Cosmic Sea could not be kept a secret, and the powers of the Innerverse 8 Great Flow Zones quickly learned about it. The Lingling clan, the Divine Grade Hall and the Divine Gu dynasty did not care, as the battle between the 4 pirate lords had nothing to do with them. Only the Wen family understood the situation after learning about the battle between the 4 pirate lords. When Zizai looked at the report and then looked in the direction of the first flow zone. It looks like that old thing Lu Qianjue is preparing for battle so that he can go to the Cosmic Sea. He was still in Yi Huang Academy and President Han spoke up beside him. Lu Yin is the Wen School's #1 scholar, and the entire Wen family is keeping the Sword Sect in check. It looks like he already knew that the Sword Sect was going to make a move against Leon's armada. That kid even said that the Sword Sect was going to make a move against Fennel Flow Zone. I never expected that the Sword Sect's opponent would actually be Leon's armada, Wen Zizai said coldly. President Han sighed. A Lu Xiaoqiu in 100 years, a Lu Tianmu in 1,000 years and a Shangqing in 10,000 years. But how many years does it take for a Lu Yin to appear? His cultivation talent is monstrous and his shrewdness is unfathomable. He has connections and plots against the universe, but he also has a unique temperament that attracts countless followers. He also has unimaginable opportunities. This kid is truly blessed by the heavens. The Wen family should not make an enemy out of him. Wen Zizai could not bear to hear others praise Lu Yin. What, does your Han family want to join him? President Han laughed. The Han family will always be in the erudite flow zone and that will never change. Besides, Lu Yin is too controlling and he won't allow anyone or anything under his control to appear. My Han family can't adapt to him. Wen Zizai's eyes flickered. Leon's armada is Lu Yin's sword. If it's destroyed in this battle, then Lu Yin will no longer be a threat. So what if he has a powerful background? Gory. Will the Hall of Sanctuary help him fight? President Han was flabbergasted as he could hear something different from Wen Zizai's words. It was something dangerous. In the Sword Sect, Lu Qianjue's expression was solemn. He should have participated in this battle, but Lu Yin had ruined it. Now he could only hope that the Astral Lion Regiment and Chaos God Mountain would be able to destroy Leon's armada so that Lu Yin would lose his sharpest sword. That way Lu Yin would be able to stay in the Outerverse and Fennel Flow Zone without any other ideas. Even now, Lu Qianjue did not know that Lu Yin had made a move against Chaos God Mountain. Just as Lu Yin had guessed, Song Zhou had not been able to explain how Lu Yin had managed to escape. Against Lu Yi and Fei Hua, who both had power levels of over 700,000, how could there be any powerhouses to help him? The internal conflict between the 4 tyrannical powers did not affect the blazing mist flow zone at all. The Ross Empire was still at war with the Mega Ruins Demon Dragon clan, and each of them had their own supporters. The Innerverse battle in the Cosmic Sea had not caused much of a stir, but it had caused quite a stir within the Hall of Honor, and the 9 directors immediately began discussing it. It's best to stop this battle. The Cosmic Sea has long been balanced and a civil war will only destroy that balance. Regardless of whether it's Leon's armada or the Astral Lion Regiment, nothing can happen to them. How can we stop it? We can't interfere with other people's battles. As long as it doesn't affect the ordinary people too badly, the Cosmic Sea's battles won't affect them at all. The Astral Lion Regiment is actually working with Chaos God Mountain. Why would Chaos God Mountain help the Astral Lion Regiment? They definitely can't stand Leon's Armada's battle, or maybe they have other motives. The 9 directors looked at each other. None of them were stupid and they could all tell what Chaos God Mountain's true motives were, but they did not know. Even if the Hall of Honor had all the information in the universe, they would not be able to find out. Director Exen, why don't you express your opinion? Old Man Bu looked at Xianxia. Everyone else looked at Xianxia. Both Xianxia and Mr. Yu were from the Cosmic Sea. Xianxia shook her head. I can't say for sure, but the conflict between Leon's Armada and the Astral Lion Regiment isn't something that happened overnight. An all-out war is expected. Old Man Bu looked at Mr. Yu. Does Mr. Yu have anything to say? Mr. Yu had never spoken much among the 9 directors. He was a gentle person and his presence was very low. He would occasionally speak up, but he did not have a strong stance. Only when it came to Lu Yin did he firmly support him. He had received Master Yuan's favor, which was why he had helped Lu Yin vote against Shamrock Enterprises moving their headquarters into the Realm Mountain. Everyone had thought that Mr. Yu would speak up for Leon's Armada and stop the war. After all, the situation was not looking good for Leon's Armada. Mr. Yu was from the Longevity Corps, which had a good relationship with Leon's Armada. However, the results shocked everyone. Mr. Yu stood firm and demanded that Leon's Armada be eradicated. Have you all forgotten that Heizage Leon is the Pirate King? Leon's Armada is made up of the universe's top pirate leaders. Interstellar pirates are sinners that should be completely eradicated, not to mention a pirate king like Heizage Leon. However, due to various misgivings, no one has ever proposed sanctions against Heizage Leon. Now it's time, Mr. Yu said firmly. Song Ying and the other directors looked at Mr. Yu strangely, not understanding why he would suddenly target Leon's Armada. When Old Man Bu heard this, he immediately sent a message to Lu Yin to inform him that the Longevity Corps had been determined to be an enemy. This was also why he had specifically asked Mr. Yu. Lu Yin wanted to know the Longevity Corps' stance through the directors, but he was disappointed. Chapter 1624. I will request the Interstellar Court to immediately punish Heizage Leon and expose all the crimes he has committed over the years. We will also eradicate the pirates he's been protecting and throw them all into Kuan's swamp, Mr. Yu said coldly. Mr. Yu, you've never said these words before, Si Hong said. Mr. Yu replied seriously, there's no chance. If there's a chance, I'll be the first to support eliminating Leon's Armada and these pirates. Mr. Yu's attitude made the other directors realize something. Could it be that the Immortal's Armada wanted to participate as well? If that was the case, then Leon's Armada was in danger. I support Mr. Yu. Leon's Armada has protected too many evil people, and they must be eliminated, Night King Jing said. Lu Ran also spoke up. I support Mr. Yu as well. I support, Song Ying said. He did not care about Leon's Armada, but he still cared about the Giant Financial Group. The Giant Financial Group had joined forces with Leon's Armada to establish the Continental Shipping Company. If they did not eliminate Leon's Armada, then they would never be able to get rid of the Giant Financial Group. Nan Yuan also agreed. As the representative of the 7 courts in the Hall of Honor, he was also a member of the Xia family, so he naturally agreed. With more than half of the directors agreeing, the board of directors would formally request the Interstellar Court to punish Heizage Leon and Leon's Armada. Bu Lao frowned and sent another message to Lu Yin. In the Innerverse, Lu Yin was rushing towards the Cosmic Sea when he saw Bu Lao's message. He reminded Big Sis and the others to pay attention to the Immortal's Armada while also contacting the head judge. He could not interfere with the board of directors' decision, so he could only contact the Interstellar Court. That was his senior brother's territory. However, the head judge could not reach him, so he had no choice but to contact Mu En. This time he managed to contact Mu En. Sir, has the board of directors submitted the decision to punish Heizage Leon and Leon's Armada to the Interstellar Court? Lu Yin asked. This is confidential, so I can't tell you, Mu En replied. Lu Yin immediately asked, is there any way to stop it? Mu En shook his head. Lu Yin, you're a smart person, and you should know that the Interstellar Court is the Hall of Honor's blade. The blade is not the blade itself but the brains. The board of directors is the brains of the Hall of Honor, and I can tell you that they have indeed submitted the decision to punish Heizage Leon, but what? Mu En said, but the head judge is in seclusion, so he is unable to handle the case. He has handed it over to the 3 of us, but this involves Heizij Leon and the Long Sky Island behind him. We do not have the authority to make a decision, so for the time being, we can only send some people into Cosmic Ocean to observe and wait for the head judge to come out of seclusion before making a decision. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. I understand. Thank you, Chief Judge Myun. Lu Yin, the head inquisitor, is a very fair person. I don't know what relationship you have with the head inquisitor, but the Board of Governors has already decided to punish Heizij Leon, and the head inquisitor will definitely carry it out. He will not be biased because of you, so you must be mentally prepared, Mu'en said. Lu Yin ended the call, but Mu'en's words made his heart sink. It seemed that this senior was a truly fair person, so there was nothing he could do. He touched his cosmic ring. Since you're in seclusion, I'll make this decision for you. Back at World Mountain, after returning from the council meeting, Song Ying contacted Shigu, the commander of the expeditionary force. Using the reason that the Interstellar Court could not immediately make a ruling, he requested that the expeditionary force head to the Innerverse and eliminate the Titans. The reason was that the giant financial group would support Leon's armada. Song Ying was from the expeditionary force and he had a great influence within the organization. Now that he was requesting the expeditionary force to move out as a director, the expeditionary force could either accept or reject the request, but Shigu chose to accept. Even if he knew that this reason was fake, it did not matter. When did the expeditionary force ever need to explain its actions to others? Besides, this was a request from a director. The war in the Cosmic Sea escalated, and many guessed that the Immortal Squadron had joined the battlefield. Their target was Leon's armada. The rain of stones was still falling, and Heizij Leon forced Annihilation back with a single slash. Although Annihilation was strong, he could not stop Leon and half of his shoulder was almost cut off. Heizij Leon looked into the distance and saw the Immortal Squadron's giant warship. His face sank. Two-faced. Are you talking about me, Brother Leon? A figure walked out from nearby with a spear on his back and calmly looked at Heizij Leon. Heizij Leon was not surprised by this person's appearance. Ji Chong, your Immortal Squadron has a good relationship with my Leon's armada. Why are you here? Ji Chong raised his head. It's time to change the environment of the Cosmic Sea. Heizij Leon sneered. Isn't it because of the Xia family? Ji Chong's eyes narrowed. I don't know what Brother Leon is talking about. Heizij Leon wielded his overlord blade. Cut the crap. Since you're here, you should be prepared to die. Today I'll wipe both of you out. He then raised his blade and slashed at Ji Chong. The astral source was majestic as it swept across the battlefield. All of the cultivators stopped fighting and subconsciously looked over, but they did not see Heizij Leon and the others. They had already entered the astral source universe. Of the 4 pirate squadrons, Heizij Leon was publicly recognized as the strongest. Annihilation alone could not fight against him, so Ji Chong had come to deal with Heizij Leon. The Immortal Squadron was very powerful. Although they could not compare to Leon's armada, they were still slightly stronger than Annihilation's armada. When they joined forces with Annihilation, Leon's armada immediately fell into a disadvantage. However, this was only Leon's armada. Heizij Leon was the pirate king, and when he had dealt with the Day-Night clan, he had called upon countless pirates from the Innerverse to overthrow the Day-Night flow zone, causing the Day-Night clan, one of the most powerful families in the Innerverse, to plummet. Countless pirates rushed over from all directions and most of them came from the Innerverse. They could not enter the Cosmic Sea on their own. It was precisely because of Lu Yin's warning that Heizij Leon had made preparations and sent people to bring them into the Cosmic Sea ahead of time. The Immortal Squadron and countless pirates joined the battle, causing the battle to escalate. Aside from the Sixth Mainland's invasion, there had never been such a large-scale battle in the Cosmic Sea, and there were 5 emissaries involved. 3 of the Cosmic Sea's 4 pirate squadrons had appeared, and many people looked towards the 4th, the core. They wanted to know if they would act. Battles between cultivators did not happen overnight. Some lasted for days while others lasted for dozens of days. Some even lasted for years. 2 days later, the stone rain stopped and a school of strange fish appeared. These strange fish took shape in the air, and they moved through the battlefield as if they were migrating, bringing with them countless deaths. A layer of corpses floated on the surface of the sea, both human and fish corpses. Lu Yin had already arrived at the Cosmic Sea and was not far from the battlefield when he suddenly received a message from Wen Zizai. Alliance Master Lu, how is Leon's armada? When Zizai asked. Lu Yin replied, I'm not sure. That's the universe. The Cosmic Sea's 4 pirate squadrons have nothing to do with me. Alliance Master Lu, there's no need to pretend. The sword sect's opponent is Leon's armada. Alliance Master Lu must have known this long ago, which is why you asked my family to delay the sword sect. I wonder how Leon's armada is doing and whether they can stop the Pyrolite squadron. If the Immortal squadron and Chaos God Mountain can't stop them, my family can help. When Zizai smiled, his tone relaxed. Thank you, Senior. It's just 3 clowns, so it won't be difficult to deal with them. What if someone else participates? For example, the sword sect? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as his greatest worry had come true. The Wen family would not be willing to be controlled, and they would definitely use this to threaten him. What do you mean, Senior? Haha, Leon's armada might be able to temporarily block the enemy's attacks, and if Alliance Master Lu arrives in time, it's not impossible to turn defeat into victory. I believe that Alliance Master Lu has already arrived at the Cosmic Sea, but if the sword sect or even my Wen family joins in, what will happen? There's no need for anyone else. Lu Qinjue and I, Wen Zizai, are enough to determine the outcome of this battle and break the balance. What do you mean? Lu Yin barked. Wen Zizai exhaled, feeling very comfortable. During this period of time, the entire Wen family had been controlled by Lu Yin because of Wen Shixi, and even he, the family head, was no exception. This feeling was very uncomfortable, but he had never expected that the battle in the Cosmic Sea would reverse the situation. Now it was not Lu Yin who was threatening them but Wen Zizai himself. What if I say that Alliance Master Lu knows? Are you going to force me to meet you in the Cosmic Sea? Perhaps Lu Qinjue will also be involved. Right, if we show up, the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone's mountain god might not be able to sit still. There's also the Lingling clan. Alliance Master Lu, you need to think this through. Lu Yin's tone was gloomy. You're threatening me. Isn't this what Alliance Master Lu is good at? Wen Shixi is a member of my Wen family. Alliance Master Lu, don't you think that you're going overboard by constantly raising conditions? Alliance Master Lu, you just need to return Wen Shixi to the Wen family, and my family will guarantee that we'll continue to delay the sword sect so that the battle in the Cosmic Sea will not escalate. Otherwise, this battle might affect the innerverse and outerverse. Lu Yin took a deep breath as his eyes flickered. Beside him, Mr. Lu Yi frowned. Lu Yin's current situation was not very good. His background could only make it difficult for others to act against him, but it was possible to destroy the power that he controlled. The reason why many unparalleled powerhouses acted alone was because they did not want to have any attachments. Sometimes taking a step back isn't necessarily a bad thing, Mr. Lu Yi suddenly spoke up. What does this have to do with you? Shut up. Fei Hua glared at Mr. Lu Yi, signaling for him to shut up. Mr. Lu Yi looked at her helplessly and then continued, You secretly dealt with Chaos God Mountain so that others would lower their guard. You took this opportunity to take a step back and preserve your strength as much as possible. To you it's just taking a step back, but to others your threat has greatly decreased. This should be the result that you want. Lu Yin raised his head. The result is what I want, but the process isn't. Fei Hua sneered. What, do you still have a plan? If the person behind you makes a move, then it'll affect the balance of the universe. Others will be on high alert and you'll become the target that many people are most wary of. Lu Yin knew what she meant. Whether it was Master Yuan, the head inquisitor, or even Elder Chan who had always been friendly to him, they could easily resolve this problem and end the war. However, if they did so, then the 8 great flow zones of the Innerverse would definitely unite immediately. The Cosmic Sea's Sea Legion, the Longevity Legion, and even the Neoverse 7 courts would all treat him as their primary target. This would have a huge impact on his next plan. Chapter 1625. Right now, the best course of action was to take a step back and hand over Wen No. 1 to the Wen family so that they could delay the sword sect while they rushed to the Cosmic Sea's aid. This was the best decision based on the current situation. But Mr. Lu Yi, Wen Zizai, and even the sword sect's Lu Qinjue did not know that the Xia family was behind all of this, and it was very likely that Xiaji was behind it. This was a war that the Xia family had instigated, and there were many secrets that no one knew about. How could it be settled so easily? Regardless of whether the Wen family or the sword sect acted, this war would escalate until Everlasting Island and the 7 courts joined the fray. This was a grand war that had been foreseen long ago. Alliance Master Lu, have you thought this through? Wen Zizai asked confidently. Any normal person would have agreed, as his Wen family was delaying the sword sect. In terms of threat, this was equivalent to exchanging number 1 for 2 powerful envoys, or even 3 or 4 envoys not attacking Leon's armada. It was definitely a good deal. Senior, if the Wen family wants to take first place in the literature competition, then they have to follow my conditions. Stall the sword sect and I won't take the panorama away. I'll just stay in the Wen family and look at it. Otherwise, the Wen family will never be able to take first place in this lifetime. Wen Zizai was stunned. What was going on? He stared blankly at President Han, who was astonished as well. He had not expected Lu Yin to refuse. He actually refused. Wen Zizai was in disbelief. President Han's eyes narrowed. He has a backup plan. Wen Zizai's fingers trembled, and he considered joining forces with the sword sect to enter the cosmic sea. Be careful. Lu Yin has unified the Outerverse, so there's a high chance that he has a backup plan. But there's also a possibility that he's just bluffing. He's betting that I won't give up number 1 and that I won't dare to act. President Han looked at Wen Zizai. Then do you dare? Wen Zizai's face twitched. Dare? This was a question that no one had asked him in many years. Who could make him hesitate? Who would dare to make a bet with him? But today a youth had done so. This was a bet that he could not afford to lose. If he lost, he would become the Wen family's eternal sinner. Wen Zizai was not afraid of death, but scholars had a unique trait. They were afraid of going down in history and infamy. If he lost this bet, then the Wen family would lose the chance to become the strongest family in the Innerverse, and they would lose the chance to lead the Wen family into the Neoverse. Would he dare to take this gamble? Upon seeing Wen Zizai's hesitation, President Han shook his head. Hesitation was equivalent to fear. The dignified Wen family, one of the leading families of the 8 Great Flow Zones, was being toyed around in the palm of a youth's hand. Was the Wen family lamentable? Or was that young man too scary? Lu Yin didn't think too much about it because he really did have a backup plan. He raised his gadget and contacted Ming Yen. There were some people in this world who were very pitiful. They knew that they were being used, but they still continued to be used. Lu Yin was such a person. The sorcerer spirit god wanted to use his identity as the successor of the Lu family to cause the biggest civil war of the human race and consume the strength of the human race. The sorcerer spirit god had even told him about this, but he couldn't get rid of it. Even if he didn't want to, the 4-side scale wouldn't let the civil war go. However, the sorcerer spirit god had clearly underestimated Lu Yin's methods. Lu Yin was willing to be used, but that was because he had no other choice. Since there was no way to escape, then he had to think of a way to use each other. He contacted Ming Yen and asked the Neo-Human Alliance for help through the Unaging Elder's gadget. The 7 dark towers of the Eternal Kingdom stood tall for eternity. They represented the supreme 7 sky gods of the Neo-Human Alliance, and second only to the 7 sky gods was Mr. Feng. Mr. Feng was the butler of the Eternal Kingdom, and he was also the representative of the 7 sky gods. He was also part of the Eternal List. It was Mr. Feng who gave orders to the Unaging Elder all year round. The Neo-Human Alliance naturally received news of the Great War in the Cosmic Sea immediately, and Mr. Feng was also paying attention to it. Suddenly his gadget rang. He glanced at it and accepted the call. Mr. Feng, the Unaging Elder's voice answered. Mr. Feng frowned. Have you forgotten the rules? No, I haven't, but there's something I must report to you. Speak. Lu Yin contacted me. He wants me to do everything I can to stop the board from ruling against Leon's armada and allow the brothels to participate in the war in the Cosmic Sea. I can see that he's very anxious and he's at the end of his rope. Mr. Feng frowned. Is it that serious? The Unaging Elder was helpless. Lu Yin even asked me to send people to participate in the war. Leon's armada is his sharpest sword, and once it's gone he'll be crippled. It'll be very difficult for him to make a comeback. I received orders to help Lu Yin with all my strength, and I suspect that Lu Yin might be one of us. Thus, I would like to ask Mr. Feng what to do. Mr. Feng replied, I understand. You don't have to worry about it. He then ended the call and headed towards the Witchcraft God's Dark Tower. Not long after, Mr. Feng walked out and gave orders to all the Corpse Kings in and near the Innerverse, the Cosmic Sea and the Cosmic Sea. They were to join the war in the Cosmic Sea and attack both Leon's armada and the Pyrolite Regiment. Chaos God Mountain and the other powers naturally did not attack Leon's armada much. Instead they mainly targeted the Pyrolite Regiment, the Longevity Legion and Chaos God Mountain. Lu Yin looked into the distance as he could vaguely sense the aura of a great war. This war involved many powers and it was second only to the clash between the 5th and 6th mainlands. If they were not careful they would lose everything. The unaging elder was right about one thing. If Leon's armada was destroyed, then all of Lu Yin's plans for the Innerverse, the Cosmic Sea and even the Neoverse would have to be shelved. The 5th mainland was currently bustling with activity. The Ross Empire of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone was at war with the Dragon Tribe of the Great Ruins. In the Cosmic Sea, several powers were embroiled in a chaotic battle. The giant financial group had also welcomed an expeditionary army. The expeditionary army was not stationary. They were the Hall of Honor's sword of restraint over the entire 5th mainland. When Tsong Ying contacted the expeditionary army, they had just arrived in the Innerverse. When Lu Yin contacted Ming Yen, the expeditionary army had already arrived at the giant financial group. No one had expected the expeditionary army to suddenly appear and launch a surprise attack on the giant financial group. The flames of war engulfed all of the planets under the giant financial group's control. This time, not all of the expeditionary army had participated in the extermination of the giant financial group. Only half of the expeditionary army had participated in the extermination of the giant financial group, but it was still a very powerful force. There were more than 1,500 explorers, 20 hunters and 2 enlighters among them. The giant's bloodline could easily deal with all of the expeditionary army's cultivators except for Shigu. However, just Shigu alone was enough to make everyone feel helpless. The planet exploded and Qin Kong gritted his teeth. Fire! As soon as he gave the order, many of the planets around the giant financial group shot out beams of light, forming a net of firepower that covered the heavens and attacked the expeditionary army. At the same time, one giant after another stepped into outer space and began fighting with the expeditionary army's cultivators. The expeditionary army was caught off guard, as they had not expected so many powerful giants to appear. They suffered heavy losses as soon as they clashed, and Qin Jian alone was enough to suppress everyone in the expeditionary army except for Shigu. Shigu walked out of the astral source universe and looked at Qin Jian. He raised a hand and a grayish-white speck appeared on his palm. He then struck out and the speck pierced through the void and landed on Qin Jian's body. Qin Jian was confused and before he could understand what was going on, the speck suddenly became extremely hot and pierced through his body. Qin Jian howled in pain as his giant body fell towards the planet. Behind Shigu, Qin Ling punched out. His power level was over 400,000, and he was second only to Elder Qin Huang. He was qualified to fight against ordinary emissaries, but that was only against ordinary emissaries. Shigu was the commander of the Hall of Honor's expeditionary army, so how could he be an ordinary emissary? He had been like this since he was young and after becoming a commander he had gone on expeditions all over the world. Although he was not very famous, that was the Hall of Honor's intention. He had experienced countless battles and he had plenty of power vessels. An emissary's power level was enough to suppress Qin Ling, but he did not plan on fighting head-on. He took out a power vessel from his cosmic ring and knocked Qin Ling out of the sky. Around them, dozens of giants covered the sky and pressed down on Shigu. Shigu looked around. Director Tsong Ying's worries are correct. With so many giants hiding, it will be a disaster sooner or later. He then took out another power vessel and one giant after another was slaughtered. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of giant corpses floated in space. The expeditionary army's losses were even worse, as hundreds of cultivators had died. Many of the giant financial group's planets had collapsed, and Qin Kong's technological giants had also suffered hundreds of casualties. Expeditionary army, fall back, Shigu ordered. He clenched his fists as he looked at the corpses of the expeditionary army cultivators. He had been careless this time as he had thought that he would be able to easily destroy the giant financial group. Who would have thought that these giants would be so powerful? If he had known this would happen he would not have attacked like this. The expeditionary army had its own methods. Let me destroy all of these giants by myself, Shigu said with a cold expression. Suddenly the surrounding void distorted, and a vortex appeared above his head, emitting a terrifying aura. Shigu looked up and his pupils shrank. Was this origin tribulation? Against an emissary like Shigu, no one in the giant financial group could stop them. Their only hope was Qin Huang. Qin Huang was confident that he could fight an ordinary emissary because he was a giant. However, he was not confident that he could bring the giant bloodline away unscathed, and he was even less confident that he could kill Shigu. Shigu was definitely not an ordinary emissary, so he had no choice but to fuse with Ku Wei's bloodline to increase his strength and break through the limits of his bloodline. Even Shigu could only back down in the face of the origin tribulation, or he would also have to endure it. Qin Huang's origin tribulation was terrifying. After all, he was a giant, so his origin tribulation was much larger than an ordinary person's. It covered the entire giant financial group and gradually covered the expeditionary army. The expeditionary army retreated again and again, staring at the origin tribulation in shock. Qin Huang looked up, his expression grave. As the origin tribulation formed, a mountain gradually appeared above his head. It was a towering mountain that pressed down on him. Qin Huang roared in anger. He raised both of his arms and fiercely pushed against the huge mountain. Then another mountain appeared, overlapping with the first one. The pressure increased sharply. Qin Huang's arms swelled, blue veins popping out. His skin turned blood red and his pupils bulged out. Then a third mountain appeared. Shigu saw this from afar and let out a sigh of relief. It was good that they couldn't pass. These giants did not cultivate any battle skills, so how could they pass the origin tribulation? Ku Wei also watched from afar. He stood on Qinji's shoulder and shouted, "Pass it. Pass it for me. At 3 p.m. I'll be updating continuously. Thank you brothers for your support." Chapter 1626. Seeing that Qin Huang was about to be pressed down, all the giants suddenly raised their heads and roared. They let out a sound that only they knew came from their bloodline. This kind of sound was passed down from the ancient times, engraved in their blood, bone marrow and every giant's cell. Driven by it, Ku Wei unconsciously transformed into a giant and let out that kind of sound. His voice instantly overpowered all the other giants. The blood in his body boiled. Vaguely, an even more majestic figure appeared behind him. It was as if a real giant had stood up and surpassed all the other giants in an instant. In front of this giant, Ku Wei, who was 8,000 meters tall, was like an ant. The other giants around saw this and were shocked. In the distance, Shigu also saw it. He and Ku Wei were in different directions, but even so he could still see the giant figure. He couldn't see the face clearly, but its size far exceeded Qin Huang's and even the tribulation origin. Shigu couldn't believe it. How could there be such a giant? Was it even human? It was much bigger than a planet. Qin Kong and the others saw it, and so did Ling Yan and the other humans who worked for the giant financial group. However, they only saw the calves. No, they didn't even see the calves. They only saw the ankles. Their line of sight could only see the ankles. Ku Wei raised his head and stared blankly at the giant behind him. What was this? An angry roar came from the giant. It was a roar from the soul, causing Qin Huang's entire person to change. He saw the giant and felt the same aura in his body. He felt his blood boil and he couldn't help but roar at the same time. A faint white battle force appeared on his body, which then turned black and covered his entire body. The black only appeared for a short while before it turned purple. Then dark golden stripes appeared on the purple, which then turned green and gradually blue. When the blue stripes covered his entire body, the pressure of the three mountains suddenly decreased. However, this wasn't the end. The blue stripes turned into a purplish red and finally stopped at the red stripes. The purplish red lines covered his entire body, and at the same time there were also red stripes. This was 9-line battle force. Ku Wei was stunned. Everyone who saw this scene was also stunned. Was battle force so easy to cultivate? The incomparably huge giant appeared for only an instant before disappearing. If not for everyone seeing it, they would have thought that it was an illusion. His appearance allowed Qin Huang to possess 9-lined battle force, which gave him the power to break through the three mountains. Qin Huang roared and shattered the three mountains with a single punch. The tribulation origin dissipated with it. In the surroundings, thousands of giants cheered and looked at Qin Huang excitedly. Qin Huang raised his head. He looked much younger than before and his body had doubled in height. He was now 20,000 meters tall and could look down on all the other giants. Even Ku Wei only reached his waist. In the distance, Shigu clenched his fists. He could not wait any longer. Once Qin Huang got used to the power of an emissary, It would be difficult to deal with him. As he thought of this, he immediately made his move. Grayish-white light shone on Qin Huang. Qin Huang raised his hand and slapped out. His 9-lined battle force crushed the grayish-white light, and an enormous force distorted the void as it whizzed out from the astral source universe and slammed into Shigu. Shigu raised both of his arms, but his body was sent flying by the enormous force. At this moment he only had one thought: cheating. When emissaries fought, they had to face their enemies as well as the stellar source universe. Once they used too much stellar source and accidentally exposed themselves, the stellar source universe would forcefully take them away. Hence, emissaries had to use mystical items to fight without any worries or take it easy. However, the giants were different. They fought with pure strength. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. There was no need to worry about anything, especially since Qin Huang had comprehended 9-lined battle force. With the giant's strength, he was far more terrifying than a human with 9-lined battle force. Shigu suddenly recalled that battle force was originally obtained from the giant bloodline, and that was the giant's domain of expertise. Qin Huang's attack made it clear to Shigu that this mission had failed, and he could not do anything to the giant financial group. Qin Huang was enough to deal with him, but the expeditionary army could not deal with the giant or the entire giant financial group. With no other choice, the expeditionary army retreated. The battle with the giant financial group had been brief, but the shock it brought was not small. Qin Huang's breakthrough to emissary was not the most shocking thing, but rather the giant that had appeared behind Ku Wei. Even with Qin Huang's current height, he could not compare to that giant. Because he had absorbed Ku Wei's bloodline, the way Qin Huang looked at Lu Yin had also changed. This was something that could not be changed. After the expeditionary army retreated, Ku Wei immediately informed Lu Yin of what had happened to the giant financial group. Lu Yin's expression turned gloomy. Song Ying had actually wanted to take advantage of the battle in the Cosmic Sea to destroy the giant financial group. If Qin Huang had not become an emissary, the situation would have been dire. To Lu Yin, this was one disaster after another. Lu Yin immediately sent a message to Unaging Old Man, asking him to impeach Song Ying and the expeditionary army. At the same time, he also asked Ku Wei to bring the giant bloodline to the Cosmic Sea. Lu Yin wanted to gather all the strength he could to protect Leon's armada. At this moment, the battle in the Cosmic Sea was extremely tense. Heizage Leon had relied on his own strength to fight against Captain Ji and Ember, causing the Cosmic Sea to crumble. Of the 8 battle groups under Leon's armada, Crux Battalion's leader Stone had died, and Elephant King had died as well. The Nightmare Regiment, Longevity Regiment and Chaos God Mountain had also suffered significant losses. Song Song had also been injured and he had participated in the battle in the Cosmic Sea. It was Song Song who had killed Elephant King, and Elephant King's final counterattack had also caused Song Song's death. Song Shi stood on the surface of the sea, but what he was stepping on was no longer seawater but rather blood. Half of his body was dyed red, and he did not know why Chaos God Mountain had participated in this battle. He only knew that most of the cultivators from Chaos God Mountain had died, and the casualties of the pirates who had supported Leon's armada were uncountable. Songmu had arrived. He had once been ranked 9th on the top 100 rankings, but he was no longer considered a member of the younger generation. He was a follower of the 10th Arbiter King, and he had once been called the disgrace of Chaos God Mountain. However, when this battle had started, he had rushed over as quickly as he could to help Chaos God Mountain, but he still could not escape death. On the Longevity Regiment's warship, Little Stutterer was panicking. What was going on? Why did they start a war for no reason? He looked at the corpses that covered the surface of the sea and he did not dare to go down. Not far away, Zijun was panting heavily. Half of her arm was gone and she looked up. After this battle, her chances of survival were not high. Within Big Sis mercenary group, Big Chong had died and so had Cripple. Lu Yin's acquaintances were dying one after another. Lu Yin's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the corpses floating on the surface of the sea. There were those from Leon's armada, the Ash Regiment, Chaos God Mountain and the Longevity Regiment. His vision flickered, and the flying willow leaves brought him to the most intense battlefield in the Cosmic Sea. As soon as he arrived, his heart palpitated, and he looked into the distance in the direction where Heizage Leon, Annihilation and Captain G were fighting. There he saw a 4th wave of rune lines and they were incomparably terrifying. He had seen those rune lines before. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He had seen it before in the day-night flow zone on Night King planet. It was Night King Dijiang. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as he had not expected Night King Dijiang to appear. He had not hesitated to use the Day-Knight's tribute to launch a sneak attack. Not even Haizij Lian had noticed Night King Dijiang's appearance, as he had only been focused on dealing with Captain Ji and Ember. How could he have known that such an expert was lying in ambush? Even if it was a one-on-one battle, it would still be very difficult for Haizij Lian to deal with Night King Dijiang. Otherwise, he would not have invited the Ascendant to help him. Night King Dijiang had originally planned to launch a sneak attack, but Haizij Lian had not been able to detect him. The only ones who could sense him were the people from the Masquerade Society, and the Masquerade Society could not possibly say anything. However, Lu Yin's sneak attack had exposed him. Although Lu Yin's Day-Knight's tribute was no different from scratching an itch to Night King Dijiang, it still attracted Haizij Lian's attention, which was Lu Yin's goal. Night King Dijiang was enraged and he followed Day-Knight's tribute with a spiritual force attack. Lu Yin had long since been prepared for this, and he had activated his origin array to protect himself. Even so, Night King Dijiang still spat out a mouthful of blood, and his brain was shaken to the point where he almost fainted. Dijiang, you're courting death. Haizij Lian roared as he slashed his tyrant blade at Night King Dijiang. Captain Ji swept out with his spear. Haizij Lian, take care of us first. Night King Dijiang glared at Lu Yin with murderous intent. If not for the power behind Lu Yin, he would not have let go of Lu Yin's attack just now. It would have been more than enough to kill this brat. This was a disaster. Lu Yin's body trembled not because he was afraid, but because of the aftereffects of being attacked. If the difference in spiritual force was too great, then the pain of being attacked would far exceed the pain of being physically injured. Quick, deal with him. Lu Yi and Fei Hua exchanged glances. We can't deal with him. When Night King Dijiang had attacked Lu Yin with his spiritual force, they had tried to block the attack for Lu Yin. However, they were not proficient in spiritual force battles, and they could only watch as Lu Yin was heavily injured. Lu Yin growled, deal with him or I'll immediately detonate the source box array in your bodies. Fei Hua was furious, but Mr. Lu Yi stopped her and shook his head. Attack. He stepped forward and raised his hand, causing a willow leaf to flutter in the air towards Night King Dijiang. Fei Hua snorted and attacked at the same time. She could not let Mr. Lu Yi face such a dangerous person alone. Lu Yin had no other choice as he could not let Haizij Lian deal with 3 experts alone. Night King Dijiang's spiritual force was very troublesome to deal with. He had not expected the Day-Night clan to get involved. Ever since the Day-Night flow zone had been subverted, the Day-Night clan had closed themselves off and kept a very low profile. They had been nibbled away by the Sword Sect, and they had long since lost their title as the strongest clan in the Innerverse. People had subconsciously ignored them, but now they had suddenly appeared and caught Lu Yin off guard. Lu Yi and Fei Hua were not Night King Dijiang's match. They were indeed powerful when working together, but Night King Dijiang was no ordinary powerhouse. He was the king of the Day-Night clan and cultivated a strange technique. Even when placed in the Cosmic Tree realm, he was at the peak of his realm. Lu Yi and Fei Hua could only guarantee that they would not be defeated for a short period of time, but it was impossible for them to win. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Lu Yi and Fei Hua had to hold on. Behind him, a Nightmare Regiment cultivator launched a sneak attack, but Lu Yin did not move. The cultivator slashed at Lu Yin's back, but it was useless. The attack could not break through Lu Yin's defenses and Lu Yin easily dealt with him. Looking at the battlefield, Lu Yin only wanted to participate in envoy-level battles. Chapters have been added and the consecutive chapters have begun. End of chapter. Chapter 1627. The envoy's battlefield was either Haizij Lian's, but that battlefield was too high-end and had a power level of around 800,000. It was not a battlefield that Lu Yin could join. The other battlefield was Lu Feng's battle against Song Zhou. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he stepped into the astral source universe to kill Song Zhou. However, along the way he saw that Sister Fei was in danger. Sister Fei was a subordinate of Lian's armada, and she was the leader of the Flyfall battle group. Her entire body was covered in water and she had a charming appearance. She wielded a Flyfall blade, and even powerhouses with a power level of 400,000 would not dare to underestimate her. The battlefield in the Cosmic Sea was huge, and Sister Faye's battlefield was only filled with people from the Flyfall battle group. However, no one from the Flyfall battle group could join her battle. Sister Faye's opponent was from the Longevity battle group, and his injuries were not light either. However, he was still in a much better state than Sister Faye. What a pity for a beauty. Die, that person said eerily as he clenched his fingers and reached for Sister Faye's head. Sister Faye closed her eyes in despair, but after a while she felt strange and opened them again. That person was already dead. Lu Yin said, "Sister Faye, take care." He then stepped into the astral source universe. Sister Faye looked in the direction that Lu Yin had left and relaxed. He had survived. She had never imagined that this brat would surpass them so quickly. Lu Yin wanted to join the battle against Song Zhou, but Lu Feng refused. She wanted to fight Song Zhou alone, so Lu Yin could only release his domain to attack the Nightmare Group, the Longevity Battle Group and the Cultivators from Chaos God Mountain. In the distance, Lu Yi and Flying Flower were struggling to resist Night King Dijiang. Night King Dijiang's spiritual force made them suffer unspeakably. Helpless, Sister Flying Flower transmitted to Lu Yin, "Kid, this guy is too hard to deal with. If you can't beat him, find someone else." Lu Yin frowned. "Hold on for a while." "How?" Sister Flying Flower's tone was unpleasant. Lu Yin barked, "Do you want to die? We might die if we keep fighting." Sister Flying Flower shouted. Lu Yin clenched his fists and was about to speak when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It wasn't just him. Everyone felt chills run down their spines. A chilling laughter came from afar, and then figures broke through the void and descended onto the battlefield. They were corpse kings with scarlet vertical eyes. When they saw the Neo-Human Alliance appear, Ember, Captain G and the others were all dumbfounded. Even Night King Dijiang was stunned. Why would the Neo-Human Alliance appear here? When Heizij Leon saw the Corpse King appear, he roared angrily and forced Captain G back with a single slash. "You're actually working together with these monsters?" Captain G's gaze turned cold. "Heizij Leon, are you trying to slander us? If it weren't for you, how could the Neo-Human Alliance have appeared?" Heizij Leon said furiously. Commander G's sharp gaze swept across the Corpse Kings. He did not know why the Neo-Human Alliance had appeared. Even if they wanted to attack them, couldn't they have waited until the war was over? At that time, both sides had suffered great losses. What was the point of appearing now? Could it be that someone here was working with those monsters? In the next moment, the Corpse Kings of the Neo-Human Alliance attacked. There were dozens of Corpse Kings and 2 of them had reached the level of emissaries. This was a terrifying force. One of the Corpse Kings could even transform into a red pupil transformation, terrifying everyone. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. The Neo-Human Alliance was too powerful. If they could arrive at the battlefield at this time, it meant that they were not far from the Cosmic Sea. In other words, there was already such a powerful force in the vicinity of the Cosmic Sea. Few people in the Fifth Mainland knew that the Neo-Human Alliance was backed by the Eternals, a race that had suppressed the entire human race. The Corpse King with the red pupil transformation directly targeted Night King Dijiang. Night King Dijiang was shocked, and he was about to angrily denounce Leon's armada for joining forces with the Neo-Human Alliance when another emissary Corpse King attacked Willow Leaf Flower. Willow Leaf Flower also attacked with her full strength. They were from the Cosmic Tree Realm and they hated Corpse Kings even more. Dozens of Corpse Kings joined the battle. Although they seemed insignificant, the influence they displayed was enough to tip the scales of the battle. At the very least, Night King Dijiang now had someone to resist. Corpse Kings had an innate ability to suppress spiritual force. Even if that Corpse King only had a power level of around 600,000, once it underwent the red pupil transformation, it would be difficult for it to defeat Night King Dijiang even if it could not defeat him. Lu Yin was also targeted by a Corpse King. He was not weak and he also had the green pupil transformation ability. His own power level also exceeded 300,000. There was a thump and the Corpse King was sent flying by Lu Yin's punch. The green pupil transformation coupled with a power level of over 300,000 allowed a Corpse King to display a power level close to an emissary. However, Lu Yin was able to solo a powerhouse with a power level of around 600,000. Heizij Leon firmly believed that the Immortals battle squadron had colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance. while Captain G and the others also firmly believed that Leon's battle squadron had colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance. They had all seen each other being attacked by a corpse king, but they also wanted to pin the blame on each other. Whoever was pinned with this accusation would become the public enemy of the entire Fifth Mainland. On the surface of the sea, a beautiful but bloated woman was panting miserably. She was facing an expert from the Immortal's battle squadron. This woman was the Big Sis and she was in imminent danger. Suddenly a corpse king attacked them. Not only did it attack her, but it also attacked the expert from the Immortal's battle squadron. Not long after, the expert from the Immortal's battle squadron and the corpse king perished together. The Big Sis, on the other hand, had survived. She found it strange, but she did not think too much about it. Leon's battle squadron had joined forces with the pirates, but they were at a disadvantage against the Immortal's battle squadron, the Nightmare Squadron and Chaos God Mountain. The pirates could make up for the difference in numbers but not quality. There was a boom as the corpse king exploded. Lu Yin lowered his arm and looked up. The flying willow leaves had already suppressed the emissary-level corpse king, and it would be destroyed soon. However, the battle between Night King Dijiang and the corpse king would not end so easily. Lu Yin released his domain once more, and with a single sweep over 1,000 people fell. He then followed up with another sweep. Suddenly, Heizage Leon, Captain G and Annihilation joined forces to attack the corpse king that was fighting Night King Dijiang. One of the corpse king's arms was immediately cut off by Heizage Leon. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched and he wanted to curse out loud. If they attacked the corpse king now, who would be able to stop Night King Dijiang? Heizage Leon was helpless as well. Captain G had reported to the Hall of Honor that at any time and in any war, even if it was a war where death was certain, any Neo-Human Alliance corpse king that was discovered had to be eliminated immediately. Otherwise they would be judged. This was the Hall of Honor's ironclad rule. Captain G had directly contacted the Hall of Honor's presiding judge, Mu Tianluan. Heizage Leon had no choice but to act, and Mu Tianluan had been watching. Otherwise he would not have acted even if he viewed the Neo-Human Alliance as an enemy. The corpse king was surrounded by 4 experts and it was reduced to a pitiful state. Lu Yin was helpless. Mr. Lu Yi, please continue to delay Night King Dijiang. Mr. Lu Yi gritted his teeth. He wanted to refuse, but he was smarter than Sister Flying Willow and knew that this was not the time to refuse. Otherwise, Lu Yin would definitely settle the score. The corpse kings that they were dealing with were quickly killed. There were dozens of them, and even though they had disrupted the battle, they did not have much of an effect. However, they did buy some time, and this was exactly what Lu Yin needed. An hour later, a white mist appeared in the void, causing the void to crack. However, the mist continued to spread out from the cracks in the void. When he saw this, Lu Yin was delighted. The smokescreen mountain range had arrived. This was one of the backup plans that he had arranged. He had thought that he would not be able to make it in time, but he had not expected a variable like Night King Dijiang to appear. Fortunately, the Neo-Human Alliance had interfered, which had allowed the smokescreen mountain range to arrive in time. The appearance of the smokescreen mountain range was something that Captain G and the others had not expected. Lonely Old Man laughed maniacally as his body was covered in white mist that wrapped around Night King Dijiang. Aren't you from the Day-Night clan? Let's play. Captain G looked at Lonely Old Man. Why is the smokescreen mountain range interfering? Lonely Old Man ignored the captain and took Flying Willow's place to face Night King Dijiang. The moment the two collided, a shocking collision occurred in the cosmic sea. The white mist and spiritual force collided, sweeping across the battlefield and spreading into the distance. If one could see the entire cosmic sea clearly, they would realize that the collision of the white mist and spiritual force had covered almost a fifth of the cosmic sea. Night King Dijiang and Lonely Old Man were both extremely powerful. Flying Willow heaved a sigh of relief and looked at each other. They had not expected such an intense battle to occur in this abandoned land. Lonely Old Man was not the only one who had come to the smokescreen mountain range. Many other disciples had appeared as well. The white mist quickly covered the entire battlefield and wrapped around the cultivators of Leon's armada, causing their power level to soar. This white mist was equivalent to a power vessel. Lonely Little Fool dashed over to Lu Yin. Bro, I'm a loyal friend. I heard that you were fighting and brought your family along. Look at that auntie, she's my wet nurse. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Be careful. Don't die. Lonely Little Fool slapped his chest. but perhaps he had used too much force, for he coughed a few times. I won't. Bro's life is tough. Lu Yin smiled. The situation had changed, but this was not the final battle. Some people would definitely appear, and that was the Xia family. An absolute powerhouse could change the outcome of a battle. When Flying Willow was free, it meant that the scales of victory had tipped in Lu Yin's favor. This was something that the Xia family, who controlled everything behind the scenes, could not accept. Thus, a moment later, a mysterious person arrived on the battlefield and attacked Lu Yin in a sneak attack. Lu Yin had not sensed this person's presence at all. Before this person had attacked, he had not even revealed his rune lines. It had been a complete sneak attack. The mysterious person's sneak attack had succeeded, and his blade had landed on Lu Yin's back. This attack had not been meant to kill Lu Yin, but rather to severely injure him. However, Lu Yin had not been injured, and he had only been sent flying with a tearing pain in his waist. The mysterious person was shocked. How was this possible? Lu Yin looked back, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Fortunately, he had worn miniature armor, or he would have been severely injured even if he had not died. Who are you? Lu Yin barked, and the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet. The mysterious person's blade slashed down, and the astral source sliced through the void. Lu Yin's planned secret art was affected, and he fell from the sky. The mysterious person leaped out and slashed down at Lu Yin's head. Stop. Leon roared from afar. Stop. He then slashed at the mysterious person with his overlord blade. Lu Yin's heart sank. Not good. The mysterious person's blade changed direction and collided with Tyrant Blade's attack. His blade shattered, and blood spurted from his body as he turned and disappeared into the Star Source universe. Leon had injured the mysterious person, but he had been stabbed in the abdomen by Commander Ji's spear. The tip of the spear had emerged from his back, and his clothes were stained with blood. Annihilation had also used the Ian evolution scripture to weaken Leon's body, causing Commander Ji's injury to worsen. I'll be updating at 3 p.m. for the second day in a row. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1628. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he took out the Star Lord token that Elder Zhou Xian had given him. He activated the Sirius art, and 100,000 stars instantly filled the battlefield like a starry sky. Everything on the battlefield seemed to slow down in Lu Yin's eyes. This was the same feeling he had felt when he had first started cultivating the Sirius art and fought against cultivators at the same level. Speed was useless against the Sirius art. He raised his hand, and 100,000 stars gathered to form the Sirius sword technique. He then slashed at Captain Ji. Captain Ji's expression changed, and he pulled out his spear. Annihilation worked together. Annihilation raised a hand, and a screen appeared in front of him as he pushed the Ian Evolution True Scripture to its limits. Sirius Sword Technique contained Elder Zhou Xian's 100,000 stars, and Lu Yin simultaneously released his golden battle force, causing the technique to transform into a sharp golden blade. He slashed out, and it swept past the screen to strike Captain Ji's spear, forcing him back. Unfortunately, the Star-Lord token could only display a power level of around 800,000. And after being weakened by Annihilation's Ian Evolution True Scripture, its power level was less than 700,000. Fortunately, Lu Yin had successfully forced Captain Ji and Annihilation to retreat, which bought Leon some time. Leon clutched his abdomen, and the ghost doctor hurriedly appeared. She had disappeared when the battle had begun, and only appeared now that Leon was injured. One expert after another appeared on the battlefield, and even with Lu Yin's Star-Lord token, he could not change the situation. This was completely different from his role in the Innerverse and Outerverse wars. It was time to use the head referee's token again. Lu Yin stared at Captain Ji and Annihilation as he pondered. On the other side, the mysterious person walked out of the Astral Source universe, his body stained with blood. A long blade appeared in his hand once more as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Although the mysterious person could not break through the defenses of his miniature armor, he was not any weaker than Annihilation and the others. Lu Yin could not resist, and he knew the mysterious person's goal: to use him to control the entire battlefield. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous for them, but fortunately the flying willow leaves could deal with this mysterious person. In the distance, lonely old fiend who was battling Night King Dijiang was stunned. He looked at the mysterious person and his heart was in turmoil. Isn't that someone from the Xia family? Others might not know, but Yi Futian knew that the man was the head of the Xia family, Xia Yi. Xia Yi had a habit of swinging his blade from a specific angle. Perhaps Xia Yi himself did not notice this habit, but Yi Futian had seen it before. Xia Yi had actually appeared. Did that mean that the Xia family was also involved? The Xia family, the Immortal Squadron, the Innerverse Chaos God Mountain, and the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin felt that something was amiss, as this was not just a battle between the four tyrants. There were too many things that were involved behind the scenes. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. Lonely Old Man couldn't help but look at Lu Yin. This brat had screwed him over. Old Lonesome could tell that the mysterious group was from the Xia family, but Lu Yin could only guess. He frowned. If the Xia family was involved, would that woman Xia Meng appear? She was a top-notch expert with a power level of over 900,000, and no one present could stop her. At this time, another group of experts appeared and joined the battle. The appearance of this group of experts changed the situation of the battle once again. It was the home of the gods. The leader wore a long purple robe and had a solemn expression. Annihilation's expression turned ugly when he saw the home of the gods appear. Commander Ji raised his brows. Why were they appearing one after another? This completely disrupted his plans. Smoke Gulp Mountain and the home of the gods should not have appeared. The home of the gods. Their appearance was naturally Lu Yin's doing. He had clearly told Tai Yi God that the Immortal Squadron would fight against Leon's armada in the Cosmic Sea. The home of the gods had long wanted to destroy the Immortal Squadron, but they had not had the chance. This was a rare opportunity and they would not let it go. Lu Yin had not been confident when he had contacted Tai Yi God, and he had not held out much hope that the home of the gods would come. The appearance of the home of the gods was a complete surprise. The purple-robed man was known as the Violet God, and he was one of the top experts in the home of the gods. He had just arrived when he faced annihilation. Commander Ji could only fight Heizij Leon alone. However, the Violet God was not the only one from the home of the gods. There was also an emissary and a group of cultivators from the home of the gods. Their arrival was just enough to deal with the Immortal Squadron. The home of the gods had completely reduced the pressure on Leon's armada. One of the emissaries of the home of the gods and the flying willow leaves could be used. 2 emissaries were enough to sweep the battlefield. Under such circumstances, the identity of the mysterious person who had ambushed Lu Yin was revealed. It was the head of the Xia family, Xia Yi. Xia Yi had revealed his identity and represented the Xia family in this battle. The first to appear was Xia Meng. Xia Meng's arrival made her one of the top experts on the battlefield. She had not wanted to participate in this battle, but she had been forced to. Now that Xia Meng was here, Lu Yin relaxed. This meant that the Xia family no longer had any backup plans and Everlasting Island could finally appear. Who dares to touch my junior brother? Xianxia Wei arrived in a domineering manner and stared at Xia Meng. Xia Meng frowned. This battle needs to be decided. Xianxia Wei clenched his fists. The Xia family started this battle. You will bear the consequences of your actions. Xia Meng's eyes flickered. She did not know much about this battle and how many people on the battlefield knew the true reason for it. Even someone like her whose power level was close to 1,000,000 could only be a pawn in this battle. She was like that, but so was Xianxia Wei. The true competition was between Xia Ji and Lu Yin. Xia Ji had planned everything, while Lu Yin had dragged in one power after another. The scale of the battle was not what it seemed to be, and if it were not for Lu Yin's many tricks, even the sword sect would have participated. Lu Xinjun had arrived. The appearance of more than 6,000 space-exploring experts had completely changed the situation of the lower levels of the battle. No matter how many cultivators the Nightmare Squadron and the Longevity Squadron had, they could not compare to Lu Xinjun. However, it was impossible for Lu Xinjun to change the situation. They had only come here to train. Everyone had thought that the battle had been decided and that Lu Yin's side had the upper hand, even leaving 2 envoys empty. However, with Heizij Leon's crushing defeat, the battle had begun to develop in an unpredictable direction. Lu Yin had calculated many things, but the one thing he hadn't expected was that Heizij Leon would actually lose to Commander Ji. As one of the 4 tyrants' commanders, Heizij Leon should have been the strongest. Even if he was injured, he should not have lost to Commander Ji in a one-on-one duel. Zhou Xian panted heavily and half of his body was covered in blood. He looked up in disbelief at Commander Ji, who was standing in the void. "You're not Ji Chong. Who are you?" Captain Ji looked down at them from above. His eyes were calm, but he looked much older than before. "I'm Ji Chong," said Captain Ji. "No, impossible." Zhou Xian coughed up blood. The ghost doctor appeared again, but she shook her head. It was useless as she could not heal him. Zhou Xian's injuries were too severe and he would need time to recover. Commander Ji held his spear and looked at Xing Shenwei, who was fighting with Xia Meng. He then looked in the direction of Night King Dijiang and Ember. "This battle has gone on for too long. It's time to end it." Lu Yin's eyelids twitched as he looked at Commander Ji. He thought back to Starsabil's divination and the direction of the rune lines. He stared at Commander Ji in shock. This person was Xia Ji's clone. No wonder the Chaos God Mountain was willing to fight. Song Zhou was from the Longevity Great Battle Group, and the Longevity Great Battle Group's commander, Ji Chong, was the mastermind behind the plot against Leon's Great Battle Group. His true goal was definitely not Leon's Great Battle Group, but Everlasting Sky Island and the Elysian Heavenly Master. The Longevity Squadron had the deepest enmity with Leon's armada, so it would be easy for Xia Ji to pull them in. As for the Sword Sect, Lu Yin did not know why they were participating. Had Night King Dijiang already joined forces, or had they joined at the last minute? However, there was one thing that Lu Yin did not understand. Why did Xia Ji want to deal with the Elysian Heavenly Master? The sky above the cosmic sea suddenly darkened. Lonely Old Man, who had been fighting with Night King Dijiang, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He looked in shock at Commander Ji, who had just defeated Zhou Xian, and felt that something was wrong. He could clearly sense a terrifying danger from this person. It was not just Lonely Old Man. Zhou Shenwei, Mr. Lu Yi and the others also felt the same. Xia Meng, Xia Yi, Night King Dijiang, and the others all stopped fighting and stared at Commander Ji. "It's time for this war to end," Commander Ji said softly. He then raised his spear and thrust it forward, causing two spear shadows to appear. The first spear shadow pierced towards Zhou Shenwei, while the second pierced towards Lonely Old Man. Both Zhou Shenwei and Lonely Old Man felt their scalps go numb. This was clearly an ordinary spear attack, and it was not fast either, but it was impossible for them to dodge. This spear replaced the heavens and the earth as it headed straight for the Astral Source Cyclone. This spear attack did not break through the Astral Source universe, but countless spear shadows could be seen within the Astral Source universe. This spear attack had surpassed Zhou Shenwei's understanding. He was an absolute powerhouse with a power level of over 900,000, while Lonely Old Man was on the same level as Night King Dijiang with a power level of over 800,000. Even so, he did not even have the ability to dodge this spear shadow. 10,000 rivers returned to the sea. Zhou Shenwei roared as he used a secret technique from Eternal Sky Island, transforming all attacks into primal energy. Lonely Old Man created a white smoke in front of him to block the spear shadow. Blood rained down from the sky as both Zhou Shenwei and Lonely Old Man were heavily injured by this spear attack. Lonely Old Man gritted his teeth as blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. This was a huge loss. He had thought that this was just a battle between the Cosmic Ocean's four tyrants, and he had wanted to do Lu Yin a favor so that he could reduce the amount of white smoke he had to provide. However, he had never imagined that such a powerhouse would be involved. This person was definitely not just the commander of the Longevity Corps. He definitely had a power level of over 1,000,000. If he had known that there was such a powerhouse, he would not have come even if he was beaten to death. Zhou Shenwei glared at Commander Ji and barked, "Who are you?" Commander Ji raised his spear once more. "It's time to send you all on your way." As he spoke, his spear danced. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 spear shadows appeared. He wanted to eliminate all the emissaries in Leon's armada in one go. Ding-ling-ling, the crisp sound of a bell rang out, creating a cool breeze that brushed past everyone's ears. The next moment, everyone felt the world darken as a giant hand pressed down on them, intending to crush them into dust. Lu Yin took out the referee's warrant, as this was the only thing he could do at this point. Chapter 1629. The sound of the bell was an indiscriminate attack that targeted everyone, causing the entire battlefield to fall silent. Most of the people staggered and fell into the sea. Their eyes were only filled with fear and despair. It was as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was caving in. Captain Ji's spear stopped moving and he looked at Lu Yin. The head inquisitor's order. You're Lu Yin, right? Lu Yin met Captain Ji's gaze. I know who you are. Captain Ji was astonished. Tell me. Lu Yin continued, you're the one who caused all of this. I know everything you've done from the time Coquettish brought up the accusation against the Lu surname in the 10 Arbiters' Council. It looks like I'm not the only one who's directing this battle. You're directing it as well, Captain Ji said indifferently, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. The Sword Sect's failure to appear in time, the Wen family's interference, the appearance of the Village of the Gods in Smoke Gulp Mountain Range, and even Leon's Armada's recruitment of so many pirates. I have to say that no one has ever done something like this at your age. You dare to face me now because you're certain that I can't kill you, right? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Captain Ji sneered. Since you know who I am, do you really think I won't kill you? Lu Yin's pupils shrank and his hair stood on end. Captain Ji's eyes were filled with killing intent. He really wanted to kill Lu Yin. Lu Yin had never thought that no one would dare to touch him. So what if he was a future progenitor? So what if he had a powerful background? If he touched someone's bottom line, they wouldn't care so much. Lu Yin could only hope that the head inquisitor's order would save him as well as Mr. Mu. Your backing is no threat to me. Since you've guessed my goal, then you should know that I'm fearless and don't care about anyone. Captain Ji raised his spear and stabbed at Lu Yin. Heizij Leon and the others were shocked. Stop. Lu Yin shook the bell again and the die appeared in his hand. His face was deathly pale. Mr. Mu's jade had been crushed in the astral tree, so this was all he could do. Lu Yin's battle techniques were useless against Captain Ji's spear. He could only hope that his armor and the head inquisitor's order would be able to save his life. Everyone else could only watch. Captain Ji was the strongest person on the battlefield. Lu Yin finally experienced what Heizij Shenwei and the others had felt. It was only a single spear, but the tip of the spear had covered the entire sky, covering everything that he could see. That kind of despair and oppression made him want to explode. Just as the spear shadow was about to stab him, a hand appeared and grabbed the spear shadow. Then it was crushed and turned into specks of light. The hand was very young. Lu Yin looked ahead in shock and saw a child. Elder Zhou Xian. The person who had appeared in front of Lu Yin was the Sirius Sect's Elder Zhou Xian. He looked young, but his seniority was incomparably ancient, and he was even comparable to a half-ancestor. His power level far exceeded 1,000,000, and he was second only to a half-ancestor. The appearance of Elder Zhou Xian caused Commander Ji's expression to change drastically. He was Xia Ji's clone and his battle prowess was very strong. However, he was far from the level of a half-martial ancestor. Although Elder Zhou Xian wasn't a half-martial ancestor, he was still extremely terrifying. Although there was a qualitative difference between him and a half-martial ancestor, Elder Zhou Xian was enough to deal with Commander Ji. Little guy, it seems your information was correct. This person really could be Xia Ji's clone, said Elder Zhou Xian. His words shocked countless people. Lonely Old Man heard this and looked at Captain Ji in disbelief. Xia Ji's clone? Who was Xia Ji? He was the protector of the 7 courts, a half-ancestor and a half-ancestor of the Xia family. That person was actually a half-ancestor clone? No wonder he was so terrifying. He looked at Lu Yin and gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. This bastard had actually lied to him, saying that this was just a battle between the Cosmic Sea's 4 hegemons, but even a half-ancestor was involved. He had even informed the Sirius Sect beforehand. Leon's Armada and Everlasting Sky Island must have known about this, but he had still foolishly rushed in. He had almost died just now. This bastard. Lonely Old Man had never been so angry before. Even when Lonely Little Fool had lost the serious art, he had not been so angry. It was not just Lonely Old Man. Even Violet Deity, who was in the home of the gods, was stunned. Zhou was as well. Although he had participated in the plan to deal with Leon's Armada, he had only been part of the plan. He had not been qualified to know the entire plan. How could he have known that the Longevity Corps' commander was actually a half-ancestor clone? Wasn't Xia Juyo the only person in the Xia family who knew the 9 clones technique? Elder Zhou Xian's words ignited the Cosmic Sea, as well as De Qiu and the others who had been watching from the sidelines. They had been ordered to come to the battlefield and await further orders, But they had not expected to hear such news. Lu Yin had not said anything, but Elder Zhou Xian had exposed him. Commander Ji sighed and exchanged glances with Elder Zhou Xian. You guys actually know. He then looked at Lu Yin. Did you tell them? How did you find out? I guessed, Lu Yin said. There's no need to hide it. Elder Gong and Heavenly Master Xianxia have already headed to the 7 courts. You've lost. Commander Ji's face darkened. On the other side, another figure appeared. It was an invincible Heizage. Elder Zhou Xian and Invincible Heizage had more than 1,000,000 people, and they were even more powerful than Heavenly Master Xianxia. The moment they appeared, it meant that the battle in the Cosmic Sea had ended. Lu Yin finally relaxed. He had won this round and he had protected Leon's armada while completely exposing Xia Ji. Even though Commander Ji could not defeat Elder Zhou Xian or any of the other Invincible Heizages, they would still have to go through a bitter battle to defeat him. After all, he was Xia Ji's clone, a half-ancestor clone. He would not be easy to defeat. Xia Meng also took the opportunity to leave with Xia Yi, as there was no need to continue fighting. Night King Dijiang also left. Xin Wei and Lonely Old Man were both injured and could not stop them. Annihilation also fled, but he was pursued by the Violet Deity. The home of the gods would not let him off so easily. Song Zhou wanted to escape, but he was stopped by Fei Hua. A war that affected the entire Fifth Mainland gradually came to an end as Xia Meng and the others fled. Chaos God Mountain, the Mastiff Regiment, and the Eternal Legion were all defeated, especially the Mastiff Regiment and the Eternal Legion. Song Zhou coughed up blood and glared at Fei Hua. Sword Qi flashed past him from Lu Feng. The battle had reached its end, and Lu Feng no longer insisted on fighting him alone. Instead, she teamed up with Fei Hua to beat Song Zhou into a miserable state. Song Zhou's hair was disheveled and his eyes were bloodshot. I can't accept this. I've planned this for decades. How can I lose? I can't accept this. He roared and charged at Lu Yin. Even if he had to die, he would take Lu Yin down with him. Lu Feng hurriedly tried to stop him. The star chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet, and he appeared in front of Song Zhou to face him. Song Zhou roared, and his hands ignited with explosive pressure as he charged at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stopped Lu Feng and Fei Hua from attacking. Song Zhou was currently heavily injured, and he was even worse off than when he had been at Chaos God Mountain. At most, he could unleash a power level of 500,000, which was only slightly stronger than Zhu Hongzhu's. Lu Yin raised a hand and golden battle force imprinted on it. Emptiness palm pierced through the explosive energy and sent Song Zhou crashing to the bottom of the sea. Song Zhou spat out blood and pulled out a power vessel from his cosmic ring, but before he could use it, Lu Yin had used the secret art to teleport it away. Lu Yin's footsteps were light and he quickly arrived in front of Song Zhou. He unleashed a series of emptiness palm strikes that left palm imprints all over Song Zhou's body. Finally, a palm imprint pierced through Song Zhou's body and sent him crashing to the bottom of the sea. Blood gushed out from the surface of the sea. Lu Yin pressed a hand on Song Zhou's head. It's over. He then exerted some force, causing Song Zhou's brain to be shaken. Song Zhou's eyes turned crazed and bloodshot before they dimmed and fell lifelessly to the ground. A platform appeared in front of Lu Yin. With my blood I appoint a general. Song Zhou's image appeared on the platform. This was the third person to be appointed and he was also the strongest. With Song Zhou's strength, the amount of star energy Lu Yin had to use to summon a general was unimaginable. No, perhaps star energy wasn't enough to summon a general, and he might need to use an astral source. Lu Yin sighed as he watched Song Zhou's corpse sink into the sea. The leader of one of the 8 great flow zones had died just like that. Song Zhou was a powerhouse whose power level exceeded 700,000, and he had once been an unimaginable figure. Now even he had died at Lu Yin's hands. One day Lu Yin would definitely be able to kill a half-ancestor or even a progenitor with his own hands. Lu Yin leaped out of the sea and chased after the Longevity Squadron. Some of the Nightmare Squadron's members had already surrendered, and Lu Yin saw Little Stutter, whom he had met before, surrender. Through his domain he also saw Zijuan's corpse floating in the sea. She had participated in the Tournament of the Strongest, but she had now vanished into thin air. Lu Yin didn't know whether or not this war had any meaning. Had it started because Lu Yin had discovered the truth, or had Xia Ji started this war all along? Lu Yin didn't know. Why had Xiaji used Leon's armada to deal with the Elysian Celestial Master? This was Lu Yin's biggest question. Currently there was also a fierce battle in the Neoverse between Xiaji, the Elysian Celestial Master, and Elder Gong. They would have to wait for the end of this war and they would know the reason. Could the Elysian Celestial Master be Xiaji's clone? Just like Xia Luo and Xia Zhuyo? Or could it be that Eternal Sky Island was suppressing Xiaji's clone? Or perhaps, while Lu Yin was making idle guesses in the distance, Commander Ji's body sank to the bottom of the sea, leaving behind a trail of blood that tore through the void. Elder Jioshan's stars covered the entire cosmic sea, and he was invincible as a Heizage. When they worked together, Commander Ji couldn't even escape. Xiaji might have been directing this war for a long time, but he had never imagined that his interference would cause the war to become so complicated. So many experts had joined the fray, and even his own clone couldn't escape. Only 3 people were fighting in the cosmic sea and everyone else could only watch. Lu Yin supported Heizage Leon, who grinned. "Get out of the way. I'm not so miserable that I can't even stand." "What are you talking about? We almost died. If little Yin hadn't recruited so many helpers, we wouldn't even know how we died," Big Sis said with lingering fear as she glared at Heizage Leon. Not too far away, Lonely Old Man heard this and his face twitched. What could he say? Had he been tricked into coming? That was impossible. He might as well pretend that he had come on purpose and return the favor. Gu Xiao'er cried out, "Dad, you already knew about this? Why didn't I know?" Lonely Old Man slapped him. "My business is none of your business. Thank you for your support, brothers." Chapter 1630. The battle between Captain Ji, Elder Zhou Xian, and Heizage lasted for more than 2 hours before ending. In the end, Captain Ji was unable to escape being suppressed. During this time he wanted to attack Lu Yin, but he was stopped by Elder Zhou Xian. Anything could happen to anyone except Lu Yin, as this concerned the Sirius sect's inheritance. Lu Yin was grateful to Elder Zhou Xian, who glanced at his feet. "Protect the bottom of your feet." Heizage heard him. "Strange, the bottom of my feet. Did I hear wrong?" Captain Ji lay on the surface of the sea, his body covered in wounds. Lu Yin saw that his rune lines did not even reach a power level of 600,000, which was about the same as Song Zhou's. Lu Yin wondered how he could pick him out. The greatest beneficiary of this battle was Leon's armada. Of the 4 pirate groups, the armada had never competed with anyone. After defeating the Nightmare Squadron and the Longevity Squadron, Leon's armada had essentially become the overlord of the cosmic sea. Unfortunately, several of their 8 squadrons had died. Everyone was cleaning up the battlefield in the cosmic sea when Deqiu found Lu Yin. "Alliance leader Lu, please tell Captain Leon that it's not a good thing for so many pirates to gather. Please disperse them as soon as possible. Otherwise we'll have to take action." Lu Yin understood Deqiu. "Don't worry, they'll disperse soon." The pirates had suffered heavy losses from this battle, and they would not be able to recover in a short period of time. After Leon's armada's victory, everyone was still in a good mood. However, when news of the Neoverse arrived, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Elder Gong and Elder Sirius had been defeated and Xiaji had defeated both of them. Not only had he won, but he had also broken into the Sirius sect and stolen the Sirius Jade Annulus, causing the Sirius sect to suffer heavy losses. No one could believe this news and it was simply a joke. How could Xiaji have been able to win against 2 opponents at once? They were not random passers-by, but rather Elder Gong and Supreme Sage Celestial Master, one of the 7 demigods of the human domain. They were invincible powerhouses and Supreme Sage Celestial Master had a source box array, so he should not have been defeated. Elder Zhou Xian immediately contacted the Sirius sect while Heizage contacted the Heavenly Master as well. Lu Yin frowned as he had never expected this outcome. Song Zhou couldn't figure out how they had lost, and even he himself had been selected. Lu Yin also couldn't figure out how Elder Gong had been defeated. Even if they hadn't destroyed the Xia family, they should have at least severely injured Xiaji. Right? Lu Yin suddenly remembered that Xiaji still had a clone. According to Starsabil's divination, there were 3 strands of rune lines heading towards the Neoverse. In other words, including Xiaji, there were 3 of them. Could the other person also be a half-progenitor? He had to join forces with Xiaji to defeat Elder Gong and Saint Heavenly Master? Soon Lu Yin found out the reason. Xiaji hadn't defeated the Sage Heavenly Master and Elder Gong with his own strength. Instead he had used the Sage Heavenly Master's secret technique. Everlasting Sky Island's secret technique, all rivers return to the sea, could transform an enemy's attack into its most primitive form of energy and erase it. The Elysian Celestial Master had been willing to teach Lu Yin this secret technique, but Lu Yin had already possessed the Yuan Plan secret arts, so he hadn't learned it. In the previous battle, Xianxia Shenwei had also used all rivers return to the sea in an attempt to block Captain Ji's spear. The sea had indeed erased most of the spear's power, but the remaining power had still managed to injure Xianxia Shenwei. Logically speaking, since most of the spear's power had been erased, Xianxia Shenwei should not have been injured. However, he had still been severely injured. There was only one reason for this. All rivers returned to the sea's greatest flaw. It was an indiscriminate attack. Once all rivers returned to the sea was used, not only would the enemy's attack be reduced to its most primitive form, but also origin energy. Even Lu Yin's astral source was the same. He could either completely transform the spear into its most primitive form of energy, but if he couldn't, then the remaining power of the spear was not something he could block with his physical body. This was similar to how Lu Yin had relied on his physical strength to fight an emissary. The emissary had suppressed his star energy, making it so that he could not use battle techniques or even secret techniques normally. He could only rely on his physical strength to activate the Empyrean Palm. Xia Ji, on the other hand, had used the Sage Celestial Master's myriad rivers to the sea to heavily injure both the Sage Celestial Master and Elder Gong while they were both affected by the secret technique. He had also been affected by the secret technique, but he had made ample preparations. Elder Zhou Xian and the others didn't know how he had managed to injure the Sage Heavenly Master and Elder Gong, but they knew that the Sea of Rivers' return had been the reason for their defeat. Fortunately, they had only been defeated and had not suffered any serious injuries. Xia Ji could only use this method once. However, once was enough for Xia Ji. All he wanted was the Sirius Jade Annulus. Has his goal been the Sirius Jade Annulus from the very beginning? Lu Yin blurted out. Elder Jioshan's expression turned ugly. Xia Ji has always had designs on our Sirius sect. He wanted to obtain the Sirius Jade Annulus, but he never had the chance. He targeted Everlasting Island in order to find a way to fight the Elysian Celestial Master. He knew that Elder Gong would not be a bystander when he fought the Sage Heavenly Master, so it would definitely be a 2-on-1 situation. From then on, he had already calculated every step, especially the All Rivers return to the sea. Even with the All Rivers return to the sea's influence, it would not be easy to defeat a half-ancestor. He had been preparing for this for a very long time. Lu Yin finally understood. Xia Ji's first step had been to lure out the Elysian Celestial Master and Elder Gong, allowing him to obtain the Sirius Jade Annulus. To be honest, it was not a brilliant plan, but it was very practical. Xia Ji had calculated every step, but he had not considered that Lu Yin's appearance would cause the Cosmic Sea to lose the battle. Otherwise, the battlefield would have been in the Cosmic Sea. Capturing Heizage Leon, forcing the Elysian Celestial Master to appear, and then luring out Elder Gong had been his original plan. However, this accident had still allowed him to succeed. The heavens were toying with him. What does he want the Sirius Jade Annulus for? Lu Yin was puzzled. Elder Jioshan glanced at Lu Yin's feet. You don't know. Lu Yin was stunned and then his expression changed. Are you saying? Elder Jioshan asked. Did Elder Gong mention the secrets of the Sirius art to you? Lu Yin understood. Xia Ji's goal was this diagram as well. Xia Ji wanted to use this diagram to cultivate the Sirius art to the highest level, which would allow him to control the stars that Progenitor Qin had left behind. He would be able to control the boundless power that only Progenitor Qin had ever possessed, which would allow the Xia family to rule the fifth mainland or help him become a progenitor. No wonder Xia Ji had spent so much effort to obtain the Sirius Jade Annulus. The problem was that there was no diagram in the Sirius Jade Annulus. It was beneath his feet. This was awkward. Lu Yin blinked. Xia Ji had schemed so much, offending both Everlasting Sky Island and the Sirius sect, and then successfully obtaining the Sirius Jade Annulus. What would he think if he discovered that the diagram was beneath his feet instead of inside the Jade Annulus? He would probably vomit blood. Just thinking about it made him happy. Lu Yin was inexplicably happy, truly happy. What did it mean to draw water with a sieve? Xia Ji was the most obvious example. He had thought that his plan would succeed, but it had been ruined by himself. Fate had played a trick on him. His plan had still succeeded, but in the end he had discovered that what he wanted was gone. This was a great tragedy, but no matter how sad it was, Lu Ying still felt sorry for him. He really hoped that the old man would not be able to take it and die. No matter what, the 72 lives of Big Sis mercenaries were his. In the distance, Haizij Wudi's expression was gloomy and ugly. Haizij Xinwei asked softly, "How is master?" Haizij Wudi replied, "Let's go back to Everlasting Sky Island. We must get our revenge." "I'll go as well," Haizij Lian said. Haizij Wudi glared at him. "You stay here. What can you do with your body? Stabilize the cosmic sea." He then left with Haizij Xinwei. Elder Zhou Xian said, "I'm leaving as well." Lu Ying asked, "Will the Sirius sect start a war with the Seven Courts?" "It's hard to say. This matter concerns the Sirius Jade Annulus, which is the greatest inheritance of our Sirius sect. Many disciples will not give up, so there's a high chance that a war will break out. However, the Hall of Honor might not be willing to see that happen." He then looked at Lu Ying and whispered, "Don't expose the diagram. Xiaji has been plotting for so many years, and once he finds out that you have it, he won't give up and will kill you." Lu Ying nodded. "What about Commander Ji? What should we do?" Haizij Wudi had already left, so only Elder Zhou Xian could handle the situation. Elder Zhou Xian looked at Commander Ji, who was being suppressed on the surface of the sea. His gaze turned cold and he swept past. After he left, Commander Ji's body slowly dissipated. He was just a clone. Elder Zhou Xian had acted decisively and ruthlessly, which represented the Sirius sect's current stance. When they found out that the Sirius Jade Annulus had been stolen by the Xia family, the Sirius sect's disciples had gone berserk. Countless disciples had clamored for it back, and some of the more radical ones had even headed south to wage war against the Seven Courts. Within the Seven Courts, the other families had not expected Xiaji to do such a thing. This was all part of Xiaji's plan, and it had nothing to do with the entire Seven Courts. The Seven Courts had only joined forces to protect progenitor Chen's tomb. Now, the Sirius sect in Everlasting Sky Island would definitely not give up. If they joined forces, even the Seven Courts might not be able to handle them. They could not blame the Xia family, as Xiaji was the only half-progenitor in the Seven Courts. It was because of his existence that the Seven Courts had been able to protect progenitor Chen's tomb. Otherwise, Elder Chan alone could have caused the Seven Courts to collapse. If the Sirius sect in Everlasting Sky Island really wanted to go to war with the Seven Courts, they could only accept the challenge. Accepting the challenge was one thing, but they still had to know the reason. Otherwise they would be too passive. The Seven Courts was just an alliance of interests. Xiaji did not have the final say. A few days later, on the Xia Dao continent, the family heads of the Seven Courts had gathered. The Yu family head Yu Kursin, the Ku family head Ku Pu, the Su family head Silao Yen, the Hui family head Hui Ji, and the Shi family head Xia Hua were all sitting quietly in the Xia family's main hall. Xia Yi was sitting at the head of the table. Xia Yi's expression was calm. He had also been injured in the battle in Universe C, but one could not tell from his appearance. "Brother Xia, the Seven Courts have joined forces and shared interests. In this new universe they have occupied a piece of land. It is not easy. Now, because of Senior Xiaji, we might become the public enemy of the new universe. Can Brother Xia give us an explanation?" Hui Kong asked. Within the Seven Courts, the Hui family was a representative. The others looked at Xia Yi. They did not dare to blame Xiaji, but they had to know the reason. Update at 3 p.m. This is the third consecutive day. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Chapter 1631. Xia Yi took a sip of tea. As you all know, the Xia family is progenitor Chen's successor, and we have his bloodline. Progenitor Chen cultivated 9 clones, and one of them created the Sirius art, which led to the current Sirius sect. Everyone knows just how powerful the Sirius art is, and the Xia family's inheritance should belong to the Sirius Jade Annulus. Only progenitor Chen's successor can unleash the true power of the Sirius art. He used the Sirius art to create the Sirius sect that dominated the universe. The Sirius sect is simply a thief who stole the Xia family's inheritance. Ku Pu frowned. We all know this, but the Sirius sect has already established itself in the Neoverse. Now that Senior Xiaji has done this, The other families will also become enemies of the Sirius sect. There's also Long Sky Island, which is very disadvantageous for the Seven Court's successors. We just want to know if it's worth it for a piece of Sirius jade annulus. No one was stupid. If it was just for the sake of the Sirius art, Xiaji would not have done this. The Sirius art was not enough to make the Seven Courts, Sirius sect and Long Sky Island become enemies. They guessed that Xiaji had a deeper goal, and they had come to test Xiaji's true motives. The Seven Courts shared the benefits and shared the consequences, so they also wanted to share the fruits of their labor. Xia Yi did not directly answer Ku Pu's question. Instead he said, "Everyone, please do not worry. The elders have already spoken with Elder Chan, and they will do their best to resolve this." Resolve? How? You stole someone else's inheritance and then returned it? Yu Kursen said disdainfully. Su Lao stared at Xia Yi. Let's get to the point. Why did the Xia family steal the Sirius Jade Annulus? What is in the Sirius Jade Annulus that is worth the Xia family going to war with Sirius sect in Long Sky Island? Since the Seven Courts are one body, we should know the reason. I really want to know. Xia Hua smiled charmingly and looked at Xia Yi. Xia Yi's eyes flashed. Sure, he did not know either. How could he explain Xiaji's matter to him? At this moment Xiaji appeared. Huiji and the others hurriedly stood up and bowed. Greetings, half-martial ancestor. Greetings, half-martial ancestor. Xiaji calmly replied. The Xia clan has given the inheritance of 3 blade intents to the Sirius sect in exchange for settling this matter. You may all return. Everything will be as per normal. Huiji and the others were shocked and their hearts were in turmoil. The 3 forms of blade will was the Xia family's inherited blade technique. Status was equivalent to that of Sirius Gong. In the Sirius sect it was an absolute inherited technique. Every strike of the Xia family was one of the most feared techniques. Now he was actually willing to give the 3 forms of blade will to the Sirius sect in exchange for the Sirius Jade Annulus. What exactly did Xiaji obtain from the Jade Annulus? Huiji and the others knew that the price Xiaji had to pay was too high. This also meant that Xiaji would be able to obtain even more. What could he gain from this? Even as a half-martial ancestor, Xiaji did not have the right to give the 3 forms of blade will to the Sirius sect. This was related to the inheritance of the Xia family. The more they thought about it, the more they understood that this matter was more important to Xiaji than anything else. What? Do you want to know more? Xiaji looked at them. Huiji and the others looked at each other and left helplessly. They did not have the right to ask Xiaji anything. If they had known, they would have asked the elders to come. After they left, Xia Yi bowed deeply to Xiaji. Elder, this. Xiaji interrupted him. Come out. Xia Meng walked out and looked at Xiaji. Elder, is it worth it? Xiaji smiled a rare smile. He had never smiled since becoming a half-martial ancestor, and Xia Yi had never seen him smile before. In Xia Meng's memories, the last time Xiaji had smiled was thousands of years ago. As a descendant of progenitor Chen, isn't it worth it to receive his inheritance? Xiaji asked. Xia Meng was calm but her voice was low. It's not worth it just for the Sirius Gong. Xiaji smiled. What if it's for the possibility of becoming a half-martial ancestor? Xia Meng and Xia Yi were shocked and looked at Xiaji. Xiaji's expression was solemn. Xia Yi, leave. Xia Yi's face paled and he bowed deeply before leaving. He was the head of the Xia family, but ever since the incident with Xia Juyo, Xiaji had been very dissatisfied with him. Now he was not even allowed to listen in. After Xia Yi left, Xiaji said, the Sirius Jade Disc contains the greatest inheritance of progenitor Chen's Sirius clone. Sirius Gong revolves the stars. How do you know that some of the stars in the universe are not derived from Sirius Gong? Xia Meng's expression changed. Derived from Sirius Gong? Real stars? Xiaji nodded. When Sirius Gong is cultivated to its peak, it can produce stars and give birth to life. That's the difference between a half-martial ancestor and a half-martial ancestor. Progenitor Qin is invincible and he can fight 1 against 9. Whether it's a giant clone, a Sirius clone or an illusory clone, each of them can fight against a half-martial ancestor. Each of them can create life and turn something rotten into something miraculous. In the universe there are stars created by progenitor Qin using Sirius Gong. Controlling a star is the same as controlling the civilization on the star. The Xia family can instantly control countless powers. More importantly, he looked seriously at Xiaomeng. With Progenitor Chen's serious gong, he can overcome the progenitor's tribulation and become a half-martial ancestor. Xiaomeng's breathing quickened and her eyes flashed with excitement. Can we become a half-martial ancestor? Xiaji laughed. Of course. How can Progenitor Chen's power not be able to overcome the tribulation? Lingji Mavis died during her tribulation, which caused the remaining half-martial ancestors to panic. Elder Gong looks old and frail, but does he dare to attempt the tribulation? The sage celestial master has mastered the source box array and has been preparing for countless years on Everlasting Island, but does he dare to attempt the tribulation? Even Elder Chan wouldn't dare because becoming a half-martial ancestor is too difficult. This is my shortcut, and with Progenitor Chen's power, I have a 90% chance of succeeding. Once I become a half-martial ancestor, I will have the final say in the fifth mainland. Xiaomeng finally understood. No wonder Xiaji had schemed against a mere half-martial ancestor like Leon's armada. Do you think it's worth it? Xiaji asked Xiaomeng. Xiaomeng bowed deeply. Elder, you have great foresight. You will definitely be the next Progenitor Chen. Xiaji's eyes gleamed. The next Progenitor Chen? That's right, he would definitely be the next Progenitor Chen. So what if Xiaji had 3 blade intents? As long as he could become a half-martial ancestor, he would be willing to pay any price. After that, all he had to do was cultivate Sirius Gong and study the Sirius Jade Disc. Xiaomeng suddenly thought of something. Elder, if there's such a method, why doesn't the Sirius sect use it? Elder Gong should have been able to control those stars a long time ago. Xiaji shook his head. How could it be that easy? Although I don't know the exact reason, it should be related to bloodlines. Those people in the Sirius sect are not Progenitor Chen's descendants. With Progenitor Chen's unparalleled power, how could his inheritance be obtained by those people? With Progenitor Chen's bloodline, we will definitely succeed. Xiaomeng nodded. I will give the order to seal off the Xia family. From now on, the Xia family will not receive any guests until Elder becomes a half-martial ancestor. Xiaji nodded and gazed into the distance. Becoming a half-martial ancestor was every cultivator's dream, and he was about to achieve it. This was the will of the heavens. He had thought that Lu Yin's interference would cause his plan to fail, but he had still succeeded. This was the will of the heavens. The fifth mainland needed a powerful progenitor. There was one thing that Xiaji did not mention, and neither did Xiaomeng. Although the 3 forms of blade intent were the Xia family's greatest inheritance, it was a blade technique that was not suitable for the Sirius sect. Compared to the mystical Sirius technique that could allow one to become a lockbreaker, the 3 forms of blade intent were much less valuable. The Sirius sect had only compromised because Elder Gong and Heavenly Master Xianxia had been injured, and also because Elder Chan had interfered. The fifth mainland's various powers were in a chaotic battle, and the Hall of Honor could ignore it. However, the fifth mainland's half-martial ancestors could not fight to the death. Half-martial ancestors were the foundation of the fifth mainland, not to mention those who had Genesis items. In the Cosmic Sea, Lu Yin accompanied Leon's armada for a few days. Heizage Leon was injured and he could not leave immediately in case someone else tried to harm him. He thought of leaving the army, but it had been very quiet over the past few days and nothing had happened. Instead, he had been scolded by Big Sis. The home of the gods had all left Smog Mountain Range, but Lu Yin regretted that Ember had escaped. He had fled so quickly that even Violet Deity had not been able to find him. Ember was a disaster, and Lu Yin had to use all of his resources to find out where he was. However, there was one thing that gave Lu Yin a headache. The giant had disappeared. Yesterday, the expeditionary army had arrived, and it was the same expeditionary army that had attacked the giant financial group. They had received orders to come to the Cosmic Sea and they had finally arrived. However, Ku Wei and the others were nowhere to be found. The expeditionary army had been scared off by Chen Huang, and although they had arrived at the Cosmic Sea ahead of time, Lu Yin should still be able to contact Ku Wei and the others. Even if they were far away in the outerverse, he should still be able to contact them. He waited for 2 more days, but he still could not contact Ku Wei. He felt that something was off, so he contacted the expeditionary army's commander, Shigu. I don't know any giant, Shigu denied, refusing to admit that he had been to the giant financial group. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and the star chessboard appeared beneath his feet. He moved in front of Shigu and reached out to grab him. Shigu had not expected Lu Yin to suddenly attack and he was furious. He was the commander of the expeditionary army. There was a thump as Lu Yin and Shigu's palms collided. Shigu tried to use his innate ability to pierce through Lu Yin's palm, but Lu Yin's golden battle force made it so that even Shigu's attack was useless. Shigu's arm was bent and he was forced back several steps. Nearby, 2 expeditionary army enlighters hurriedly attacked Lu Yin, but they were suppressed by his domain and were unable to move. Even further away, the expeditionary army erupted with killing intent as they stared at Lu Yin. However, in the next moment, Lu Yin's domain completely extended and enveloped the entire expeditionary army, making them feel as if they were in a swamp. The commotion attracted the attention of Leon's armada, and there was a loud sound as the tyrant blade struck the ground. The winds and clouds above the cosmic sea churned as a terrifying aura swept past the expeditionary army, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. All of this happened in an instant. Deqiu and the others were shocked, as they were afraid that Leon's armada would attack the expeditionary army. What was going on? Could it be that the expeditionary army wanted to carry out the board's decision and capture Heizage Leon? That would be too stupid. Chapter 1632. Beads of sweat dripped down Shigu's forehead as he stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. This kid was just an enlighter, but he had actually been able to push him back with a single palm strike. His palm had been incomparably fierce, and his battle force had been so strong that even Shigu's innate gift hadn't been used. How could this kid's power be so terrifying? He had watched the Sovereign tournament and hadn't underestimated Lu Yin, but now he realized that he had underestimated him. I'll ask you one more time. Do you know where the giants went? Lu Yin barked, his eyes cold. He didn't care about Shigu. Shigu and Lu Yin stared at each other for a while before replying, I haven't seen them since I left the giant financial group, so I don't know. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and stared at Shigu for a long time before turning to leave. He believed Shigu's words, but where had Ku Wei and the other giants gone? In the inner verse, an enormous shadow was rapidly moving towards the outer verse, as if another space had been peeled away. The shadow was about half the size of a planet. Ordinary people couldn't tell what it was, and even enlighters couldn't tell what it was. However, those who had reached the level of an emissary could tell that the shadow was indeed an isolated void. Within the void were Qin Huang and the other giants as well as Ku Wei. At the very front of the shadow was an alluring woman. Although she wasn't young, her face was absolutely beautiful, and anyone who saw her would be able to smell her fragrance. She was Madame Red. Madame Red had also gone to the Cosmic Sea when the war broke out. She had wanted to take action, but experts had appeared one after another. Night King Di Jiang, lonely old man, and then Heizage Shenwei, Xiaomeng, and the others had made her apprehensive, so she hadn't shown herself. Once the war had ended, she knew that she had no chance, so she could only return. However, she had run into these giants along the way. The moment she saw the giant bloodline, she had been tempted. They were simply natural warriors. She didn't even think about it before capturing all of the giants and taking them away. These giants would become the Flying Horse Mountain Villa's warriors. On Qin Huang's shoulder, Ku Wei wanted to contact Lu Yin, but he couldn't do so in this isolated void. He was speechless as he had run into a crazy woman who had captured them without saying a word. Was she crazy? No one knew that Ku Wei and the others had been captured by Madame Red. The only person who might have known was Tsang Yi. He was the one who had told Madame Red that there would be a war in Universe Ocean. At that moment, Tsang Yi was once again in charge of Chaos God Mountain. He already knew the outcome of the war in Universe Ocean. He also knew that Tsang Zhou and Tsang Song were both dead. Within Chaos God Mountain, he had a group of people who were loyal to him. Furthermore, Chaos God Mountain was a place where the strong ruled. It was filled with the blood of the dark forces. It was not difficult to take control. Since he couldn't get any more information from Shigu, he contacted Song Ying. Song Ying had changed the order without permission and sent the expeditionary army to the giant financial group instead of the cosmic ocean. She was convicted and stripped of her position as a director. This wasn't a simple mistake at all. It was a delay in the battle which could easily lead to unpredictable consequences. More importantly, the board members couldn't bring their personal feelings into their decisions. Song Ying was obviously targeting the giant too much. Song Ying had been stripped of his position as a director, and his tone grew even more irritated. Alliance head Lu, you should be asking Sanliang, not me. I'm no longer a director. Song Ying was stripped of her position as director and was immediately replaced by San Liang. Originally, San Liang was supposed to replace another director, but today he was appointed ahead of time. Does the disappearance of the giant bloodline have anything to do with you? Lu Yin asked. Song Ying was shocked. The giant bloodline disappeared? What do you mean? Didn't Shigu fail? It has nothing to do with you? Lu Yin asked. Song Ying sneered. Destroying the giants is my long-cherished wish, and I wouldn't go so far as to hide it. I was the one who sent the expeditionary army, but it failed. I didn't even hide it when the board questioned me, so I definitely wouldn't lie to you. Lu Yin's gaze grew heavy. If this had been Song Ying's backup plan, then he would have relaxed. Since it had nothing to do with Song Ying, then what was the problem? Alliance head Lu, you're trying to hide the giant bloodline, aren't you? Song Ying suddenly asked. Lu Yin raised his brows. They're missing. Director Song Ying, is there anyone else in the Fifth Mainland who hates the giants besides you? Song Ying sternly replied, I don't hate them, I just have misgivings about them. There are too many branches of the giants, and it would be fine if they were just pure battle giants. However, they've evolved into technological giants, and the threat of intelligent giants far surpasses the brainless battle giants. My goal is to destroy the giants, and I have no personal grudges with them. Lu Yin ended the call and pondered for a moment. He contacted Sanliang, the Sirius sect, and all the resources that he could use in the Innerverse and Outerverse. He also paid attention to the giants as they had limitless potential. Furthermore, Ku Wei was also there, and no matter what, Ku Wei was still his disciple. If someone dared to touch his disciple, then he would not let them off. A few more days passed, and Lu Yin bid farewell to Leon's armada and left the Cosmic Sea. He was invited to visit the Wen family. This battle had shaken the Fifth Mainland, and it was hard to say who had won or lost. The Xia family had used 3 forms of blade intent to defuse the Sirius sect's fury. Even though the Sirius sect would definitely not be willing to exchange Sirius art for 3 forms of blade intent, the truth had already been revealed, and they could not change it unless they really went to war with the Xia family. The 7 courts were apprehensive of the Sirius sect in Everlasting Island, but how could the Sirius sect not care? The Hall of Honor had also intervened. As for what price the Xia family had paid to Everlasting Island, Lu Yin had asked about it, and Shangxing Shenwei had said that it might have been a sourcebox array. In any case, the Elysian Heavenly Master did not pursue the matter. Lu Yin actually wanted to meet Xiaji, especially when Xiaji found out that the diagram within the Sirius Jade Disc was gone. He would definitely be infuriated. Elder Jioshan had also specially contacted Lu Yin and told him not to expose the diagram under any circumstances. Not only had Xiaji been planning for many years, but he had also started a battle that had shaken the Fifth Mainland, causing the Cosmic Sea's 4 tyrants to become 2 of them. He had also lost an avatar and paid 3 forms of blade intent, among other things. If he found out that what he had obtained in exchange was useless, he would definitely lose his rationality. Lu Yin definitely could not become the target of his anger. Lu Yin also knew that Xiaji would keep the diagram a secret. The spacecraft headed towards the Innerverse erudite flow zone. Within the spacecraft, Lu Yin thanked Lu Yi and Flying Flower solemnly. Thank you for your assistance. I can't thank you enough. Sister Flying Flower rolled her eyes. Mr. Lu Yi replied, we were just trying to save our own lives. Lu Yin seriously replied, saving my own life is one thing, but I'm truly grateful for your help. Don't worry, you won't be restricted forever. After some time I'll set you free. Sister Flying Flower's eyes lit up and she looked at Lu Yin. When? Lu Yin solemnly replied, very soon. She was speechless. Mr. Lu Yi suddenly asked, can I ask you a question? Lu Yin replied, please go ahead. Mr. Lu Yi thought about it and then his expression turned solemn. What exactly are you trying to do? Lu Yin was confused. What do you mean? You are Lu Xiaoxian, the only successor of the Lu clan in the Starry Sky of Trees. Your appearance has caused a huge uproar in the Starry Sky of Trees. In just a short period of time, the 4-way scale's prestige has plummeted. Countless people have swarmed over wanting to save you. Countless people want to use your name to rebel against the 4-way scale. And yet you are doing everything you can to obtain authority, status and strength in this starry sky. Lu Yin fell silent and did not answer. Instead he turned around and looked out into space. Mr. Lu Yi looked at Lu Yin's back. I know even if you don't tell me. The Lu family was exiled by the 4 cardinal scales and you want to take revenge. Sister Flying Flower stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned around and met Mr. Lu Ye's gaze. Shouldn't I want revenge? This will throw the cosmic tree realm into complete chaos, and the 4 cardinal scales will collapse. The battlefield on the other side will also be affected. You should know that the commander and the eye of the formation are now members of the 4 cardinal scales. If anything happens to them, the infinite kinetic energy will be damaged, and the Eternals will be able to easily invade the cosmic tree realm. Lu Yin shouted, so I should just let the 4 cardinal scales slaughter me? Let the Lu family fend for itself? Or even commit suicide? Mr. Lu Yi shook his head. It would be cruel to you, but your revenge would be equally cruel to the cosmic tree realm and this realm. Did you just think of this? Lu Yin asked. Mr. Lu Yi replied, I thought of it a long time ago. If that's the case, why didn't you ask me earlier? Mr. Lu Yi did not answer. Why didn't you ask earlier? That's because you don't care whether or not I'm taking revenge. Or rather, you're also conflicted. With your flying willow flower strength, why haven't you joined the 4-way scales yet? Sister Flying Flower snorted. Not everyone wants to join them. There are many people like you in the cosmic tree realm, and even more of you have been taken to the Star Alliance. If something happens to one of you, will the other be taken to the Star Alliance? Lu Yin asked. Lu Yi and Flying Flower looked at each other, speechless. They could protect themselves if they worked together, but if something happened to one of them, the other would either have to join the 4 cardinal scales or be taken to the Star Alliance. We are the humble advisors. This is the path you have chosen. You can only choose to become a humble advisor to protect yourselves. As for me, Lu Yin looked at Flying Flower seriously. I can only choose revenge to protect myself. We are all the same. Not long after, Lu Yin's gadget rang. He glanced at it and accepted the call. Alliance Master, your subordinate, Song Yi, has taken control of Chaos God Mountain, Song Yi said respectfully. Talking to Flying Flower put Lu Yin in a bad mood. All right, got it. Alliance Master, your subordinate will definitely keep an eye on Chaos God Mountain for you and not let the Innerverse know, Song Yi continued as he knew what Lu Yin needed. Lu Yin replied, then I'll leave it to you. He then ended the call. After this trip to the Wen family, he still needed to go to Chaos God Mountain. Someone like Song Yi had betrayed the 5th mainland and had no integrity. Lu Yin did not believe that Chaos God Mountain needed another master. This was not Lu Yin's first time in the Erudite Flow Zone. After the Astral Combat Tournament, he had visited the Erudite Flow Zone as well. However, he had gone to the border and participated in the border war, so he had not passed through the Wen family. The Wen family had invited him several times after that, but he had never come. This was his first time visiting the Wen family. The Wen family lived up to their name and had a scholarly aura. The entire flow zone gave off a scholarly aura. The spacecraft that one saw, the battle techniques that the cultivators practiced, and the trade that one saw in space were all related to the scholarly aura. It was different from any other flow zone that Lu Yin had visited before. I've been updating for 3 consecutive days. Thank you for your support, brothers. Chapter 1633. The 8 great flow zones of the Innerverse each had their own unique characteristics. The blazing mist flow zone was hot, and the cultivators there had fiery tempers. The chaos flow zone was filled with slaughter and darkness. The day-night flow zone was arrogant. The first flow zone was incomparably sharp, and the parasite flow zone was filled with poisonous insects. In comparison, the erudite flow zone was more comfortable. When Lu Yin and Lu Yefei arrived, everyone in the Wen family welcomed them, led by the family head Wen Zizai. Welcome Alliance Leader Lu to the Wen family. The Wen family head Wen Zizai has come to welcome you. A loud voice rang out and Lu Yin heard it the moment he stepped off the spacecraft. Wen Zizai was the head of the Wen family and a powerhouse of the older generation, so he gave Lu Yin a lot of face. Lu Yin hurriedly stepped forward and smiled. I'm sorry for the intrusion, but it's my honor to be able to visit the Wen family. Wen Zizai smiled. Alliance Leader Lu, you're giving the Wen family a lot of face by coming here as a guest. He then looked at Lu Yefei and politely said, you too must be Lu Yefei. Welcome to the Wen family. Lu Yefei smiled. You're a cultured person. How admirable. Wen Zizai laughed. Alliance Leader Lu, please come in. Senior, please. Wen Zizai had brought everyone in the Wen family regardless of whether they were seniors or juniors. Wen Sanxi was not far from Wen Zizai, and there were also Wen Qianer, Wen Tan and the others whom Lu Yin had met before. There was also Wen Yao from the Wen family's older generation as well as Lu Jing who was a guest of the Wen family. Lu Yin also saw Wen Zhaoqing, the fifth mainlands trader who had appeared on the same list as Song Yi. Lu Yin only glanced at him and did not pay him much attention. With his current status, people like Wen Sanxi and Wen Zhaoqing were no longer qualified to speak to him on equal terms. There was no one in the fifth mainland who treated Lu Yin as a junior. The Wen family's people only welcomed Lu Yin out of courtesy. After Lu Yin and Wen Zizai entered the Wen family, the rest of the people dispersed, leaving only Wen Sanxi to accompany them. The Wen family's architecture was antique, and Lu Yin had seen many such buildings before, so he was not surprised. However, he was surprised that there was a broom at the entrance that had rune lines. In the Innerverse, Lu Yin had nothing to worry about and he could use the rune lines to see everything. He had never expected to see rune lines on a broom. Although there weren't many, the fact that a broom could have rune lines made him curious, and he thought back to the broom that he had stolen from Nong Zaitian. "I've heard that Senior often sweeps the floor. May I know if you're here?" Lu Yin asked. Wen Zizai said, "That's right. How did you know, Alliance Master Lu?" Lu Yin smiled. "I guessed. The other places are spotless and only this place has fallen leaves and dust." Wen Zizai nodded. "That's right. Only this place isn't clean. It's just like the human heart. It's filled with greed and will never be clean." "Senior, are you referring to this junior?" Lu Yin asked slowly. Wen Zizai burst into laughter. "Of course not. Alliance leader Lu came to the Wen clan this time because it represented a fair trade. And this trade has already ended." Lu Yin paused in surprise. Wen Zizai's eyes flashed and Wen Sanxi spoke up from behind him. "During the war in the Cosmic Sea, my Wen family delayed the sword sect, and we were also willing to lend you the panorama of clarity that Alliance Master Lu needed. In return, Alliance Master Lu brought Wen Zizai to us. Doesn't that mean that the trade is over?" Lu Yin looked at Wen Zizai and found it funny. "Senior, that was just the beginning of the trade, not the end. Did the Wen family make a mistake?" "Brother Lu, my Wen family paid a huge price to delay the sword sect, and we also paid a huge price to obtain Yi Huang Academy's panorama of clarity. Are these two prices not enough to exchange for Wen Zizai?" Wen Sanxi hurriedly asked. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Just by scaring the sword sect and borrowing the panorama of clarity, the Wen family was able to obtain a way to dominate the Innerverse. "Isn't this price a little too low?" Wen Zizai calmly replied, "Let's go in first. Otherwise, if others see us, they'll think that my Wen family isn't treating our guests well." After Lu Yin entered with Wen Zizai and the others, Yi Huang Academy's President Han and several other mentors appeared in the distance, including Han Chong's younger brother Han Kuei. "That's Lu Yin. Ever since he appeared, his legend has never stopped. Everything he's done is worthy of being recorded in the annals of history," Ying Tang praised. He was one of Yi Huang Academy's mentors. In terms of age, he's even younger than Wen Sanxi and Han Chong. I wonder what heights he's reached by now. It's said that he can battle envoys. This kid is indeed terrifying, but what's even more frightening is his ambition. Unifying the Outerverse isn't his goal, and all 8 of the Innerverse flow zones are wary of him. President Han watched Lu Yin enter the Wen family's residence and fell into deep thought. How did this kid know about the panorama of clarity? Everyone took their seats in the Wen family's guest hall. Wen Zizai immediately spoke up. "Alliance leader Lu, you should know how important Wen Zizai is to my Wen family. Please speak frankly about your conditions." Lu Yin smiled. "During the battle at the Cosmic Sea, the Wen family did indeed delay the sword sect. I'm very grateful for that and I'm here to show my sincerity." Wen Zizai's eyes lit up. "What kind of sincerity?" Lu Yin replied, "I want to take a look at the panorama of clarity. As for Wen Zizai, he can be alone with Wen Sanxi for an incense stick's worth of time. After that, I'll take him away. As for keeping Wen Zizai in the Wen family, I haven't thought of such a condition yet. What do you think, Senior?" Wen Zizai frowned. "Alliance leader Lu, Wen Zizai is already a member of my Wen family. Not the 5th mainland's Wen family," Lu Yin replied. Wen Zizai stared at Lu Yin. Even though this was the Wen family's residence, he wasn't confident that he could force Wen Zizai to stay. The flying willow leaf flower alone was enough to render the Wen family helpless. Lu Yin, on the other hand, was most famous not for his ability to unify the Outerverse or his unrivaled strength during the Sovereign Tournament, but rather for his external possessions. This kid seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of external possessions, and those external possessions were extremely terrifying. The Wen family couldn't keep them here, and they couldn't take Wen Zizai away either. During the battle at the Cosmic Sea, this kid had implicated many major figures, and it was shocking. Alliance leader Lu, have you really not thought of any conditions to raise, or do you have other plans? Wen Zizai asked. Even with his sunken manner, he couldn't take it anymore. There were many techniques in negotiations, and one of them was patience. However, when Zizai realized that Lu Yin didn't seem to be competing in patience. Instead, it seemed more like Lu Yin really hadn't thought of any conditions. This was the most disgusting thing, and when Zizai would rather Lu Yin have already thought of some conditions. That way, there would still be a possibility of reaching an agreement rather than dragging this out indefinitely. Lu Yin was helpless. I really haven't thought of any conditions. He then looked at Wen Xianxia. With Brother Wen's former ability as one of the 10 arbiters, you should be able to learn a lot by talking with Wen Zizai for half an hour. Does the Wen family not want this opportunity? Wen Zizai frowned. If he accepted it, then the price he had to pay would be 0. If he delayed the sword sect and allowed Lu Yin to view the panorama, then that would be the equivalent of half an hour. If he didn't accept it, then he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to obtain anything at all. He hadn't expected Lu Yin to show such sincerity. Should he take a gamble and accumulate the price in exchange for Wen Zizai, or should he talk for half an hour first? There was another point that he was even more apprehensive about, and that was whether Wen Zizai would teach them how to use the literary prison during that time. If he didn't teach Wen Zizai, then everything would be for naught. Wen Zizai thought that Wen Zizai shouldn't teach Wen Zizai, and he was hoping that the literary prison would allow the Wen family to save him. If Wen Zizai taught Wen Zizai, then he would have no value, and it would be difficult for him to escape Lu Yin's control for the rest of his life. Wen Zizai considered many things in an instant. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry, as the Wen family's tea tasted pretty good. Lu Yefei and Flying Flower exchanged glances. They had followed Lu Yin for quite some time now, and they had fully experienced this brat's scheming nature. This brat's grasp of human nature was becoming more and more precise, and he controlled every step of the way. It was very troublesome to make an enemy out of him. People who calculated every step of the way were the hardest to deal with. In the end, Wen Zizai agreed. Half an hour was fine. They wouldn't lose anything if they delayed the sword sect, and the panorama belonged to the Han family, so the Wen family wouldn't lose anything either. Even though it would take a lot of effort, it was still good enough to exchange for half an hour of conversation. Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme and stored Wen Xianxia inside. He then raised his hand and burned a stick of incense in the air. It was a normal incense stick, neither too long nor too short, and it burned at a normal speed. When Zizai drank his tea and waited quietly, not in the mood to talk. Lu Yin also waited quietly. The incense quickly burned out, and Lu Yin waved for Wen Xianxia to leave Mount Supreme. When Zizai stared at Wen Xianxia, who nodded back at him. When Zizai relaxed. Although it hadn't been long, he had definitely learned something. Lu Yin saw it as well as expected. When Zizai couldn't teach nothing, but he couldn't teach everything in half an hour either. Otherwise, the Astral Tree Literary Prison would have already spread. Senior, where's the panorama? Lu Yin asked. When Zizai dismissed Wen Xianxia and looked at Lu Yefei. Lu Yin had Lu Yefei leave. Only the two of them were present. When Zizai took out a broken stone that was half a meter square. As it was a stone. Lu Yin looked at it in amazement. It clearly didn't have any rune lines, but it gave off a very ancient feeling. It was very ancient, just like the Day-Night Clan's teleportation stone. The stars of the universe had existed for countless years, far longer than the history of humanity. This stone gave off the same feeling as the stars, as if it would never change. When Zizai's expression was solemn. I borrowed this stone from the Han family. The panorama is on it. Alliance Master Lu, take a look. I can't see anything from it anyway. Lu Yin carefully took it, afraid that he would break it. It didn't seem very sturdy. The stone gave off an incomparably ancient aura, but it also felt very ordinary. There was a panorama on it, but it was only a corner. The stone had been cut, and the panorama was connected to the two sides of the stone. This stone was just one of the fragments. He couldn't see any rune lines, but there was nothing strange about it. Lu Yin stared at the panorama, but he couldn't feel anything. He looked at it over and over again until his eyes were glued to the stone. Only then did he sense something unusual. This wasn't a normal panorama. It was more like a panorama that contained a universe of stars and even a civilization. It was like the astral tree realm, where many mountains and lakes contained a universe of stars and civilizations. Lu Yin could vaguely see stars and planets in this panorama. I'll be updating at 3 p.m. for the 4th consecutive day. Thank you for your support. Thank you for coming. Support Windborn. Thank you. Chapter 1634. After a full 2 hours, that was all Lu Yin could make out. After that he couldn't make out anything else. He looked at Wen Zizai suspiciously. Senior, are you sure it's this? Wen Zizai smiled bitterly. I know that Alliance leader Lu might not believe me, but this is indeed the case. If you don't believe me, you can check the footage of Han Chang's battle. He used his star energy to draw a landscape painting that looks exactly like this one. Lu Yin frowned as he recalled Han Chang's battle. The panorama had defeated Xia Yi as soon as it appeared, which meant that it was not simple. Han Chang might have discovered something from the painting, but he had only been a Lemmeter back then. Now Lu Yin could fight an emissary alone, so how could he not have seen anything? Everyone had their own opportunities and Lu Yin could not force it. He had just stepped onto the path of cultivation, but he had been able to use his innate die to enter the time-stop space. That was the power of time, and even a half-ancestor might not be able to come into contact with it. Who could say for sure? Alliance leader Lu, this is indeed the case. The Han family has been guarding this stone for many years, and President Han is currently with the Wen family. You can ask him, Wen Zizai emphasized, afraid that Lu Yin would not believe him. Lu Yin replied, then I'll have to trouble Senior to invite President Han over. Wen Zizai nodded. Not long after, an old man arrived and faced Lu Yin, nervously looking at the stone in Lu Yin's hand. Lu Yin recognized this old man. Although he had never met him before, he had seen images of him on the internet. He was the president of Yi Huang Academy and a public figure. Junior Lu Yin greets President Han, Lu Yin said politely. President Han nodded and praised, Alliance leader Lu, it's been a long time. Your name is like thunder in my ears. I can't compare to President Han's education. In front of him, I'm just a student who hasn't graduated from the Astral Combat Academy. President Han was astonished. You haven't graduated from the Astral Combat Academy? Lu Yin smiled. That's right. I'm always outside and haven't had the time to graduate. President Han laughed. With Alliance leader Lu's abilities, you've long since surpassed the mentors. It doesn't make a difference whether you graduate or not. Right, how did you learn about this landscape painting? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. If the Han family can keep the panorama of clarity, then it's only natural for others to know about it as well. There's no such thing as an eternal secret. It's fine if Alliance head Lu doesn't want to talk about it. He looked at the stone in Lu Yin's hand. This is indeed the panorama that Alliance head Lu needs. Back then Chong-er was attracted to it by accident and he begged me for a long time before I finally allowed him to take a look at it. Just a glance. Lu Yin raised his brows. President Han nodded. That's right. I was immediately attracted to it. I believed that Chong-er had some sort of fate with this painting. Perhaps the Han family had guarded this painting for so many years precisely for Chong-er. That's why I allowed him to look at it and use it to paint the world. Lu Yin looked at the stone in his hand again. Everyone else had seen the problem with a single glance, but he couldn't. This panorama was not fated with him. He had even memorized the Stonewall scriptures, but he still couldn't figure anything out. Helpless, he returned the stone to President Han. Dean Han took the stone and heaved a sigh of relief. After seeing the panorama of mountains and rivers, he also allowed Wen Sansi and Wen First Rank to be alone for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. The transaction was considered complete. Even though Wen Zizai had desperately wanted Wen No. 1 to stay with the Wen family, he had still been taken away by Lu Yin. It was a strange feeling, as if he was tearing apart two lovers. When he left the Wen family, Lu Yin saw Wen Qianer. Although they had only met a few times and hadn't spoken much, they could still be considered acquaintances. But now it felt like a lifetime had passed. His 2 years in the cosmic tree had greatly changed Lu Yin's mentality. Wen Qian'er looked at Lu Yin, but there was no longer any challenge in her eyes. That was a level that she could never hope to reach. I never thought that you Wen Zizai would have a day like this. Someone else has taken away what you desire the most from the Wen family, but you can't do anything about it, President Han lamented as he watched Lu Yin's flying ship depart. Wen Zizai's tone was gloomy. He's not the first. Although my Wen family controls the erudite flow zone, that's only because the fifth mainland is too big. The Hall of Honor and the Neoverse can't handle everything. Otherwise, the Day-Night clan and the Sword Sect wouldn't even have a say. What do you think he'll ask for? President Han asked as he was very curious. The Wen family had already shown great sincerity, and they had even tried their best to fulfill any of Lu Yin's conditions. Even so, Lu Yin had not mentioned anything. Wen Zizai was in a bad mood, so he ignored President Han and returned to the Wen family. After leaving the Wen family, Lu Yin deliberately took a detour to Chaos Flow Zone. The reason for this detour was naturally because of the Corpse King. The Corpse King that had killed Han Chong had been eyeing Lost Radiance Academy, and it desired the panorama of clarity. Lu Yin wanted to eliminate this hidden danger. The panorama of clarity was useless to him, but that did not mean that it was useless to others, especially the Corpse King. Lost Radiance Academy was not very far from the Wen family, and with the spacecraft's speed, it only took half a day for them to see the planet. It was a very ordinary planet that was not suitable for human habitation. There was no civilization and there were very few living creatures. The Corpse King had a power level of over 400,000, but it had not reached the level of an emissary. Thus, it had not ventured deep into Lost Radiance Academy and had instead stayed on the planet to keep an eye on it while waiting for orders from the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin was hesitating over whether or not he should eliminate the Corpse King. If he did, the Neo-Human Alliance might find out and implicate him in the matter of the panorama of clarity, which would bring him trouble. However, it would also bring him the key to unraveling the mystery. Even President Han did not know the use of the panorama of clarity, so the Neo-Human Alliance might know. The spacecraft stopped in outer space and Lu Yin stared at the barren planet in the distance. Even further away, there were colorful nebulae revolving around it. Mr. Lu Yi was puzzled. We're not leaving? Lu Yin thought about it and then said, let's go. He then continued flying towards the Chaos Flow Zone. It would be easy to deal with the Corpse King, but once this one was dealt with, the Neo-Human Alliance would definitely send more. Lu Yin wanted to keep this Corpse King, as it was one of the rare Corpse Kings that he could merge with. It might be of great use in the future. A few days later, Lu Yin received a call from Star Sibyl. I was unable to divine the name Undying Yushan. Are you sure that this name is correct? Lu Yin replied, it should be correct. Undying Yushan, the master of the Frostwave Weave's Great Yu Empire, but he died more than 10 years ago. He's a dead man. Lu Yin replied, I saw him. He's not dead. Perhaps, but I can't divine his identity unless you have his blood. Lu Yin thought of Wendy Yushan. I'll bring it to you. All right. Elsewhere in the Neoverse, Xiaji had been in Sirius's Jade Disk for some time, but he could not find anything strange. Sirius's Jade Disk contained stars that could be used to cultivate the Sirius art. However, according to the information that Xiaji had obtained from Progenitor Chen's tomb, there should be something in the Jade Disk that could be used by Progenitor Chen's descendants to sense the various Sirius stars that Progenitor Chen had left behind. Why isn't there anything? Do I have to cultivate the Sirius art to its peak? Xiaji muttered to himself. 9 stars revolved around his body, which meant that he could easily cultivate the Sirius art. If that's the case, then it'll take some effort. Xiaji took a deep breath and began to cultivate the Sirius art. The Sirius sect had also obtained the Xia family's 3 forms of blade intent, and the first batch to cultivate them were naturally the true disciples and elders. However, there were not many elders who cultivated the 3 forms of blade intent, as their cultivation had long since been fixed. Focusing on the 3 forms would not be of much help, as the Sirius sect's disciples were not proficient in blade techniques. Mu Ziying, on the other hand, was very excited. He had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation of the Sirius art, and aside from innate talent, the 3 forms of blade intent were another way to increase his strength. He also liked blade techniques. Although the appearance of the three forms of blade intent had temporarily quelled the anger of the serious sect, as time passed, more and more serious sect disciples were not proficient in the three forms of blade intent, and this anger would erupt again. Without the serious jade disc, the cultivation speed of the serious art would be greatly reduced, which was not a good thing for the serious sect. The current peace was only temporary. Lu Yin returned to Chaos God Mountain and hid his tracks until he saw Tsang-yi. Tsang-yi hurriedly bowed when he saw Lu Yin. "Greetings, Alliance Leader." Lu Yin nodded with a calm expression. "You acted quite quickly. The loss of Tsang Zhou and the other elites has greatly damaged Chaos God Mountain's strength. How do you plan on making up for it?" Tsang-yi carefully replied, "Chaos God Mountain does not lack disciples. As long as I'm here, the dark organizations can provide a large number of people to join at any time. However, with Tsang Zhou's death, we don't have any envoys, so it's easy for the 8 great flow zones to target us. I can only suppress the cultivators outside of the 8 great flow zones." The meaning behind his words was simple. The 8 great flow zones would be left to Lu Yin to deal with, and Tsang-yi would be able to deal with the rest. However, without Tsang-yi, Lu Yin would still have to deal with the rest, which would be very troublesome. "Are you saying that the dark organizations only recognize you?" Lu Yin asked. Tsang-yi respectfully replied, "I've dealt with them for too long and we're very familiar with each other." "Do you know Qianyan?" Lu Yin suddenly asked. Tsang-yi was stunned. "Qianyan? I know him. He's an interstellar pirate who was originally in the Outerverse, but after the Great Eastern Alliance rose to prominence, he said that he could no longer survive, so he came to Chaos Flow Zone. I've met him a few times and he's quite popular in Chaos Flow Zone." "Alliance Leader? Did he offend you?" Lu Yin looked at Tsang-yi and smiled. "Can you deal with him?" Tsang-yi's expression was solemn. "It won't be difficult to deal with him. Although he's gotten to know many people in Chaos Flow Zone over the past few years, with a single word from me, none of them will help him. Even you've heard of him. Seems like Qianyan is doing quite well. If you let him replace you in dealing with the dark organizations, he'll be a good choice," Lu Yin said. Tsang-yi was shocked and his face paled. "Alliance Leader W, what do you mean?" Lu Yin replied, "Qianyan is one of my people and his familiarity with the dark organizations in Chaos Flow Zone is probably not much worse than yours. Without you, he can still help Chaos God Mountain recruit a large number of cultivators. Isn't that great?" He then looked at Tsang-yi with a cold gaze. Tsang-yi's heart trembled. "Alliance Leader, Qianyan is just a hunter." "So what?" Tsang Zhou had an envoy with a power level of more than 700,000, but he was still killed. Chapter 1635. Even if Qianyan can help you deal with the dark forces, what about Chaos God Mountain? He's not from Chaos God Mountain, so he doesn't have the ability to control the Chaos Flow Zone, Tsang-yi hurriedly explained. Lu Yin looked outside and saw someone walking over. It was Elder Hu, the person who had helped hide Tsang-yi. He was just an ordinary deacon and Tsang-yi hadn't paid much attention to him. But now Tsang-yi was stunned. "Elder Hu?" Elder Hu bowed to Lu Yin. "This subordinate greets the Alliance Leader." Lu Yin nodded. Ever since the Great Eastern Alliance had destroyed the Blaze Realm, Wang Wen and Wei Rong had sent people to infiltrate the Innerverse. Elder Hu was one of the people who had been infiltrated, and he had secretly joined the Great Eastern Alliance for more than a year now. "Elder Hu, are you a member of the Great Eastern Alliance?" Tsang-yi found it hard to believe. Elder Hu looked at Tsang-yi and said indifferently, "I've been working for the Alliance Leader for more than a year. It's because of his orders that I'm helping you hide." Tsang-yi's body swayed and his eyes were bitter. He thought that everything was going according to his plan, but in the end he realized that he had been tricked from the beginning. "Even though Elder Hu doesn't have the ability to control Chaos God Mountain, we still have you, Tsang-yi," Lu Yin said slowly as he stared at Tsang-yi. "With you around, Chaos God Mountain won't dare to act rashly, regardless of whether you have a cultivation base or not. We have Qianyan on the outside and Elder Hu on the inside. That's enough to stabilize the situation. Most importantly, because of the deaths of Tsang Zhou, Tsang Song and the others, Chaos God Mountain has to seal itself off from the outside world." Tsang-yi's mind turned quickly. Regardless of whether he had cultivation or not. This meant that Lu Yin wanted to cripple him. No, absolutely not. He gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Yin. "Alliance Master, I've pledged my loyalty to you. Why do you want to cripple me?" You betrayed the fifth mainland and you lack integrity. Someone like you shouldn't even exist in the first place. After saying that, Lu Yin did not plan on wasting any more words with Song Yi and was about to cripple him. Song Yi hurriedly shouted, "Alliance Master Lu, I know where the giants are." Lu Yin froze and stared at Song Yi. "What did you say?" Song Yi was terrified as this was a moment of life and death. If Lu Yin took action, then he would be reduced to Elder Hu's puppet for the rest of his life, and that would be a fate worse than death. "I know where the giant bloodline is. Speak." He barked. Despite his fear, Azure Wing braced himself and said, "If I tell you, will Alliance Master Lu let me go? You don't have the right to negotiate with me. I'm begging you. I'd Song Yi beg Alliance Head Lu to spare me." Song Yi knelt down trembling. "As long as it's true, I won't touch you." Song Yi gritted his teeth. "Madam Red, it's very likely that the giant bloodline was taken away by Madam Red." Lu Yin felt strange. Madam Red? How did she know about the giant bloodline? Why would she take them away? Isn't she in the Outerverse? Song Yi's body trembled. "Yes, I was the one who told her. No, it was Madam Red who contacted me. She asked me about the situation at Chaos God Mountain and the war in Cosmic Sea. I had no choice but to tell her. She said she would go to Cosmic Sea. She went after the war in Cosmic Sea ended. There was a high chance she would run into the descendants of the giant race and be captured. Otherwise, with your influence, Alliance Leader Lu, it's impossible that you haven't found any traces of the giant's bloodline." Lu Yin really wanted to kill Song Yi. This person must have taken the initiative to contact Madam Red and tell her about Chaos God Mountain. Otherwise, Madam Red would not have contacted him so easily. With Madam Red's status, she would not have taken the initiative to contact him before the sixth mainland started plotting against the fifth mainland. Song Yi was practically lying on the ground as he waited in fear. He could not negotiate too many conditions with Lu Yin, so he could only pray that Lu Yin would keep his promise. "Are you sure it was Madam Red who did it?" Lu Yin asked. Song Yi gulped. "No, I'm not sure, but I can ask. I can contact her." "Ask her, but don't expose our existence. You should know that even the sixth mainland's 3 ancestors can't protect you, let alone Madam Red." "Only I can protect you," Lu Yin threatened. I know, Song Yi hurriedly agreed. After making some preparations, Song Yi returned to normal and he contacted Madam Red. Not long after, Madam Red's voice rang out. "What is it?" Song Yi carefully replied, "Madam, the war in Cosmic Sea has ended. I'm here to report this to you." "No need, I know." Madam Red sneered. Song Yi glanced at Lu Yin, whose back was facing him, and spoke up again. "Madam, I have another matter that I'd like to ask you about. Your mission is to wait for orders. Since when is it your turn to ask me questions?" Madam Red's tone was low and filled with a chill. Song Yi hurriedly replied, "It involves many powers, and it even involves the Hall of Honor's Board of Directors, so..." "What is it?" Song Yi asked. "Do you know about the giants?" Madam Red was astonished. "Why are you asking about that?" Song Yi explained, "There was a giant financial group in the Innerverse with the giant bloodline, but they have already sided with Lu Yin. During the war in Cosmic Sea, the giant bloodline supported Cosmic Sea, but they mysteriously disappeared. Lu Yin is currently using all of his influence to search for the giant bloodline. The Outerverse Great Eastern Alliance, the Innerverse Chaos God Mountain, the Wen family, the Cosmic Seas Leon Legion, and the Neoverse Board of Directors are all searching for them. The disappearance of the giant bloodline has caused a commotion, and I'm wondering if I should use the news of the giant bloodline to cause chaos in the Innerverse and Outerverse. Lu Yin's current influence is very great, and once he's in chaos, the entire fifth mainland will be thrown into chaos. He has the ability to directly influence the Board of Directors." Madam Red fell silent and Song Yi was nervous. His palms were sweaty, and he had no idea if the giant had been taken away by Madam Red. He could only guess. He was sure that Madam Red would go to Cosmic Sea, which meant that there was a high chance that she would capture or destroy the giant bloodline. He could only gamble on it, and since those words had been taught to him by Lu Yin, he could not just ask her directly. After a while, Madam Red asked, "How do you plan on using the giant bloodline?" Song Yi replied, "I haven't thought about that yet. It's just an idea, which is why I contacted Madam Red." Madam Red asked in a low voice, "This giant bloodline belongs to Lu Yin?" "Yes." "What a coincidence." These giants are currently at my Galloping Horse Mountain Villa. Tell Lu Yin that if he wants to take them away he can come to my Galloping Horse Mountain Villa. I'll be waiting for him. Song Yi panicked. Madam, if I tell Lu Yin my life dash, you can come to my Flying Horse Manor first. Song Zhou is dead and Lu Yin won't let you control Chaos God Mountain. He'll only support his own people. Once Lu Yin returns to Chaos God Mountain, your life will truly be gone, the Red Madam said. Song Yi's heart sank as Madam Red had been right. He looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. Song Yi nervously replied, Yes, madam. I'll head to the Galloping Horse Mountain Villa right away. The call ended and Song Yi respectfully stood up. Lu Yin's gaze turned gloomy as Madam Red had really taken them away. This was going to be troublesome as it was almost impossible to take the giant bloodline away from the Galloping Horse Mountain Villa. Madam Red was an absolute powerhouse whose power level exceeded 900,000, and she was not someone he could deal with. Even with Flying Willow there was a qualitative difference. If he wanted to take the giant bloodline away he would have to negotiate. He believed that since Madam Red wanted to negotiate with him, her conditions would not be low. He did not like to be passive, so there was only one other method, which was to forcefully take them away. If he wanted to succeed with this method he would have to first contact Madam Red. Lu Yin contacted Wei Rong and the two chatted for a while. Wei Rong was the best at this kind of thing. The next day, Lu Yin brought Song Yi and Flying Willow to the Outerverse Western Weaves. Chaos Flow Zone was located in the west of the Innerverse, and the Astral River Arc was very close to the Western Weaves. After Lu Yin set off he was just about to contact someone when his gadget rang. It was Enya. Alliance Master, the Hall of Taimo is in trouble. What's wrong? Enya replied, a giant is blocking the Hall of Taimo, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. He's from the 6th Mainland's Arrow Sect and his name is Brute Force. Lu Yin's expression changed. Enya sent out an image. In outer space outside the Hall of Taimo, there was a giant that was about 10 meters tall standing there. He carried a longbow on his back and had an arrogant look in his eyes. Lu Yin was stunned when he saw the giant's appearance. It was actually him. He recognized this giant as he had battled with this giant when he had entered the Daoist sect's Ruins 9 Cauldrons space. This giant was very powerful, and even if Ancestor Arrow Mountain had been alive, he would not have been a match for this giant, let alone the current Hall of Taimo. The giant has some misgivings, so he hasn't directly attacked the Hall of Taimo. However, we believe that he won't be able to wait for long. Enya's tone was unpleasant as the Great Eastern Alliance was being bullied. The Hall of Taimo was a member of the Great Eastern Alliance, and if the Great Eastern Alliance did not handle this matter well, it would cause dissension and discord. Lu Yin could not allow such a thing to happen at a time like this, or else all of his previous efforts would have been wasted. Got it, Lu Yin replied before ending the call. He pondered for a moment before activating his gadget. He wanted to contact Qing Tan. Soon Qing Tan's voice sounded. Alliance Master Lu, I'm glad that you contacted me. Miss Qing Tan, there's something that I need your help with. In the Neoverse, atop Realm Mountain, Qing Tan's eyes lit up when she heard Lu Yin's request. Alliance Master Lu, please speak your mind. If I can help, Qing Tan will definitely not refuse. Lu Yin replied, I'd like to ask Miss Qing Tan to ask the 3 elders to intervene in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's war at the Board of Governors and completely quell it. Also, give up the Blaze Realm's former territory to my Great Eastern Alliance. Qing Tan was puzzled. If I remember correctly, the Great Eastern Alliance withdrew from the Blaze Realm. Lu Yin felt bitter. I won't hide it from Miss Qing Tan. My original intention was to have the Sylvan Dragon tribe wage war with the Ross Empire so that I could sit back and reap the benefits. However, with the start of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's war, many Innerverse powers have secretly participated, and the situation is no longer something that my Great Eastern Alliance can control. The Sword Sect, Wen Family, Divine Grade Hall and other flow zones have all sent their forces into the fray, and these powers are all from the Innerverse. Once my Great Eastern Alliance interferes, it will incite public outrage. Not only will we not be able to obtain the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, but we might not even be able to protect Fennel Flow Zone. Qing Tan's lips curled up as Lu Yin's words showed his sincerity. No one was stupid, and many had already guessed that the Great Eastern Alliance had withdrawn from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone in order to incite a war, not to quell it. However, the Great Eastern Alliance had been too well behaved for the past 2 years, and the Sylvan Dragon tribe and the Ross Empire had been too impatient. I'll be updating for 4 days straight. I'll take a break, but I'll continue to update after a while. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1636. It was just as Lu Yin had said. Many Innerverse powers had secretly joined the blazing mist flow zone, and it would have been fine if the Great Eastern Alliance did not participate, but once it did, it would easily lead to a backlash from the entire Innerverse. Alliance Master Lu, you should know that the board cannot interfere in a power struggle. This is a difficult situation for me, Qing Tan said. Also, why does Alliance Master Lu insist on joining the blazing mist flow zone? Lu Yin lowered his voice. At this point, I don't want to hide anything from Miss Qing Tan. Actually, I've reached an agreement with some people from the 6th mainland. We'll keep the 5 weaves of the Great Eastern Alliance, and the 6th mainland will not interfere. These 5 weaves are the closest to the blazing mist flow zone, and the Astral River Arc is also under the control of the Great Eastern Alliance. Qing Tan's eyes trembled. Alliance Master Lu actually has the ability to reach an agreement with the 6th mainland? Not many from the 6th mainland would dare to agree to such an agreement. Lu Yin smiled. Naturally. Dare I ask Alliance Master Lu who agreed to this agreement? Qing Tan asked. Lu Yin hesitated. Qing Tan said, since Alliance Master Lu doesn't want to say more, then just treat it as me asking too much. Lu Yin replied, Miss Qing Tan, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but... He hesitated again. If I tell you, can you keep it a secret? Definitely, Qing Tan said firmly. Lu Yin said, the Autumn Frost family, the Galloping Horse Villa, and the Arrow sect. Qing Tan memorized this information. Alliance Master Lu, how did you do it? I'm just curious. If Alliance Master Lu doesn't want to say more, then I won't ask any more questions. One of Progenitor Chen's 9 clones was a giant, and the giant's bloodline can help the Heavenly Overlord's bloodline evolve into the Heavenly Overlord's bloodline. This is an unparalleled bloodline, and the Autumn Frost family couldn't refuse it. As for Progenitor Chen's bloodline, I've already handed it over to the Autumn Frost family. Some time ago, the Autumn Frost family sent experts to Frostwave Weave. On the surface, they appeared to be taking Autumn Frost Qing and the others away, but in reality, they were taking away Progenitor Chen's bloodline. It was all just a show. Madame Red of the Galloping Horse Mountain Villa is even simpler. Progenitor Wuxiang's skin is an ancestor's item. Madame Red has been a world imprinter for a very long time, and she wants to break through to the cosmic imprinter level. She's tried everything, including Progenitor Wuxiang's skin. As for the Arrow sect, they desire the Hall of Taimo so that they can obtain part of the legacy of the 6th mainland's Arrow progenitor. This is no secret, so I'll just give them the legacy of the Hall of Taimo. Right now, there are people from the Arrow sect in the Hall of Taimo. On the surface, they seem to be blocking the entrance, but in reality, they've reached an agreement with me to obtain the legacy of the Hall of Taimo. The Autumn Frost Clan, the Flying Horse Mountain Villa, and the Arrow sect are enough for the Great Eastern Alliance to obtain 5 territories. Qing Tan listened quietly as she recalled the friction between the Autumn Frost family and the Great Eastern Alliance. It had been said that the Autumn Frost family had arrived at Xenu Star, and she had expected a battle to break out, but it had ended peacefully. It seemed that things were not as they seemed but rather a secret deal. As she thought about it, she contacted some people to investigate the Arrow sect's whereabouts, and she learned that the Arrow sect's brute force was currently blocking the entrance to Taimo Temple. The Arrow sect had already made preparations to fight with the Great Eastern Alliance, but this was the Arrow sect's matter. The others did not intend to interfere, nor did they want to. The Outerverse belonged to the 6th mainland, and they had long since wanted to chase away the Great Eastern Alliance. However, they had some misgivings and the Arrow sect had fewer misgivings. Qing Tan sneered. Start a war? How could that be? The Arrow sect's group of giants had actually been enlightened, and they knew that they were hiding behind the scenes. No, it should be Lu Yin's idea. He had actually secretly reached an agreement with the Great Eastern Alliance. Qing Tan's gaze turned cold. The 6th mainland did not forbid any contact with the 5th mainland, but they could not involve the Outerverse. The Outerverse belonged to the 6th mainland, and this was something that could not be shaken. Now that the 6th mainland's Daoist sect had rationally divided the 5 weaves to the Great Eastern Alliance, It was the same as dividing the Sixth Mainland's territory. The Sixth Mainland's Daoist sect had been destroyed by those monsters, but a portion of its powerhouses still remained. As long as the three progenitors were still around, the Daoist sect would not disperse, and these people would have to accept the Daoist sect's restrictions. Miss Qingtan, what about the board of directors? Lu Yin asked. Qingtan smiled. Alliance Master Lu, please rest assured. Qingtan will do her best to handle this matter, and the outcome will depend on how Alliance Master Lu persuades the other directors. After all, the board of directors' decisions are decided through voting, and the three progenitors alone do not have the final say. Of course. Lu Yin expressed his gratitude and then ended the call. He then contacted the other directors. Qingtan waited for half a day before contacting Director Xianxia to ask if Lu Yin had contacted her. She learned that Lu Yin had indeed contacted Xianxia and asked her to propose quelling the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's war in order to preserve the Blaze Realm's territory. Qingtan then contacted Director Si Hong, who was similarly requested by Lu Yin. Qingtan was then able to confirm Lu Yin's words. She was a cautious person, and even though Lu Yin had no reason to lie to her, there was no point in lying to her, as such matters could be confirmed after the Daoist sect's investigation. If he had lied to her, then he would not have harmed Elder Autumn Frost, Madame Red, or the Savage Archer God. Besides, it was impossible for Lu Yin to know that she was from the Sixth Mainland, so there was no reason for him to lie to her. After confirming everything, she then used a secret method to send the news to the Outerverse and into Old Man Songqiong's hands. Old Man Songqiong and the Savage Archer God were both heavenly imprinter powerhouses, but Old Man Songqiong was one of the Daoist sect's four sovereigns, while the Savage Archer God was not. In the Sixth Mainland, Old Man Songqiong's status was even higher than the Savage Archer God's. Old Man Songqiong did not quite believe the report that Qingtan had sent back. How could the Outerverse territory be so easily given to the Great Eastern Alliance? Even if those three powers agreed, the others would not, as he could chase away the Great Eastern Alliance with a single sentence. However, he still needed to investigate this matter, especially when he saw the words, Progenitor Wuxiang's hide, in the report. Lu Yin actually had a progenitor item, and any progenitor item could not be underestimated. Madame Red did not have the qualifications to possess a progenitor item. In the Outerverse, the Flying Horse Mountain Villa was located in the West Weave of the Saint Lesser Weave. This weave had originally been owned by the Moksword sect, but because the Sixth Mainland had entered the Outerverse, the entire sect had been moved to the East Weave. The current owner of this weave was the Flying Horse Mountain Villa. On a planet not too far away from the Flying Horse Mountain Villa, the giant bloodline had been abandoned. This planet was barren and the creatures on it had no intelligence. They only knew how to hunt and kill. There was a thump as Qin Jian smashed a 1,000-meter-long python to death with a single punch. He then tore it apart and roasted it. To him, this 1,000-meter-long python was nothing more than a small snake. Ku Wei sat on Qin Jian's shoulder with a look of despair on his face. He looked up and wondered where he was. Master, save me. Ku Wei wailed. Outside the planet, Madame Red watched with interest. These giants were all natural warriors and each of them had limitless potential. Once they were trained, the Flying Horse Mountain Villa's strength would increase significantly. After all, these giants had appeared during the war with the Fifth Mainland and they were very powerful. Her gaze landed on Ku Wei. How could this guy be with those giants? How could he be with them? Just as she was about to drag Ku Wei out, Madame Red suddenly received a notice to head to the Southern Weave to meet Old Man Songqiong. Madame Red was puzzled. Old Man Songqiong? The progenitor of Blood Territory's celestial imprint. She was a cultivator from the progenitor of Martial Territory, so she would definitely be meeting him as one of the Daoist sect's four reverends. Why would he want to meet her? They had never interacted before. Although it was strange, she did not dare to refuse Old Man Songqiong's summons. She glanced at the giants again. She would train them when she returned. That Lu Yin would soon know that these giants were with her. No matter what the conditions were, she could not hand them all over to Lu Yin. A day after confirming that Madame Red had left, Lu Yin, Lu Yefei, and Song Yi led the way to the Flying Horse Mountain Villa. Along the way, Song Yi was not obstructed at all. Madame Red had already opened up a path for him, and she was only waiting for him to reach the Flying Horse Mountain Villa before contacting Lu Yin. They looked at the towering mountain stream in front of them. This was the Flying Horse Mountain Villa, which had once been the headquarters of the Moke Sword sect. The Flying Horse Mountain Villa's specialty was the astral Pegasi, but that was only in the Sixth Mainland. The Eternals had invaded and the Sixth Mainland had collapsed. The Flying Horse Mountain Villa's former location had also suffered a devastating blow. The astral Pegasi were nearly extinct and they could not be brought back to the Outerverse. The Flying Horse Mountain Villa did not live up to its name. Madame Red was delighted to see the giants, and one of the reasons was that she wanted them to replace the astral Pegasi. Yi, an extremely ugly woman, stood in front of Lu Yin's group at the main entrance of the Flying Horse Mountain Villa, glaring at Yi with sinister eyes. Yi felt his hair stand on end from her stare and he hurriedly bowed. Yes, I am Yi. I've been ordered to come here. Madam will be leaving for now. Do as she says. The ugly woman then looked at Lu Yin and Lu Yefei. Because of the aura-concealing stones, she could not see through their cultivation levels. However, Lu Yin could clearly see her cultivation level. She was an imprinter whose power level exceeded 500,000 but had yet to reach 600,000. Aside from Madame Red, this woman was the only other imprinter in the Flying Horse Mountain Villa. During the Sixth Mainland's invasion of the Innerverse, another imprinter had died at the hands of Astral Three's Dean. Who are they? The ugly woman asked with a scrutinizing gaze. Yi respectfully replied, They are my followers from Chaos God Mountain. The ugly woman did not say much as she did not care about Lu Yin's group. From her point of view, they were merely hunters. Let's go in. She then led the way. Yi looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. He did not know where the giants were imprisoned, but he wanted to enter and control this ugly woman so that he could interrogate her about the giants' whereabouts. Madame Red would not be gone for too long and Lu Yin did not want to waste any time. However, he also did not want to cause chaos. The Flying Horse Mountain Villa was not at the border with the Great Eastern Alliance, and it was also quite a distance away from the Astral River Arkansas. If there was chaos, they would be easily intercepted. After entering the Flying Horse Mountain Villa, the ugly woman said, You can contact Lu Yin now. Tell him that the giants will all die if he doesn't come. At the same time, expose the fact that he secretly controlled Chaos God Mountain. He's coming. She then seriously added, Ensure his safety. Lu Yin's original plan was to immediately control the ugly woman after entering the Flying Horse Mountain Villa and interrogate her about the giants' whereabouts. However, after hearing her words, he hurriedly stopped Lu Yefei and glanced at Yi.